Hey guys, Sly here, and before we get into this, I just want to let you guys know that this is actually a re-upload that I did back in April of 2021, where me and a bunch of my friends pretty much ranked a bunch of Nickelodeon shows. However, I do want to preface that this aired before all the controversies with Drake Bell appeared, and this aired right around the time when Dan Schneider was about to get a bunch of things. So if there are a bunch of rankings that are on here, I just want to let you guys know that my opinions have definitely changed on that. And if you want to see my updated changes to this tier list in more modern times, feel free to check out the DeviantArt link down below or check out my Discord. And I guess that leads into the fact that if you want to check out other content, feel free to check out all links down below because it directly supports me in the long run. So I want to thank you guys so much for checking this out. And yeah, other than that, big preface, I hope you guys enjoy this long stream. Grab some popcorn. Hope to see you guys in the future. Hey guys, welcome back to another tier list. Actually, before we get into this, I do want to apologize for the technical difficulties. That's why I've been trying to make sure that the stream was actually going to work because, well, issues. That aside, obviously I am back with Psy13 as well as ZS2948. So
we kidnapped him.
So yeah, like obviously they're going to be joining me with this, and I actually do want to not only thank them but also shout them out. So their links will be in the chat onto the side. That one is for Psy13, and then this other one is for Zombie Slayer. And once again, I do thank you guys for joining me in because it's been 6 months since we did one of these type of things. And it's the first time that we've done a tri-collab in a while.
Has it been 6 months?
Yeah.
In 6 months.
It's the last Cartoon Network.
Oh.
Yeah, so obviously because we did Cartoon Network like way too long ago, I thought it was a good idea for us to talk about Nickelodeon as well as Disney Channel at some point in the future. Obviously, right now we are finally doing the long-awaited Nickelodeon one, which I got dressed up for the special occasion. As you can see, I'm even wearing my striped shirt. So, obviously, I'm really excited about it personally. I don't know your history with Nickelodeon. Do you guys want to share that?
I watched a lot of Nickelodeon back in my day. Yeah, back in my day. Anyway, yeah, I know. I remember some of these shows on Nickelodeon, so I'm ready to get into this.
Austin?
Some of these, I have a lot of words to say about it, especially how I rented Uncle Grandpa. But this isn't Uncle Grandpa.
Yes, unfortunately, there's some shows that are like that, but
so I'm gonna let that slide. However, there's a few shows on here that I have to get off my chest and my mind.
Okay, Austin, what's your history?
I watched plenty of it. I mean, I'll be honest, I was more of a Cartoon Network and a little bit more of a Disney guy. I didn't watch Nickelodeon as much as the other two, but I still watched quite a bit of it. Like, looking through here is bring back pleasant memories and unpleasant memories. I've already told you, Dave, what the unpleasant memories were. So.
Oh, I already see one.
Dylan and everyone watching, you get to see me relive some nightmares on this.
Oh, I see two that I remember that I don't like, and I have a few things to say about.
All right, so now in terms of my history, I will admit Nickelodeon was the shit for me. Like, this was my channel. Yes, Cartoon Network I did grow up with a lot, but when it comes to like, the main children's television network, that was my shit, and I just resonate way more with a lot of the shows that are on here. In terms of my general history, funny enough, yes, some of the stuff that I watched was slightly before my time, but because Nickelodeon was more known for reruns, I was able to pretty much watch a lot of the shows from the 90s, and I was able to grow up with pretty much 2 entire generations worth of Nickelodeon. That being said, I will admit, unfortunately, things did get really bad. You would think by like, 2010-ish, they would be amazing. But unfortunately, to quote Paul from Deep Fat Fried, that's when the real cringe begins. And unfortunately, they went down really hard. And that's saying a lot for someone who really loves,
the network as a whole. Granted, I will admit, there are some stuff from the past 11 years that have actually been really good, and I'm really surprised about that. That being said, I will be critical about this, as I usually am. And, I'm just really excited to talk about this. Now, before we get into this, though, I do want to lay a couple of ground rules. So, number one, we are not going to be doing any miniseries. Nickelodeon didn't really have too many of them. But
Power Rangers.
We'll get to that. We'll get to that later. So yeah, unfortunately, we won't be doing that. We will also not be including Nick Jr., mainly just because I don't think it's fair, because this isn't like our target audience. Yes, we can roast Dora all we want, but they don't count. And unfortunately, we can't talk about Blue's Clues. I'm sorry. Yeah. Next of all, we are not going to be talking about We're not going to be talking about Nick at Night stuff. So stuff like George Lopez and I can't even remember what else was on there, but pretty much all those shows.
Fresh Prince was.
What?
Fresh Prince, I believe.
Fresh Prince.
I feel like.
No.
What you're saying?
It wasn't on there. Maybe as a rerun, but definitely not starting on the channel. I do know that for a fact.
Like with your rules, I feel like Nick Jr. and Nick and I have their own little things anyway.
Oh, no. Well, Fresh Prince was on Teen Nick.
Oh, okay.
Well, anyways, the next rule. God, I can't even read. So yeah, the next rule. We're not going to be featuring any show from before 1990. It's mainly just because of the era itself. Because to me, the early 90s is whenever Nickelodeon started to have its identity. So unfortunately, no Garfield, no Double Dare. I know there's going to be people mad at me for not including those, but they came out in 86 and 88 respectively. So they don't count. I think that's the last rule. Okay, I guess the last rule is just, it's just our personal opinion. If you don't necessarily agree with us, that is completely fine. I'm just glad that, we have, as a matter of fact, I'm glad that there's differences between, all of us. Because, there are some shows that I like that not many people really like, and vice versa. And I hope that we're able to express each other with that.
Should it be a column? Right. Should there be like a little line saying that if we don't know the show,
add it.
If you haven't watched it,
yeah, just click on the gear and then you can make your own tier. I don't usually do that because I've tried to base things off of what I watch. So.
Gotcha. I just need to get back to the groove of using this thing.
Mm-hmm.
You're good.
But yeah, no. Actually,
here we go.
I forgot to mention one thing to you guys, so I'll just do a little bit of a thing.
A ting. Okay, there we go.
There's a secret rule right there. Read the chat, in your head, by the way.
Yeah. Okay, I see it.
Okay.
Okay, yeah, we know those two. I figured you want to save those for last anyway, so.
I might not save them for the last, but whatever.
Yeah,
we don't want to spoil them.
Okay. Y'all will see.
Do you guys have anything else to talk about before we actually begin this tier list? Because once again, it's gonna be a long one. As a matter of fact, there's 107 shows on this, so.
So yeah, like Dave said, like Sly said earlier, we're gonna talk about Power Rangers later on, but still, it's just where Power Rangers was reincarnated, if you want to say, with Power Rangers Samurai.
Well, that's what I was gonna mention with that. So.
Yeah.
And then it was a
we'll talk about it,
line.
Dylan. We'll
talk about it once we. You can choose it for your turn as well.
I didn't even take a close look.
Well, do you have anything else before we continue?
No. Okay, I see it. Okay, we're good.
Austin?
We're good.
I'm good. I don't have anything I can bring up other than my opinions on these shows.
All right. You know what? I'm gonna do something a little bit different. Okay. Dylan, heads or tails?
Oh, tails.
So your heads, Austin?
Yeah, I'm heads.
Shit. By the way, yes, this is an explicit stream, so if you guys don't like naughty language, yeah.
Fuck shit.
It's like someone I watched before said with adult things.
Dylan, you get to go first.
Yay!
Ooh.
Okay.
If you're doing
Alright.
All right, and you
haven't
can
heard
choose
the word
3
fuck.
shows because it's only 3 of us.
I can choose 3 shows
Yes.
for each turn. Okay. First one. Why don't we go ahead and talk about Angela Anaconda?
Oh yeah, we were just
How
talking about that earlier before.
Dylan. Why did you already choose one of the worst fucking shows that aired?
Because I want to get it out of the way.
I mean, to be fair, he wants to rip the wound off. He wants to sever the wound while he can.
I want to rip the band-aid clean off.
Do it.
Okay.
Rant.
Hell of a way to start.
Obviously is F tier. Now. What the was that? What kind of crack were they smoking while making this cartoon?
Australia.
Or the worst. There you go. The worst possible cartoon. I can't even call it a cartoon. I just call it a nightmare from hell. That's what this was. This thing was just disgusting. I can't put into words how bad I hate this show. There's no context to the cartoon. There's no story to the fucking show. There's nothing special about the show. It's just fucking weird. And I hate it. I had nightmares about this little bitch. So for that, F tier.
Austin.
Me? I would put it in F tier, but I made a new tier entirely called WTF, and that's going right in that tier because
Yeah,
this show.
I'm doing that too.
This show is it's like a spooky. I don't want to watch this ever again. Courage the Cowardly Dog episode, and I like Courage the Cowardly Dog. Like, at least Courage is pleasant to look at most of the time. This show was, as a child, it scares me as an adult, and I'm probably gonna see Angela cook for me in my sleep tonight. So WTF is very well-deserved here for this.
Yep.
I guess you could call it a show.
This is. I can't. How did you already choose one of the top 10 worst shows? You just
I want to
summoned.
rip the Band-Aid clean
You
off.
summoned Zinch. You summoned a Chaos God. And I'm very disappointed.
Well,
He just saw. She was just staring into his soul, begging him.
I just saw that little gray bitch looking dead in my eyes.
Okay, let me
So
explain
no,
this because I need to give a little bit of context. So this show's gimmick is basically having like a realistic looking face. I'm giving context for those who don't know. Long story short, this like what they tried to do was basically like it's like a photo cutout of like people's faces, and they like plaster it on like a cartoon background, and it looks really, really, really bad. And not only really, really bad, but also like the voice acting is insufferable with this. Like, it's really bad. And keep in mind, this came out, I think, in like very, very late 1999. So it's a show that's been around for longer than like a lot of people, like probably a lot of the audience, like, which is like, what? It's from the 90s? What? And not only is it,
October of '99.
yeah, like the fact, like, and not only that, but also like I mentioned this, it's an Australian show, which there's some good Australian stuff. They don't really get a lot of representation, but this is not a good example. Don't watch the show because the voice acting sucks. The animation is abysmal. And terrible intro and no real good premise other than just being really, really fucking annoying. And unfortunately, this is not going to be the first Nickelodeon experiment that involved with annoying the hell out of people. Because I will admit that's a problem that Nickelodeon has had for a long time. Is some of their shows are just purposely trying to annoy people. So.
All right. So is that it for Angela Anaconda?
Yes. Fuck her.
Please move.
All right. So we're going to go to a good show, not a cartoon, but a good live action show. This is going to be the first one in the S tier for my charts. Keenan and Kel.
Yes.
Yeah.
Fuck yes.
This show was by far the best show I watched during a kid. Granted, it was created in the 90s, but still, I absolutely loved this show. Especially Kel. Who loves orange soda?
Kid.
I do.
You're quoting it wrong. No. Who loves orange soda? Kel loves orange soda. Is it true? Is it true? Oh, it's true. Ooh. I do. Ooh. God, okay. Obviously, memes aside, though, like, this was a real Kickstarter for Keenan. Well, not Kickstarter, because this is obviously a somewhat spin-off of All That, which we'll get into later. Yeah. But this was, like, one of the earliest examples of, Dan Schneider working with a pretty good script for respectable actors. Obviously, like I said, Keenan and Kel were already established, but they were able to exceed in being able to be relatable characters outside of just being themselves, which obviously, to be fair, they are kind of themselves. But even like outside of that, like the outside cast, like the storekeeper, for example, I think the storekeeper is actually pretty cool. And just sort of like the whole dynamic between the store and like the homestead itself. Like the very first episode, for example, is about like a screw that they like pretty much got into like a tuna or whatever, and Keenan and Kel sued like the company, and just the dynamic with that is just so funny. And plenty of episodes like that, exemplify that they are able to pretty much work on their own outside of all that. So I don't know. I know I'm making this thing like longer than it is. I'm sorry, but long story short, go watch this. Highly recommend.
Yeah, easy S tier. Very funny show. A lot of likable characters, and actually, no joke, got me to like orange soda. True story.
Yes.
I started drinking orange soda a little more.
Fuck the people who says it's trash. It's not. It depends on the brand though. Sunkist sucks. Yeah. Fanta, that's where you go.
I mean, I don't mind Sunkist. Like, if there's no Fanta, I'll drink Sunkist. But yeah, Keenan and Kel. God, if I could talk today, it'd be nice.
Sorry, Dylan. I'm sorry I interrupted you in talking about Keenan and Kel. You can continue.
All right, but yeah, Keenan and Kel, by far my favorite show, and automatically goes into the S tier. So the last one is going to be, Jimmy Neutron.
Oh, God. All right, fair enough.
Okay, so I'm gonna put this in the A tier.
Mm-hmm.
I'm gonna put this in the A tier. I mean, it's kind of S weird. Wow, English.
S-weird.
It is kind of S. Yeah, it is kind of S tier worthy, but there's some episodes under I'm like, I don't know what to think about this. Although, let be granted, Jimmy Neutron is the GOAT compared to Planet Sheen. We'll get to that later.
Mm-hmm.
But I got so many people saying that I look like Carl Weezer. I look nothing like that.
I mean, if you dyed your hair orange.
Jimmy's man, are you gonna finish that croissant?
I like the band
But yeah,
Weezer, just not Carl Weezer.
But yeah, aside from that, Jimmy Neutron was a really, really good show for our time. Although the graphics, looking at the graphics now, you're like, ooh, that looks kind of choppy. But it was just like fucking clay matter just mushed together.
Mm-hmm.
You know what I mean? But this is still a good show, and especially the movie, Jimmy Neutron. The movie, it was also really good. It was a really... Austin, you have a surprised look on your face. You're like, you good?
No, you're good. It's just resting surprise face, apparently.
Oh.
Did you not know they had a movie?
No, I knew they had a movie. I knew they had a couple movies.
All right.
Okay,
so, okay, I'm gonna put this, funny enough, I'm actually gonna put this in, like, the middle. I'm gonna put it in, like, a B, because okay, in terms of like CG animated shows, I feel like this was like one of the first that was actually pretty competent for its time, because last time we talked about Reboot and we talked about Beast Wars, and while yes, they were pretty rough and are rough now, I was a little bit forgiving for them because they are from the 90s. It was still new technology at the time. But Jimmy Neutron, in my opinion, was the first show in terms of like a fully CGI show that showed that, you know, they can actually be pretty damn good. That being said, the reason why it's not like above like B for me is mostly just because I do feel like there are some episodes that do drag on a little bit. Like, for example, actually, fun enough, also the very first episode, which, by the way, for some of these I only had to be able to watch one episode for, so that's why I'm referencing this. But in terms of like the episode that I watched, the gimmick was pretty much, you know, Jimmy was trying to like make himself dumb because society thinks that he's too smart or whatever. I felt like they went on that just a little bit too much, and they kept doing that throughout the series. That being said, you know, Jimmy himself is pretty cool. Yes, Carl Weezer, the meme himself, obviously.
Jimmy's mom.
Can you stop sounding like Carl Weezer?
It's not my fault that I sound like him.
Okay.
You're just gonna open your mouth and the Gangster Paradise sound's gonna come out.
Okay, but to end sort of my thing, generally speaking, characters are fine. Yes, the graphics are a bit dated now, but you know, once again, if I had to recommend a CGI show from the early mid 2000s, it would probably be this one, especially compared to some of the other ones on this list. But there you go.
And Austin.
Me, I'm gonna put it at an A. It could be. It's on the line of A and B, but because I thought animation-wise, it was neat. It was definitely something that I hadn't seen for its time, like with how they did the animation. And reason I don't put it, you know, that I say it's on the line of A and B, but I still put it on A anyway. Because yeah, there is some stuff that does drag on a little bit. But like, there are some good characters. Like Jimmy himself is cool. Like, Carl got a meme right there. I must bow. And then,
And he has dog shit for hair.
and hell, you know what? Sheen, as annoying as he could be, he's a goofy mofo, and I liked him for being a goofy.
It's Ultra Lord.
God, Sheen, is that you? Anywho, yeah, I'm just gonna put it at A tier. I'll give the benefit of the doubt for the A tier, but.
All right,
Yeah.
and that's my first three.
All right, it's already my turn
who's next?
because we do it
Yeah.
counterclockwise.
Yeah.
All right, so what to pick? Okay. You know what? Let's choose a newer show.
Oh boy. Here we
Okay,
go.
this one. Okay, I will admit this one gets quite a bit of hate. I don't think it deserves that much hate, but like, it's not really my cup of tea personally. Have any of y'all seen Tally in the Kitchen?
Tally in the Kitchen.
Which, by the way, I have to be fair to like the 2010s, by the way, because
I think I've seen a little bit of it.
Where is that?
I think it was one of the ones I was watching.
it's right next to Super Ninjas. God, that show sucks.
Yeah. Sort of over by the Amanda Show and Loud House and Tack. Over by that area.
It's the one with the white background.
Yeah.
White background.
You'll see orange and green
Oh,
letters.
yeah, I see it. Yeah, I've never seen it.
Okay.
Yeah.
This show gets a lot of hate mainly just because it's a very what?
Oh, I just saw one. I want to choose my next turn.
Well, hold on.
Oh,
Let me
man.
explain my thing. So
Go ahead.
when it comes to this show, it gets a lot of hate because it's like a very happy show, and it to some people it does seem fake. I will admit, I don't relate to this show because guess what? Like it appeases more to like the happy, I guess not Valley Girl, but just sort of like the type of the people who are trying to be like be self-expressive of themselves, in a positive way. I don't relate to that. As you can see, I'm an emo new metal gamer kid. I don't relate to that, and who hates himself. So I don't relate to this at all. that being said, I don't think it's the worst out of all of the live action shows, because for once this doesn't have a laugh track, which is actually refreshing, because that gets really annoying sometimes. And I do feel like what they're trying to do was competent, but like I do get where the criticism is coming from, so I'm gonna put this one at a C. It's not awful like a lot of people say, it's just too basic, if that makes sense. So
I feel ya.
Fair.
all right,
Me, I've never seen the show.
that doesn't surprise me because it's from after our time, but once again I have to be fair because we're talking about shows from before our time, so we have to talk about after.
Yeah.
So
Alright.
Me, I did see a little bit of it, and I put it at C. I didn't think it was that bad at all. Like, for one, that definitely not having a laugh track, definitely different, but I liked it. The difference, like, because that can go a long way too. I mean, there's some. It's good to have a show that's not too reliant on laugh tracks. My thing is, if you're a show that relies on laugh tracks, you have to do it right. It has to be a right amount. It has to be the perfect seasoning. You don't want to over season the chicken. But anywho, yeah, I watched a little bit of it because I saw clips of stuff that I hadn't seen before. Overall, didn't think it was too bad. I mean, I wouldn't go out of my way to watch it, on my own time, but I put it at C. I'd even probably put it a low B if I was being generous, because I didn't think it was too bad, honestly. But yeah, I do know what you meant by the positive, preppy, bubbly sort of energy it's giving off.
All right, I'm gonna choose. Should I choose either an A tier one or a D tier one?
Let's do a D tier. We need to put a D tier in here.
All right. Well, okay. Let's talk. Okay. You might. Okay. Do any of y'all know The Troop?
The Troop. Where are you? The Troop.
I'm trying to remember which one that was here.
It's the one with the diamond on it.
Oh, I see it. I've
Okay.
never seen this. I've never seen that.
That low-key surprises me, actually.
Yeah, I've never seen The Troop.
Trying to find it here, I promise.
Although it has like a fake ass Bo Burnham on it.
Oh, I see it. Okay. Okay, yeah, I just watched a little bit of this.
Okay, this one is like very, very low D. Like, the only reason why it's not an F is mainly just because the concept is decent enough. Because basically the concept of this is the main kid, he's the one on the right, he gets accepted into this group called the Troop because he is somehow like smarter than everyone else, and they pretty much like hunt monsters. It's basically Monster Hunter. Let's just be real here. It's basically shitty Monster Hunter. And dude, it's okay. What really kills this show for me is the visuals, because this show heavily relies on CGI monsters, and they look really, really, really bad, even for 2009, which is when this came out. Like, Google The Troop monsters, and you'll see what I mean, because it looks really, really fake. It looks like something straight out of, like, fucking, Spy Kids 3, or Shark Boy and Lava Girl, something like that. Like, it looks really bad. Granted, I can forgive those for a little bit, because at least that was, like, in the mid-2000s. So, like, technology was still getting, updated, I guess. But this was 2009. You would think they would have, like, better textures. But, like, no, dude. It's really bad. And also, I just don't care about the characters all that much. They're your stereotypical teenagers. And it's really, really pandering. And, oh, my God. Once again, the only reason why it's not an F is because if they had a better script, it could have been better. It could have been, like, a Monster Hunter show for kids, but no, it's not. It's not even anywhere near close to the Monster Hunter series. So, it's not worth your time.
Yeah, Because I was surprised you said it was 2009. I could have that shit does look like it's made in 2000. I automatically assume.
Yeah, it looks like from the year 2000, not 2009.
But no, I also put it at a D tier because I watched it. I wasn't thoroughly impressed. I mean, like you said, if the script was better, it'd be. I think it would be phenomenal, honestly, because it's a good concept. Like I can see where they're going for, but they just.
But the execution sucks. That's the problem.
Yeah, because you can have a good script, but if you can't, execute it well, good script ain't gonna save your show. So D tier for me on that one. I wasn't too thoroughly impressed with it.
All right. Last show for me. Okay, I'm actually gonna talk about. Okay, you know what? I'm gonna talk about another lesser known show because I like talking about shows that people don't know about or just because I want to showcase, stuff that's somewhat underrated. This is one of those, in my opinion. Making Fiends.
Making Fiends.
It's the one with like the two girls. One of them's green, one of them's blue.
Yeah.
Oh god, this show was. Oh god. I did not like this show.
Okay, I can see that. Because I will admit this is more of a lower B because it is a deeply flawed show. I will admit. Because I do feel like the animation does look a lot like it is very lacking. But here's the reason why it is that. It's because this is actually one of the first shows that was based off of a YouTube series. Because this was actually based off of a series from 2006 that was on YouTube that was, pretty much called that. And, I've seen the web series. It's okay. And I do feel like in terms of like if you consider all the god-awful crap that YouTubers have gone into in terms of going from YouTube, like from the internet to the main screen, this one's ironically one of the best examples of that. If you consider that. And also, I will admit, there was one particular joke that I actually was dying and laughing. So, long story short, the green girl, she doesn't like the blue one. And one of the episodes, the blue girl was playing charades, and then the green one was like, "How about you act like you're dead?" And then the blue one's like, "Okay." That was actually pretty great, and that's why I was like, you know what, the show's clever, so
yeah,
I'll give it a B.
Okay, I gave this. I'm gonna change my mind and put it into a D tier, just because for that joke, But just the animation of this show, it just reminds me of that weird part. Like that weird animation on YouTube called Salad Fingers.
Funny enough, that's the same vibe that I got too.
Yeah,
like a salad finger or a frambo or like the used third album cover.
Yeah.
It's sort of that sort of vibe, but I think it's cool.
Yeah, this show just wasn't my cup of tea. I mean, if it had like a better story and like better concept to it, I may have put it as like a low C, but with that being said, I'm just gonna leave it as like a high D.
Okay,
that's fair.
Yeah.
Have you heard of it?
Wait, what?
Have you heard of this show before or no?
Oh, I used to watch it. I vividly remember watching this. And actually, I'd give it a high B personally, not a low A. Like I thought about the low A, but I don't know. I actually generally did like the show. The thing is, I feel like the show that's an acquired taste. It's one of those shows that you have to have that kind of taste. Like, I think that's one reason I didn't mind the Salad Fingers animation, besides the fucking voice and the Rusty Spoon. We don't talk about that, though.
I liked Rusty Spoons.
I liked Frambo as well, because that sort of animation style. I don't know. There's something charming about it, like in a sort of horror kind of aspect, with Frambo at least.
Wow, you just upset Dylan.
Charming.
I mean, look, would you rather have that or fucking Angela Anaconda here? Let's be honest here. But yeah, I'll give it a high B,
Right.
almost a low A. But I like the show. I genuinely did. I remember
All right, what's
All
your
right.
picks now?
my picks. So I'm gonna go for my an absolute B tier for me. Low B, like could be a high C, but I'm gonna give the benefit of the doubt and put low B. Tack.
Oh,
Now,
yeah.
Tack. I didn't mind the show. I mean, it wasn't. You know what? No, I'm giving it the high C because
Yeah, same. I'm gonna give it a high C.
I mean I didn't mind it. I just like the game, the Great Juju Challenge, a lot better. Like I like the game versus the show. The show had some
Yeah.
good moments, and you know, of course, I was a fan of the game, like I said, so that has some leeway into me being familiar with the characters and all that. But I don't know. I just felt like there's plenty of potential that wasn't met with it. So but I still liked it enough that I'm okay with it. So easy C for me.
Dylan.
All right. I'm gonna give this an easy C as well. I mean, it kind of has that same animation style as Jimmy Neutron a little bit, but it's just a little more. Excuse me. It's just a little more choppy for me. You know what I mean? It's like they just move like that. I just didn't like how they moved and everything. I mean, there were some good episodes in here, but it could have been better for me. It could have been better. So for that, I'm gonna give it a high C.
Honestly, I put this in like mid D, cause like, I will just say this right now. I don't give a fuck about Tack. Like most people probably don't even give a shit about Tack. I mean, yes, platformers are all the rage in before the 7th gen, but to me, there were just better options. Like Sly Cooper, Ratchet and Clank, Spyro. Like there were, objectively speaking, there were just better platformers. And especially Sly Cooper. You can't fucking beat that game in front of me. Like anything, like that game is 1,000 times better than Tack. But also transitioning it from a game to a show, really not that great. Because like Dylan said, very choppy animation, characters. Honestly, I thought that they were like some of them were really annoying, and also Tack himself was just an idiot. Like he was like the village idiot who people relied on him defending the village. And it's like, bruh, like I mean, I get that whole like arc thing, but like just everyone just felt flat in the show. Like in terms of like what they were trying to be, and the villains weren't all that interesting either. So in my opinion, this is really not that great, and a prime example on why CGI shows don't usually work, unlike Jimmy Neutron, but also just gaming TV shows usually just don't work anyways, and this is yet another example of that. So
yeah. Now,
All right, next one.
My next choice, I'm gonna go with "Are You Afraid of the Dark?"
Ah,
fuck yes.
Okay.
And I'm actually gonna put it at an A tier, high A, almost S. My reason being is because of course, the two shows back then like that were "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" and Goosebumps. Now, the thing is, "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" was, I thought, a lot more creepier with more of its stuff than Goosebumps was. Like, granted, there was creepy Goosebumps episode, but I think "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" just did a better job. So easy A tier for me, just on the spook factor, and one of the better live action stuff on that time.
Yeah,
But again, Nick had the better live action anyway, but that's another story.
Quick question: is Goosebumps in this tier list?
No, it's not.
No,
it's from Fox, so it doesn't count.
Fox,
Okay.
Cartoon Network.
All right. Well, I put "Are You Afraid of the Dark?" I put it in A tier as well. I feel like it was a lot more scary than Goosebumps. Granted, Goosebumps was good for its time, but "Are You Afraid of the Dark" just gave a whole nother level to scariness for kids. There's one episode in particular that I remember. I can't remember the episode's name, but there was like this zombie. Not a fucking surprise for me.
In the pool.
There's a zombie that in the pool.
I just watched that earlier today.
Yeah, and dude, that's probably the scariest fucking thing that I ever saw as a kid. Like it was really it was pretty gory for a kid's show.
It was
And, like-
literally chloride that they used.
Mm.
It wasn't
Well, you mean
actual
it-
blood.
Well, you know what I mean. It looked like
Yeah.
it just looked kind of more gory than it should have been, but still, it was really scary for us kids. But with that being said, I put Are You Afraid of Dark in A tier.
Mm.
Okay, so I gotta say this right now. I will admit, have you guys even seen like the very first season? Because I'm not gonna lie, it really wasn't that scary, except for like a couple of episodes.
Yeah.
All I know is that
I don't know if
episode. Oh, go ahead.
I was just saying, I don't know if I've seen any of the first season stuff.
All I know is that there's an episode where Austin's in it. So.
Oh my god! But so okay, honestly, this one's really difficult. It's not in the lower tiers. I'm just gonna say that right now. It's not even anywhere near like a C or below. But I guess just sort of my dilemma is people's like perception of the show. Because when you really think about it, it really actually isn't all that scary. If you like watch, I mean, yes, you can say, "Oh, but you're grown up now," and it's like, honestly, for me, whenever it comes to like something that is like scary, it's more of a visual thing. Although I will admit there were some really creepy episodes. Like for example, there was one involving a mirror and a ghost inside of it. That's fucking creepy. And there was also the Tale of the Ghastly Grinner, which is pretty much where a supervillain pretty much turns people into zombies and like blue foam comes out of their mouth. It's actually really creepy if you watch it.
I remember that.
So, however, this is why I'm actually going to put it at an S tier, actually.
Oh.
So, yes, it's mostly just because of the first reboot from 1999. I thought that's when things started to get really creepy. But also, I was thoroughly surprised with the more recent reboot from 2019. Because, honestly, like, that was actually really damn good. Because, which, you were surprised whenever I told you about it, right, Dylan?
Yeah, I was.
So, and have you seen it, Austin?
Which one, the reboot?
The 2019 reboot.
I have not, actually.
It's actually really good, and it shows that Nickelodeon have been trying to improve on like their quality of shows. And I highly recommend watching that 3-parter. It's actually really creepy when like if you like watch it. The concept is really creepy. I don't want to spoil it for you, but long story short, Mr. Top Hat, oh my god. Oh, that's so honestly just the thought about it is absolutely just terrifying. But yeah, no, I would recommend it on just both of the later seasons of the original series as well as the reboot, because that's sort of what I'm combining with. So
Yeah.
What?
highly
I'm gonna go
recommend.
ahead and I'm gonna go ahead and put Are You Afraid of Dark. I'm gonna go ahead and put it in S tier. I'm gonna change my mind and put it in S
Okay,
tier.
well, but before we do this, I actually do want to mention this. Compared to a bunch of shows from the early 90s, because this came out in 1990. Like, the pilot of this came out in Halloween of 1990, and it sweeps the floor compared to every other show from the early 90s that are on this list. Like, it's not even a contest, because like the quality of the show, for the most part, there are some episodes that are a bit but just the quality of like all the episodes, like for most of the episodes, is actually really impressive for early 90s stuff. And it's unfortunate that I was never able to make the Midnight Society, because I really wanted to do that, but it never happened. So
Yeah.
but
And then for
All right.
my
And
last
your
show,
one.
I'm going to go with a newer one that thoroughly surprised me. I'm going to go with Loud House.
wait, who? What?
Loud House.
Yes.
This one, honestly, I'm willing to give it an S tier. I am willing to give it a low S. Just because I just thought it was... Here's the thing. I'm a guy that likes charm a lot. You have a good amount of charm. I'm gonna like your show. This one, animation was really nice. Had some great characters, and of course, some good representation as well. That's another added bonus. Because I was looking at this, I was like, I wonder if the show's even going to be that good. I watch it, and I'm like, okay, damn, this thoroughly shocked me. Enough to, of course, to give it that low S. Of course, there's a couple more shows on here that I'm going to talk about that shocked me, but just shows that Nickelodeon really can put out some damn good shows, honestly.
Yeah.
All right. Where I'm trying to find it. Sorry.
Okay, while you do that, I'm going to mention this. I'm going to put this one an A. So the reason why this one's actually really good is because it's made by, I think it's Craig McCracken, the same person who made Powerpuff Girls, Samurai Jack. So
wait, is it really?
I'm pretty sure it's this show that he worked on. So don't quote me on that. I do know that it was made by a animation veteran though. I do know that. But in terms of like the Nickelodeon comeback, as some people talk about, like I mentioned with the reboot of Are You Afraid of the Dark, in my opinion, this is where it like pretty much started. Because like I said, throughout from like 2009ish to like 2016, Nickelodeon was in a really rough spot in terms of like views and just good shows in general. Like it was down the toilet. Then the Lad House came around and pretty much showed that Nickelodeon still had a little bit of a spark in them. And I will admit, this show in concept is really cool. Basically, it's about one son who has to pretty much. Oh my God, what's his name again?
Let me see here.
Oh my God,
Lincoln.
Yeah, Lincoln and his 10 sisters. He's the only guy, and just that is somewhat relatable for me because I grew up like around my cousins, and they were mostly girls, and so for me this was actually pretty relatable to me. Granted, this is like past my time, but it is at least touching that there's at least a show that some people can relate to, and not only that, but also just really good animation, really good like characters. Like I said, Lincoln, he's pretty chill. It's funny because this is like one of the few animated shows where he actually narrates himself, which I think is kind of funny. But I don't know, generally speaking, definitely do recommend in terms of like the newer stuff. So good job, Nick.
So, I went ahead and put another category for didn't care for. I did not care for the show.
That's fair.
I just could not get into it. I couldn't care less about it. Because I was at that age now, because what was this, like 2014?
I said 2016.
2016, then I was already,
Past your
halfway
time.
through high school. Yeah, I was already halfway through high school, and I was already at the age where I don't watch cartoons anymore. You know what I mean? So I just didn't care for this. So yeah.
You're always a child.
I mean, that's
in
fair
your
too.
heart.
I know. Yeah.
All right. Is it my turn?
Yes, it's your turn.
Yep,
But
it
Austin
is
wanted to
indeed
say
your turn.
something.
Oh wait, did I?
Dylan, choose.
Okay, I'm gonna go and rip the Band-Aid off of 2 bad shows. Okay.
Oh, I know exactly.
Mr. Meaty.
Nice one. Nice choice.
What the fuck were they on?
They were on all the drugs.
They just made this guy look like fucking. What the fuck is his name? Zach Galifianakis, and the other guy looks like a male version of Billie Eilish.
He looks like Eddie from Ed, Edd n Eddy.
Kind of, yeah.
You betcha sweet baby I do. But dude, this show was just a whole clusterfuck of what in the fuck is this? There's no. I can't put into words how much I hate this show. It's creepy, disturbing, inappropriate for kids. I come to find out that
Okay.
this is not meant for kids. This should have not aired. And I'm surprised that I'm pretty sure it had 2 seasons.
It had 3.
Who the fuck gave the green light for 2 more seasons?
I don't know. You tell me.
I don't know.
Yeah.
All right, Austin.
That's the other one that's deserving of going into my WTF category. Because I made that category just for that and Angela alone. Mr. Meaty is an experience. Let me tell you, it's not a pleasant experience. You ever had acid? It's like acid, but without the acid.
No. Can't say I have.
Yeah. Well, I mean, if you watch the show, that's close enough. But it's bad, but it's not in the sense where it's like, oh, what the hell is this? It's just like, what the hell is this? All I could say is, if you enjoyed this show, you're most likely a serial killer.
Yeah, probably.
That's all I'll say on it. I'd rather go back to good times.
Oh yeah.
Unfortunately, I'm not allowed to make my own tiers, mainly just because I personally have to work with what I've got.
Yeah.
That being said, I'm gonna put this in like the lowest of all lows for a D, because oh my god, this was just not funny at all. Like, just yeah, like the puppetry was just really, really like uncanny valley looking. The characters, dude, the intro itself is one of the laziest intros I've ever seen, where it's just a fucking grill that has the word Mr. Meaty that gets flipped. That's literally the intro, and that's sort of what the show is.
That's like a college media production project.
Which, okay, that does bring me up to why I actually didn't put it in F, is because the thing is that like this ironically was supposed to. This wasn't made for kids. It was actually made for teenagers. Funny enough, didn't work out, obviously.
Yeah.
And I guess my thing is that like just like with the troop, at least they were trying to do something different. Obviously, that doesn't mean it's like good at the end of the day, but like, I mean, I don't entirely hate this show. I can definitely see why a lot of people do. But yeah, it's still like a low D though. Like, but generally speaking, don't waste your time with the show. It's not worth it.
Yeah.
Yeah, for sure.
It's the show where you take the wrong drugs for.
Yeah.
Okay, I'm gonna kind of switch up a little bit and get myself my first B tier cartoon, and that is El Tigre.
Nay.
Okay. El Tigre, it was an okay show. It was better than Mucho what was it? Mucho
Lucha.
Mucha Lucha.
Or Mucha Lucha.
Mucho Lucha. Yeah, it was way better than that. Mucho Lucha was just for me. But this actually has some you could tell that they tried their best with it, you know what I mean? They tried their best, and I remember when the McDonald's toys came out for this, and I had this dude that had the big sharp shoulders. I forgot his name because I don't remember a lot of the characters, but this show, it was an okay show for me. It kind of gave me that kind of nostalgic feeling of, it kind of reminds me of a little bit like Fairly Odd Parents, the same style, which I'm pretty sure is made by the same guy.
It's not. Butch Hartman's a piece of shit.
Mm-hmm.
Yeah. But still, it was still a good cartoon for our time, and yeah, I'm gonna put it as my first B tier.
Alright.
Oh, am I going?
Is it yours or mine?
Well, no, in terms of me talking.
Oh, yeah.
Austin, go ahead.
Well, don't skip me, goddammit.
It goes me.
No, I'm talking about, like, we can talk whenever we want. Remember?
Oh, yeah. Yeah, you go first.
Okay, anyways. Okay, I agree with you. It's better than Mucha Lucha, because honestly, that show is like a low D, because the animation was flat and all that stuff. At least this one, you know, it doesn't look so, like, drab compared to that. That being said, I just never cared. You know, like, I'm still going to put this in the same tier, mainly just because, like, when this first came out, like, I remember I just did not vibe with this show at all. Like, there was just something about it that I just didn't really like. It just didn't grasp me in the right way. Mainly just because I feel like at this time, the whole superhero animated character trope started to get tired by this point. Like, and don't get me wrong, I do like that trope, but this one just felt more below average compared to those. And at the end of the day, I just didn't care. That's just my thing. It's not bad. It's just, and also there's some like parts of the animation where you can clearly tell that it's cheap because it is a Flash animated show. So, but I don't know. That's all I'm gonna say. It's just not my vibe.
Yeah. That's
Okay,
fair.
Austin.
Me, I'll put it at a B tier. Actually, another show I actually really loved watching. I mean, granted, I don't give it above an A just because it didn't. Well, I wouldn't say it didn't stick with me, but there's just things about it I really don't know, just to keep me from giving it an A. But definitely no lower than a B for me on that one. I love the characters. I love the art style and the animation. Like, yeah, it was. There are cheap moments in the animation as well. I'm not gonna take that fault away. That's probably why I can't give it the A. But overall, B tier. I thought it was a really good show.
All right.
Now you can
And
choose
now
one more.
for my next S tier. Who lives in a pineapple under the sea?
Are you judging
Rabbit.
the cost of early SpongeBob or the entirety? Because there's a
I'm doing the
huge
entirety of
difference.
SpongeBob. I'm just gonna do SpongeBob in general. Okay. I'm gonna say SpongeBob is an S tier. From my childhood growing up, I see you judging me. Let me talk. From my childhood growing up, SpongeBob has and will always have a special place in my heart. Granted that the episodes nowadays aren't as good as the ones that we grew up with. This show was just by far it was like the number one show and still is the number one show on Nickelodeon still to this day. Dude, they're still gonna be playing SpongeBob in like 3228. They're still gonna be playing SpongeBob episodes when we're like 200 years dead. That's how popular this show is, and this show will live on for generations to generations. So yeah, S here for SpongeBob.
Who do you want to go first, me or you?
Are you going to be more positive or more negative?
Middle. I am
Fuck
gonna
it, I'll
give
go.
it. You'll go.
Okay, so, I don't hate SpongeBob, but as a matter of fact, I really dig the early seasons. Like, obviously, seasons 1, 2, and 3, and I will even admit, even a little bit of season 4, I really like, for the most part. And I even liked the first SpongeBob movie. That being said, ever since the original creator was basically fired, like after the SpongeBob movie, not only did SpongeBob lose its touch, but also produced such awful, and I do mean really awful episodes. Because there was a time in my life where I just stopped watching SpongeBob because of the lack of access for me to be able to watch the older episodes, but also just being force-fed some of just the worst episodes I've ever seen. Because, Dylan, do you remember the episode The Splinter?
Yes, I do.
That episode alone puts this like not even in the A or S tier. And also, oh my god, at this point, it's more or less just a parody of itself now. Which I know SpongeBob did parodies of like other things like over the years. I get that, but like at this point, they just completely like 180'd a lot of what the characters were. Because Patrick at first was, your typical, idiot, but still, a respectable character that was trying to be friendly, right? Then they changed him into a complete dipshit. And that is unforgivable. And it instantly became one of my least favorite characters in animation history as a result. So for this, it's going to be like a low C. If you're contributing to like the newer seasons, which is like around 2000, I want to say 6 onwards. That being said, once again, I don't hate all of SpongeBob because, like I said, there are some, obviously I do like the older episodes of SpongeBob because they felt like they were genuine. But even then, there were even some episodes from older SpongeBob that really makes me question it. Because does anyone remember the Patrick's Parent episode?
Yep, I was actually just literally thinking about that.
Yeah, that was also really, really bad and kind of offensive nowadays. Let's just be real here. Like, so that being said, obviously, a meme has spawned from SpongeBob, and we can at least, give it that. And also just some good episodes anyways, like the Rips Pants episode, the very first episode with Help Wanted. But generally speaking, this show is just not that great anymore. Granted, I heard that they were trying to improve, but at this point, it's more of a parody of itself, and that's why I'm just personally not the biggest fan of it anymore. But either way, I'll let Austin talk. Thank you for subbing to me, Dylan.
No problem.
Yeah, thank you for the subs on ZS2948. Anywho, I put it at a higher C. I mean, granted, it did lose its touch, and honestly, I like SpongeBob, but I wasn't as into it as everyone else was. I will be honest. I mean, I still liked it, but as a kid, I mean, for the longest time as a kid, I didn't like SpongeBob. I will admit that.
Same boat.
Yeah. So, I mean, do I think, it's one of the best shows that Nick did produce? Absolutely, like during its earlier seasons. It's not that the new seasons are definitely. Granted, there are a couple sprinkled good moments in there that I have seen, but I just never was, huge into SpongeBob, so I just have to give it a C, honestly.
I will add
Still
this.
good,
Sorry. What?
Oh, you're good. Still not a bad show, but it just wasn't, the thing I watched the most.
I guess it's just my thing is that, like, the reason why I'm just, really not a big fan of SpongeBob anymore is, A, because I think they've done more bad than good. Like, I don't think anyone's really denying that, like, when you really think about it. But also, I'm not going to lie, and I know I'm going to get hate for this. SpongeBob, just in general, I feel like is kind of overrated. Like, and it is a result of the newer seasons and all that stuff. So, had they ended it after the first movie, it would have been S tier for me. But because of just how bad it got, and I do mean really, really bad, because like I said, I was actually in Austin's boat where just for the longest time, I just didn't give a shit about SpongeBob, but because of the newer seasons. And that's what I was exposed to a lot more compared to the older seasons. So, once again, I don't think this show is, like, I don't think everything's awful about it. It's just, it's like Linkin Park or like Simpsons, where it's like, there's more bad than good. Or at least, no, except for Linkin Park. They've done more good than bad, but like just kind of, yeah, whatever.
Yeah.
In any event.
Okay, I'm going to go grab some food. I'll be right back.
All right.
Was it your turn?
No, he just finished his.
Oh, it's my turn.
I did my turn.
All right.
Wait, did I? Wait, El Tigre, SpongeBob, and Mr. Meaty. Yeah.
Okay,
Yeah.
cool. All right, my turn. What's a show that he probably has not watched?
I don't know if he's watched.
You know what? Let's talk about another. I want more positive shows. Fuck it. Actually, you know what? Let's talk about the show that you and I were talking about. That like apparently you remembered.
Okay.
100 D's for Eddie McDowd.
D's for Henry McDowd. Yeah, let me see.
It's the one with the dog. It's the very first one.
Yeah. Oh yeah, I remember this. Like, Not, you know, like crystal clear, but I vividly do remember watching it. Like, when did this come out?
Not very, very, very late 1999. We're talking like November of 99.
So I think I might have been like super young, and they might have just running reruns because I was born in '99. So
wow,
I think I was just super young.
You just de-doxed yourself, or your age. Anyways, okay, so hate to be that one person, but this predates Dog with a Blog by 15 years. That's not a good thing. This show, it's not an absolute F because, you know, for being one of the first shows to try and have, you know, the CGI lip thing in front of, like, you know, an animal, I can at least accept the fact that they were trying. And that's pretty much what the D tier is at this point, is basically what I like to call the try but fail tier. But, like, it really, if you go rewatch the episodes, it does not age well at all. Like, and the whole point of the show is fucking stupid. Because, long story short, someone was a human, then he got turned into a dog, and he has to do 100 good deeds, because he was like a piece of shit. But it's like, dude, like, they didn't even finish the fucking series for him to get back to human. And so at the end of the day, it's just lost media that deserves to be lost. So
okay, what are we talking about?
100 deeds for Eddie McDowd.
The dog.
Wait, one at a time.
100 deeds. 100 deeds for Eddie McDowd. It's the very first one with the dog.
Oh.
What did you do?
I dropped my phone.
Have you heard of that show?
Yeah, no, that's what
it's a very, very, very late 90s and early 2000s. So there you go.
Oh,
okay. What?
I just put a D tier. I mean, it's a tried but failed column at this point. Because, I mean, it's just like the troop, you know. Concept, you know, I get, you know, it's a pretty interesting concept. It wasn't executed as well as it could have been. Really, that's all I got to say. I've already said what I had to say about it when I talk about the troop. It's the exact same thing. Just cool concept. Didn't execute it that well.
You know what? Let's talk about some very, very angry beavers.
Oh, the angry beavers.
I'm going to put this one in A tier. So, okay, I'm pretty sure this was like the first show that, this was like one of the first major animated roles that Richard Stephen Horvitz did. He was the voice of Zim, as well as the imp character from Hell of a Boss.
Yeah.
And Billy from Billy and Mandy. So this is like one of his first major roles in terms of the animation realm. And honestly, his portrayal as Daggett, pretty good. Also, the show not only is, you know, pretty cool in terms of its animation, but also even exceeds with some of the jokes, because, you know, it's mostly like beaver jokes, with the occasional sex joke, as portrayed in the very first episode, where someone got may or may not have gotten crotch touched, but that's besides the point. But it's one of those shows where it combines stupid humor with like smart humor, like as in like, you know, like the slapstick humor. That's why I like to call dumb humor, with like the more, you know, QWERTY style of like jokes involving like the, like, you know, what situation they're in. And I think how they executed was pretty cool. It has its faults though. I do feel like the premise was a bit sudden, because they have to move out because like they've been kicked out because of like a litter from their parents or whatever. That's kind of whatever. I get it's a cartoon, but still. But and also there are some episodes I do feel like drag on just a little bit with like the joke itself. It is one of those shows. But generally speaking, it's a pretty solid show, and I do recommend it. So.
Okay. I did not care for the Angry Beaver.
Oh my god, what did you care for?
Not Angry Beavers. it just kind of gave me that vibe of that Cartoon Network or Boomerang show Two Stupid Dogs. It kind of gave me the same vibe as that.
This show's way better than that one.
But it just kind of gave me the same vibe as that, and I just couldn't get into it. I just didn't really care for it. So, hate me all you want. I don't give a fuck.
I mean, that's fair too.
But yeah, didn't care for it.
Austin.
I give it an A. I actually did like Angry Beavers a lot. It was one of the earlier ones I remember watching. I honestly, I thought it was great voice acting. I thought the show had plenty of funny moments, even though it had a moment that we already discussed and shall not discuss again, like Voldemort. Anywho,
Maka TOS.
Yeah, TOS. But anywho, yeah, just A tier just for the humor and again the voice acting. I really liked it. And the animation style was definitely a little charming, a little bit. Again, you throw that charm in there, I'm gonna like your show. So if you want me to like your show, just make it as damn charming as you can. All right, I'm good on that one.
I feel like I should get an F tier one.
Oh, what shall you choose for F tier?
Rabbits.
Oh yeah, yes.
F tier. So, who remembers the Rabbids?
Oh, I remember, and they. Oh, that's my first.
Raise your hand.
Who could ever forget?
So, long story short, these came from Rayman 2 back in 1999. They were one of the enemies. They were so popular for whatever reason, and Ubisoft milked them to death. And they're basically prototype minions. I fucking hate the minions. They deserve to fucking die, and these also deserve to fucking die as well. And their show... Okay, if you take the Minions movie and remove all of the human characters, that's basically what the show is. Fuck this show. It's not worth your time at all. And we don't need a revival of one of the worst aspects of the 2000s. Yes, I like that decade, but even I will admit there was some god-awful shit from that decade. And one of them was the Rabbids. And I'm even someone who defends Ubisoft in some of their mistakes. This I can't defend. That's all I gotta say. Don't watch the show. Horrible.
And don't buy the Uno pack.
Yeah, that's the mistake that you made.
Anyone else?
Really, I think he's nailed the hammer on the head. Although I want to disagree. Yeah, I mean F tier all around. Now listen, all right, we'll talk about the Uno pack another day. You just mad because I kick your ass on it every single time. Anywho. Yeah, I don't think there's really much to be said about Rabbids that hasn't been said already. It was something. Not good enough to be on the WTF.
Yeah.
Not interesting enough to be on the WTF.
Whose turn is it?
You need to talk about the show, god damn it.
I have nothing to say about it. It's just bad. Dog shit. Horse shit. Manure. Dung.
I mean, you kind of have to have a show for you to be able to talk about the show.
All right, last show for me. You know what? I'm gonna choose a. You know what? Feel like I should choose a B tier one.
I thought you did your three Angry Beavers, that dog one, and Rabbit.
Oh, that's right. Never mind. Austin.
Yeah. Oh, it's my turn. Ooh, okay. Well, in that case, let me start us off on a high note here. I'm going to go with an S tier one. And I'm going to go with the Penguins of Madagascar.
You know what's funny?
Hmm.
That's one of the ones I was thinking of.
Were you really about to? I read your mind. I'm a mind reader. But no, Penguins of Madagascar. Now, granted, usually when you get characters from a movie or a show to get their own movie or show at all. A lot of times it flops. Not the case with Penguins of Madagascar. They, for one, I like that they kept true to the character arc, like without going too crazy like the next show I'll talk about anyhow. But Penguins, still likable. And how many more characters did they bring in from the show? Like, did they bring in the main cast at any point?
Maybe once, but like,
Yeah,
other than
I did.
the
King
lemurs
Julian.
and the penguins themselves,
Yeah,
those were like
everyone else is a new character pretty much that we might have encountered. But no, S tier. I was genuinely shocked when I was a kid watching the show, and I would recommend it. If I had a child, I would want him to watch the Penguins. Because if I have 4 kids, even better.
Ew, you just mentioned 4 kids. No.
Not that kind. All right. I'm not going to explode the building with dynamite and send you to the Shadow Realm.
Okay, so Penguins from Madagascar. I'm not gonna put in S tier. I'm gonna put in A tier.
Okay.
It was a good show. It really was. I was actually really surprised because you would think, like Austin said, you would think that something that comes from an actual movie, Madagascar, in this case, most of these things flops. Not in this case with Penguins from Madagascar, the cartoon, and the movie. Can't forget they had a movie as well.
2014.
Yeah, they did. That's right. But there's one scene I remember where he has like a portal and a toothbrush comes from the portal. He goes, "But who can resist this?" You remember that?
Oh, I vividly. Like, bits and pieces are coming back.
Yep. But this is still a good show, so I might give it an A tier.
Honestly, I'm kind of in the same boat. Easy A tier. And like Austin said, usually these things flop, but thankfully they kept true with the characters. And not only that, but also even exceeded in a lot of ways. Obviously, Skipper, Rico, Kowalski. The other one, I can't think of his name. Private. They kept true with their characters because let's just be real here. They were objectively the best part of the movie.
Yeah.
Like, they stole the show, and it makes sense why they would have their own show. And thankfully, they kept true with that. And, this is the first of, like, many a collaboration with DreamWorks and Nickelodeon. And thankfully, they were able to nail it with this one, with the humor. The one that I watched for the thing or whatever, the first 3 minutes were really funny because of, like, the whole parody of, like, taking out people or whatever. And it's really funny because they were going after gorillas, and they were it was Rico who was like threatening a banana. I don't know. I just thought like the way that they did was kind of funny.
Yeah.
So generally speaking, go check it out. It has some flaws, obviously. Yes, the animation is not as good as the movie, but that's to be expected. But even then, they still kept true mostly for it.
Yeah.
But yeah, no. I'm surprised that I'm giving it an A.
Yeah.
Oh god, that actually hurt.
Now, speaking of series adapted from, cuz characters, I'm going to go with a big flop known as Planet Sheen.
Boy, here we go.
I don't think...
Lord.
Listen. All right. You want to know why this show flopped? For one, it had not a set plot. Like, usually shows, have a set plot, even if it's just an episode, like a few episodes long, or one episode even. This show was, from what I remember, was so all over the goddamn place. It was hard to keep track of. And they were really milking the cash cow with Sheen. Like, it was more of a cash-in than anything. Because, like, to me, I thought Sheen was more likable in Jimmy Neutron. And that's saying something because, like I said, a lot of people thought Sheen... Plenty of people thought Sheen was...
Helium Jar Jar.
Yeah. Oh, God, he is the Jar Jar Jimmy Neutron. But anywho... Yeah, this... No. Carl show would have been a lot better than this. So F tier easily, right below.
Yeah.
You know what? No, I'll give it above Rabbits.
Yeah, same here. Actually, no, Rabbits is kind of worse.
Rabbids was objectively worse. I'm just gonna say that right now.
That's why I'm saying Planet Shane's going above Rabbits.
Yeah, so I'm just gonna agree with everything that Austin said. So this show's bad.
Same
right.
thing for you, Dave.
I like to keep I like to get the benefit of the doubt, because yes, the animation looks flat for 2010. You know, Sheen was just made into way more of a helium Jar Jar Binks than anyone asked for, and there was barely any like true plot. Sheen didn't even want to go back to fucking planet Earth, which makes no goddamn sense. And you know, just it's just really stupid, especially since like how the fuck does Jimmy and Weezer not give a shit about getting back Carl? Like that doesn't make any sense. That being said, I guess my thing is that I've seen so many worse Nickelodeon shows that like I feel like this one it gets a lot of hate because of like just the association of Jimmy Neutron and it being like a parody. That being said, it's still a D. Like it's not even close to getting above into like, you know, anywhere above that.
Yeah.
I've just seen worse. That's all I'm going to say. Is that it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but like it's not really worth your time. It's a waste of resources. That's all I just see it as it is.
Yeah. And for my next show, it's time to duel because I'm talking about Yu-Gi-Oh! Zexal next.
Oh yeah.
Which Dylan, it's right by
transitioned
Zoe
over to
101.
Nickelodeon during this time.
Yeah, I see it. I didn't care for Zexal.
Now, me, I mean, I didn't go on my way to watch it at all, but I'm willing to give it the low B, give it the benefit of the doubt. It impressed me enough. I actually kind of like some of the character designs. The monster designs are pretty cool. As me and Dave discussed before you joined the call, the first, Japanese theme opening, absolute banger
it's
of a
actually
song.
really damn good. What?
But no, like I didn't go on my way and religiously watch Zexal like I did with the first 3 series, which was the original GX and 5Ds.
Oh.
But overall, I didn't think it was bad by any means.
Guess what I brought?
Oh boy! Oh wait, I saw those earlier.
Yo.
Okay, so I will admit, I was actually in the same boat as Dylan whenever like this came out. I just didn't care because I already mentioned this before. I prefer 5Ds. That being said, I did rewatch the first 2-parter. Honestly, not that bad. As a matter of fact, I'm gonna put this like as a result because, dude, this deserves like a B because of the humor with the show. Because in my opinion, this is probably like one of the funnier series, but like they made the humor so much funnier, and I know exactly why. It's because this is the first Yu-Gi-Oh show to not be associated with 4 kids. Thank every divine being in the world. So, and because of that, they had a little bit more creative freedom for it. That being said, I still prefer 5Ds, but anything's better than GX in my opinion. I hated GX. Like, that one was just a drag. Yes, this one also is sort of like, the school board thing, but at least with this one, it was made more interesting and not like half the entire fucking show in a goddamn classroom. So, yeah, like, obviously because of that, already above GX, but even exceeds in several ways by introducing the ethereal guy. I haven't reached too far to remember his name, but like the whole dynamic of I can't remember the main character's name. What's his name again?
Of Zexal?
Yeah, but like him being tied to basically like a guardian, thing or whatever. I think that's interesting, especially, compared to UC just being a freaking, I don't know, like a roadman or whatever, and then the guy from GX just being a normal ass student, and then even Yugi basically just being a bit of a brat outside of what's his face, his form or whatever. So once again, it has some flaws. That's why it's like not above like B, but
Yeah.
I can see why there's some people who like this.
Yeah. Also, the character's name is apparently Yuma Tsukumo.
Yuma. Okay, there you go.
And yeah, all right. That's all for my shows.
All right, Dylan.
Wait, what was your third? Oh, wait, that's what you did.
Yeah,
Yeah,
just 3.
yeah, it was.
Okay. So, my turn. Okay. I'm gonna do an S tier one. You guys saw this coming. Go Power Ranger.
Oh yeah, that's
There
right.
we go.
All
Power
right.
Rangers was on here, or at least like newer seasons as well as like reruns of the original.
Okay,
Yeah.
So that therefore
I'm
counts.
putting this. I am going to put this in S tier. From Mighty Morphin all the way to I want to say, Megaforce. I watched. So that's a whole at least like 23 years
Yeah.
of Power Rangers at least. But the
Well,
ones
some of
going
them
on
were on
after that,
Disney
like
Channel, so
yeah, some of them were on Disney Channel, but
we're not ranking
But-
those.
yeah, but the ones after like Dino Charge or Beast Morphers, I was already an adult at that time, so I couldn't really get into those kid shows anymore. Granted, once in a while I'm like, let me watch Power Rangers. Let me just go to my childhood. Once in a while I do that just to relive my memories, but Power Rangers was by far one of the best shows I watched as a kid.
Mm.
And I always thought of myself as the Blue Ranger, hair, glasses, as Billy, the nerd. But and the way how did I put this? The legacy of I was about to say Transformers. Holy shit! I might as well just. Anyway, but the Megazords, the legacy of the Megazords was just amazing, especially for its time in '93 and '94. I'm pretty sure it was '94. For
93
the
is when
time,
it first
those
started.
93. The graphics for that was
Wait,
just
graphics?
outstanding, or like motion graphics.
Motion. It was a fucking puppet. It was not animated.
That was like a green. Okay, whatever. Anyway, but for those who don't know, Power Rangers is the American version of a Japanese cartoon from the '70s known as Super Sentai.
Oh.
Okay.
Yeah, I knew that.
Oh yeah, all like Power Rangers started in the '70s, but wait, they got Mighty Morphin from oh god, what was the one? It was one of the seasons. I want to say it was like in the '80s is when they made the designs of the first Mighty Morphin Power Rangers, and continue on. They just used the Japanese footage for like fighting scenes, and they just did English voiceover, but they had their own actual characters out of costume and everything, and also transforming wise as well. So I just love how they were able to put all that together, and yeah, this show will have a special place in my heart.
Yeah.
Austin.
Me, I'm gonna put it at an A tier. High A. I mean, I watched this a lot, growing up. I loved, every single bit of it. And, going back, and watching as an adult, I just want to say, there's still some, I still think it's great. Although I want to say there are plenty of cheesy moments, but they're so fucking
90s,
cheesy that I love it. It's just like,
it's the '90s. What do you expect?
True, yeah. Like, it's the good kind of cheese. It's just
Hey,
like, okay, hell yeah, I can get behind this.
One more thing, SPD and Mystic Force are the fucking best.
SPD and Mystic Force were
God,
good.
why is this not loading? I'm trying to load up the Wikipedia website, but it's not working.
SPD emergency.
Okay, so
But really, that's all I gotta say.
Okay. I'll put this in high B. I don't know. stuff like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles and Power Rangers, I'm not really the biggest fan of. That being said, I will admit it's the over the top stupidness is pretty great. So therefore it's definitely in the upper tier. So we will conquer Earth. You know, like stupid like that. Like it's so stupid. And here's the thing. It's pretty much like that for every single season as well. So if you've seen like the original Power Rangers, you've pretty much seen it all. Except for maybe like a couple of like, you know, newer stuff that may have happened, but like, you know, I watched, you know, the original. I've watched the first couple of episodes of the original, and then I watched the a couple episodes from God, if this can fucking load, I can remember. Look up the ones that were on Nickelodeon. Someone.
Also forgot the point that I got it.
Okay.
Because
Also
I watched.
forgot to point this out. Dino Thunder was the shit as well.
That was on Disney Channel though.
Yeah.
Still, Nickelodeon, Power Rangers.
But I don't know. If you grew up in that era, I can see the appeal. It's a really weird premise though. Like, you know, just a bunch of teenagers in a Saved by the Bell environment, then get, you know, transported all the way to just a random point in like their area, and they somehow just gain the power of dinosaurs and just become the Power Rangers, and they're able to pretty much build the dinosaur.
Nickelodeon started in 2010 or 2011 with Power Rangers Samurai.
That's
and
right. I
then-
watched Samurai.
Ooh.
And going on forward, which was there was Samurai, Super Samurai.
Okay, I want to make this quick though.
Megaforce.
I'm sorry. I did watch Samurai, so
Yeah, Samurai was okay. Samurai, Super Samurai, Megaforce, Super Megaforce, Dino Charge, Super Dino Charge, and Ninja Steel.
you don't have to.
Super
You don't have
Ninja
to list
Steel.
everything out. I want to make this quick because we've been on this a
Yeah.
little bit too long. But generally speaking, it's okay. B tier. There you go.
Yeah. Okay. Next one. Let's see here.
Bands, Power Rangers.
I'm gonna choose one that I actually watched. Big Time Rush. Let's do Big Time Rush.
Hey.
Yes.
I'll give it an A tier. I think Big Time Rush was a really good show. Granted, it's not as good as, you know, other shows that I might pick from this, but it was still a pretty.
Yeah. That's fair too.
I mean, to be fair, I'm not a boy band fan like BTS or anything like that. Jonas Brothers.
Yeah.
I mean, my sister was crazy for them, so.
Yeah.
Austin, I think you should probably tell your thing first, and then I can explain mine.
Yeah. I'll give them an A tier. I thought, the show had some great moments, great cast, great guys, all around. Super underrated. I'm just going to say as a band. I mean, show aside, the band, because the show is great too, but I'm not dissing the show, but I think it's because, they were attached to, that show that people didn't give them as much attention. But they're one of those bands that can harmonize extremely well, because there's bands out there, they harmonize not as well, but, decent enough. And I feel like, that's an important thing to have. So, but again, a lot of funny moments, a great band to make a show out of. And really, that's all I got to say on that one.
Okay, so
Alright.
you guys might be shocked, but this show gets a lot of... It's a very polarized show. Because I know a lot of people who really do not like the show at all. And I mean, they absolutely hate the show. That being said, I kind of don't get it. Like, with last time we talked about, certain bands that I can see where the hate comes from, but I don't think it's really justified. With this one, it doesn't really make any sense because a lot of people have criticism for the show being really over the top and being like some semi-cartoony. But it's from the same people who absolutely loved shows like Ned's Declassified, which was the same fucking shit.
Yeah.
So I think that's really hypocritical. And not only that, but Also, like you said, Austin, I think I'm not even a boy band person, even though I will admit I Want It That Way is pretty great. I want it that way. But generally speaking, though, it's really not that bad. As a matter of fact, once again, you might be shocked. I'm putting this one in S tier. Like, it's really not that bad. What?
No,
never mind. We're good.
But like, it's really not that bad. As a matter of fact, like the way that obviously, there's Kendall, Carlos, Luke. Wait, Luke or Lucas?
There's Kendall, Carlos, James, and
Logan. Like, they are pretty interesting in themselves. Even oh my God, who's the record label boss? He is amazing.
I fucking love him.
But once again, it's a very over-the-top show, but that's fine. Like, I don't know why that's a big deal for people. Because it's really not that bad. Like, if you do like Ned's Declassified and hate this, I know you secretly like this. Because it's basically the same show. Except
Arthur
for,
Griffin?
What?
Arthur Griffin?
Yes! He's great.
There we go.
10 out of 10. I want him to be my boss.
Hmm.
But generally, in all seriousness, though, I think it's actually very underrated, somewhat overhated.
Or was it Gustavo?
I thought it was Gustavo.
Well,
we'll find out
He's
later.
great. I don't care. He's great. S tier.
Yeah.
Okay. All right, and last one for me. We are gonna do Danny Phantom.
Ooh.
This is S tier. This is S tier for me. Aside from Fairly Odd Parents, which one you guys will get to that, or one of us. This was a really, really good show in my opinion. It really was. There's a theory going around saying that that Fairly Odd Parents is kind of connected with Danny
made
Phantom,
by Butch Hartman, which I will address the Butch Hartman situation.
Not only that, but kind of like an alternate universe type of thing.
Well, it's because they made a short for Bunsen as the Beast.
No, that's not why. People are saying that Timmy, if his name wasn't Timmy in the alternate universe, in Danny Phantom, he grew up to be Danny Phantom because they look alike. Tootie from Fairly Odd Parents grew up to be that goth girl.
I'm not buying it. I'm not buying
that.
The TJ guy, the guy with the braces, turns out to be that jock guy.
Nah.
And oh god, what was that black kid's name? He turned out to be the kid with the glasses and the backwards hat. I just knocked my headphones out my head. Okay. But there's like a conspiracy going around, but I'm like, I don't know. I mean, I see where you're going with it, but I can't really see it. But other than that, the villains in the show were really, really good. So, yeah, I put it in S tier.
Yeah. Me personally, because I'm gonna let Dave go last, just so you can address the whole thing.
The elephant in the room.
Yeah, Dave's gonna address it. I'm gonna separate the show from the creator from a little bit because automatically Butch Hartman's an F. God, not even an F tier person, just a lower tier than that. But anywho, he's a fucking Rabbids tier. But anywho, Danny Phantom, I am gonna give it a B. Reason being, while I am separating creator from show for the most part. I'm not gonna excuse on the creator, but him aside, I thought the show wasn't that bad. I thought it was a great show. Had some great characters, some great designs. The villain designs were, like you said, definitely really fucking cool. And apparently, they're like the Danny Phantom fans are like us Kingdom Hearts fans, really reaching with our theories.
God.
I'm gonna leave that at a B tier there.
Okay, so
all right, here we go.
All right, I have to address the elephant in the room. So, long story short, Danny Phantom, along with Fairy Odd Parents, Tough Puppy, and Bunsen is a Beast, they were made by a man named Butch Hartman. Do you know what he did? Like, do you know what he is? Or who he is?
Well, I know who he is, yeah. I remember what he did.
Okay, once again, I've addressed this before. if you are Christian, that is fine. As a matter of fact, that's not my issue. My issue is the fact that he's one of those evangelical types who's like really uber Christian and likes to enforce a lot of like his ideas like onto people. And unfortunately, he said some really fucked up shit about should I say like people with mental disabilities? I'm just gonna say it like that.
Yeah.
And honestly, yeah, he's basically like Kid Rock, if anyone knows who he is.
Oh god.
Yeah. So obviously he can go fuck himself. That being said, obviously trying to put aside him as a person, which to be fair, it's more of his later years where he's like that. I will admit, Danny Phantom is still an A tier. It's not my favorite show. I do feel like it does follow a form. It does follow a lot of tropes, but I can defend it by having really cool villains. Obviously, Vlad Plasmus being like the main rival for Danny. I think his dynamic between him, like with Danny and his father, I think is pretty interesting. Obviously, there's oh god, what's his name? It's like Tech Mantis or something like that. The guy who's able to control like computers. I think that's a really cool concept. And credit where credit is due for the people who actually made up those designs. Like, because it wasn't Butch Hartman who did it. It was the people that were behind him, and the fact that they were able to pretty much, contribute to a lot of those ideas. I think they're pretty cool. Even the very ending of the show, I thought was pretty damn good. Like the series finale. So, generally speaking, it's a pretty good show, aside from the man himself. But
yeah,
you can't go wrong.
Oh yeah.
So, you know what? Because you mentioned Danny Phantom, I might as well bring up the two other big teenage heroes of the mid 2000s. And you know what? I don't fucking care. I'm bringing it out. I have the fucking shirt on. This is literally my favorite show. I don't care what people fucking say. This was my fucking shit. Because while yes, I did watch a lot of Danny Phantom, I actually ironically watched a lot more of My Life as Teenage Robot more. And it is to me, okay, actually, you know what? You guys go first. I want to see your opinions.
Okay.
So, hang on. Dylan, should you go first or should I?
I'll go first. That's my
okay, now, your answer, I do want to say, determines what kind of shovel we use on our camping trip.
What?
Nothing. I'm just kidding. Go ahead.
Excuse me?
We never talked about camping trip. Okay, anyway, Teenage Robot, I gave it a B tier. It was an okay show for me. I mean, I wasn't really the biggest fan of it, but it was still a good show for its time. But yeah, I have nothing else to say about it. It was an okay show.
Can I just be honest with you?
I thought you were gonna put it at C, honestly. I was like, should I get the bag and shovel ready, but no. I was just joking around though.
Did you see my meme? Sorry.
Yeah.
Okay. Oh. Long story short, I posted a meme. It was mostly a joke, but like, it was basically where like, you can't fucking criticize this in front of me.
Yeah. Follow SlytheWarrior on Twitter for more great memes. But anywho, I'm gonna put it at an S tier because again, it's one of those shows. Like you said, you watched it more than Danny Phantom. I watched it more than Danny Phantom. I enjoyed it more than Danny Phantom personally. Mm-hmm. I don't know that I really like the character designs. Voice acting I thought was great. Jenny's mom,
Nora.
Nora.
Yes.
One of the best fucking characters of any show that I've watched. I fucking love Nora. Mm-hmm. Yeah, that's honestly S tier. Again, great show. Very underrated, I feel.
Way overrated. Actually, I do. Okay.
Overrated? What?
I said no. I said underrated, but I was.
Oh.
God, you confused me. Anyways, what was it? Oh yeah, I was gonna say this. So, yes, I'm biased. Yes, I will admit I'm biased. I have the shirt, but I can defend my position. So, number one, I think that most of the characters, because I will mention this, I will admit there are some flaws with this, but I will get to that later. But I think the characters are really good. Like Jenny, Brad, Tucker sometimes, oh god, like the Crust Cousins, which they're the type of villains that you want to fucking beat the shit out of, but it's in a good way. Like, because they're like the bullies. Man, they are. And then even like outside of that, you've got Vexus, who was voiced by the same person who did Yzma, I'm pretty sure, from Emperor's New Groove.
I think so.
She's pretty cool. Obviously there's Armageddroid, and then there's a bunch of other ones who are pretty cool. The designs are really damn cool as well with the environments. Because yes, obviously it does take an approach from, classic animation from like the 30s, while mixing it with a lot of 90s style animation and even some tiny hints of anime in it, which I think is a really cool fusion. And I think it really works with the universe that they were going with. And even like some of the hints of like lore are so good. Granted, obviously not as deep as Avatar or something like that. I think the little sprinkles of like lore that they put in are really damn cool. That being said, yes, this is S tier, and I will admit it is my favorite show. It does have some flaws, and I have to address some things. I will admit, Sheldon, kind of a piece of shit in the first season, but thankfully they did redeem him. Also, oh god, oh yeah, I will admit I hated the Christmas episode special. Like, to me, that was just a complete betrayal of the entire series, because it completely just destroys the characters of the entire show. I will admit that. And then there's also the video that I have to address. So,
oh yeah, that video.
Obviously, I do not condone that video. I think that what is betrayed is kind of Obviously, I don't judge people for what they like, because people have certain kinks. That's understandable. That being said, she's fucking 16. So, kind of messed up in that way. Also, you have to fucking realize that, like, that kind of taints the image of the show. And unfortunately, that has resulted in a lot of people just not really caring about that show because of that fucking video. So, I had to address that. That being said, the last thing I have to address, Nickelodeon completely just shit all over this show, because the treatment that this show got, absolutely not deserved at all. Because basically what happened was they stretch out the episodes for like every 2 to 3 months, and just completely canceled the season, like the entire series, twice. And Nickelodeon should be ashamed about that. So, sorry if I've been on a tirade. Yes, like I said, I'm biased. I have the fucking shirt. Obviously, I grew up with the show, and I am biased. But there are many reasons why I think that this is a great show, and I do feel like people should watch it. It's kind of like how I feel about with like Sly Cooper, if I'm going to be honest. It's just one of my personal icons. So, that's why I personally like the show. I'm sorry if I dragged on. It's just
you're right.
About this show. Actually,
I went ahead and put my options in the tiers because it's just getting late for me. But we're gonna
you're good.
Going.
Yeah, I'm sorry. But anyways, another show that I'm actually really passionate about, and a lot of people are, Avatar: The Last Airbender. So I will admit, like, yes, this is my favorite show, but objectively speaking, this is the best show that Nickelodeon's aired. Let's just be real here. Like, compared to like, Danny Phantom, which yes is good. Some of the other shows like Rugrats and Kenan and Kel, all that. Invader Zim even. It's just the best one. Azula as like the main villain is really good. Obviously Aang, Katara, and Sokka. Even Zuko's redemption arc, which I know Zuko also looks like. I know he has that stereotypical look later on of like the whole like emo looking kid. because I know that was a big thing in the 2000s. They did it with Anakin. They did it with the Prince of Persia. But I think the way that they did it with him was just better. And just the world building of that show was just so good. Like, oh my god. Just the elements of, like, high fantasy, especially in a more East Asian look, just make it so unique. And just, I don't know. It's just, you have to watch it for yourself.
Yeah.
But before we move on, a little fun fact trivia. This was the first show that Dave Filoni directed, the guy who did the Clone Wars. So there's your reason why you should watch it, because that's my favorite Cartoon Network show.
Here we go. Now, of course, S tier for me easily. Because again, it's one of those shows. It's the best show that Nickelodeon has made. Hands down. Absolutely hands down. Great character. The Zuko redemption arc, the best redemption arc in any show that I've seen, any movie. Like, there's things, that have been good, but I don't think anything that's come, close to touching the Zuko redemption arc. And of course, my boy Sokka. My boy. And of course, who can forget the Cabbage Man? The legendary character known as the Cabbage Man.
I feel bad for him.
Yeah. I'm going to say S tier, and I'm going to drink some of my cactus juice here.
Dylan?
Oh, is it my turn?
Yes.
Yeah.
Avatar.
Okay, Avatar. I put it in an A tier. It was a good show.
Okay.
Granted, I don't really remember a lot of what went on in the show, considering this was like what 2005. Yeah, I was about to say 5 or 6, but this was still a pretty good show for its time. Yeah, I have nothing else to say about it. I thoroughly enjoyed it.
Yeah. Also, I'm kind of biased too with my S tier. I almost forgot to mention Toph.
Toph is underrated. I'm just gonna say that right now. Like, people give her so much shit, but she actually redeems herself in a pretty decent way by the end of season 2.
Yeah.
Oh yeah, we forgot about Iroh. My boy, he needs to be my uncle. He's my uncle. Iroh. How dare you forget about him?
How to make a nerd cry in 2 words? How to make a nerd cry in 2 words, as I saw on TikTok. Just go, leaves from. Anywho, is it my turn now?
I still have one more, and guess what?
Oh, you do?
You know what? Fuck it. Back to back S tier, because I don't give a fuck. It's my fucking show.
Right.
Drake and Josh. Easy
Hell
S tier.
yeah.
It's not even a question. It's my personal favorite sitcom that Nickelodeon's ever done. Like,
absolutely.
Obviously, the premise itself, yes, it is admittedly like just basic, but the way that they go around it is just what sells the show. And the fact that Josh Peck himself, like, dude, I'm surprised he didn't have his own like stand-up comedy show, because he steals the show in my opinion, just like him alone. And even Drake Bell being like the more laid back and casual character, I think it pretty much works for the most part. And just the fact that even the parents I think are pretty cool. And like some of like the people that they bring in who are like their friends or whatever. Granted, I will admit, there's one thing that does kind of hold this show back for me personally, and it's Miranda Cosgrove's character as Megan. She can be a bit too much, if I'm gonna be honest, because it's a trope that I will admit that I just fucking hate. It's the whole blaming trope of where you have one character who gets involved in a situation, then you got another character who's an absolute piece of shit take advantage of that and pretty much just blames character A in front of an authority figure. I fucking hate that trope, and unfortunately it does taint this show, but thankfully it's used sparingly. So
yeah.
And besides that, I still recommend this. So.
Yeah.
All right. I do hate to do this, but I'm gonna go. I am gonna watch your stream on Twitch because it is it's just getting late for me. I'm trying to get my schedule bedtime fixed. Right.
All right.
English.
That is fair.
But I did post my my results in the chat. Some of it's incorrect, so I did put Avatar in A tier, but for some fucking reason it's B tier. So fucking shit. Anyway, it was great hanging out with you guys. Austin, if you are still available after the stream, hit me up. Same thing with you, man. We can game for a little while. Probably do a little bit of golf. How about that, Austin? Some golf?
If you're still up, and if I'm still up, if Dave's still up, if anyone's still up.
Okay, I'm just gonna do my own things. I got some videos to edit. So yeah, I will be watching your stream and I'll be up in my shit. Okay?
Yeah.
All right,
That's fair.
bye.
Yeah.
All right. See you, bye.
Ladies and
No,
gentlemen,
that's okay.
this is a rare first where we have someone leave. So once again, make sure to check out Zombie Slayer 2948.
Yeah.
I do respect the fact that he does have to leave. It does suck, but at the end of the day,
Yeah.
we all.
At the end of the day, yeah. You gotta do what you gotta do at the end of the day. You know, when you got stuff you gotta get done.
But, god damn it, I thought he was gonna put it at C. Because, okay, before we move on to the next one, I have to say this. Long story short, I was setting up for a meme because I remember Dylan saying he was giving so much shit to the show, and I was trying to set up for a meme of being like, because you kept making up the joke last time. I know you're in the chat, I know. But I know you were you make the joke of the first podcast, or not the first podcast, the fucking tier list, where you're like, oh, well, I'm ready to get kicked out or whatever. I was gonna fucking do that.
Oh, yeah, me.
So, it was not my idea. Blame him for giving me the idea.
Motherfucker.
Okay, because it's only 2 of us now, we can choose 4. So.
Yeah. I'm gonna let you go ahead. Do you want to choose your 4th one?
Might as well do the other show that's like an S tier for me, because we've been doing back to back to back.
Back to back to back. Good vibe shows.
Ned's the Classified. S
Hell
fucking
yes.
tier. Like, once again, people gave so much shit to Big Time Rush because of what Ned's the Classified did. Like, dude, honestly, like, just the fact that, I don't know, just obviously Ned himself, pretty cool. Obviously Cookie, he's pretty great. Oh my god, what's the girl's name again?
God, I'm trying to remember. I literally just
either way
saw it earlier too.
Their whole like dynamic, it just feels, it's weirdly natural. Like, you know, like they feel like, yes, they do feel like, you know, they're middle schoolers, or even though like they were casted by the time that they were in like high school or whatever, just the way that they interact with each other, I just feel like it just felt way like more, you know, genuine compared to so many other Nickelodeon sitcoms. Which, by the way, doesn't have a laugh track. Thank you.
Yeah.
But also, just the whole gimmick of like being a survival guide to middle school, I've always found that to be pretty great. That was another thing that I wish I was able to like properly do, because I don't know. It's just that whole idea of like, you know, a survival guide. It's just funny to me. So
yeah.
But generally speaking, though, really good. Highly recommend it. Even if it is over the top and cartoony sometimes.
Yeah, sometimes that's the charm to it, though. It's just that zany humor that, you know, you'd find mostly in cartoons. Because when you do it right in live action, it's fucking perfect. Like, as you can tell with Ned's Declassified, they did it right. And it made it a much better, much funnier show. The girl's name's Jennifer, by the way. I found that out.
Yeah, that's right.
Yeah, easy S tier, because, I mean, I don't think there was really anything before it, like, with that kind of concept. Like, yeah, you know, there were movies about kids trying to survive middle school and high school.
There was Unfabulous, but honestly, I'm not the biggest fan of Unfabulous, which is on this list, by the way, but... But in a middle school full of bullies, insane teachers, and gross school lunches. That's I don't remember his last name. Ned, that's me. And our 2 best friends trying to do the impossible.
But yeah, easy S tier. One of the best shows Nick has produced live action wise. So now that's good. I'm gonna go with. You might not. I'm gonna keep my bias down a little bit. I'll give it a fair rating. So at the A tier is going to be the Chalk Zone.
Mhm.
Rudy, you got to draw something. For fucking sake. But anyway, yeah, that's not how the line went.
Yeah.
But there were plenty of Rudies you got to draw. But Chalk Zone, easy A tier for me. Very, very interesting show, in my opinion. I don't know, I guess when I watched it as a kid for the first time, I just fell in love with a lot of the character designs is what really drew me in.
Mhm.
Like, especially, with the Chalk Zone characters themselves.
Mhm.
Like, when you go into the Chalk Zone, because you got the real world and that.
Rudy's got the chalk zone.
Yeah, also the theme was a banger. But, anywho, yeah, easy A tier for me. I just fell in love with the design. Granted, I'm sure, there's probably, its flaws, as with most shows.
Mhm.
But didn't stop me from enjoying it, honestly. I would recommend it, personally. I only give it A instead of S because I don't want to be too biased. I'm going to keep it mellow. Otherwise, it would give an S.
I mean, you can be biased. I don't care. Look at me.
Fuck yeah.
I gave
S
4
tier.
of my favorite fucking shows. So much love.
Mm-hmm.
So,
S tier.
okay. I never actually grew up with the show, so I don't have that inherent bias. It never aired whenever I watched. So I do like the concept enough because like just the whole idea of like an interdimensional area of like just nothing but chalk. I think that's pretty interesting. That being said, I do feel like it is a very basic show, which is not a bad thing. But I do feel like some episodes are just better than others. Although it's better than SpongeBob in the aspect that like I do feel like generally they do more good than bad. So I'm gonna put it at B. So because for me, also I feel like the guy who's the guy made out of Chalk's name again?
I want to say, God,
Wow, that's your
rewatched
favorite
it.
show, and you don't even remember. Wow,
I didn't
fake
say it
fan.
was my favorite show. I said it was one of my favorite shows.
Wow, fake fan.
Shush. I just own someone at this. Snap. Yeah.
I feel
For
like
some
he
reason, I
always
was thinking
screams
something
out
else.
Rudy way too much, and it's like, bruh.
Dude, he's just waiting for Rudy to finally fucking draw something.
Well, the man's gotta, like, the kid's gotta live another life, though.
Yeah, well, at least draw fucking something, anything that. I don't know. I was gonna go somewhere with this bit, but I already lost it, so I'm gonna stop there.
What's your
But yeah,
next show?
my next show.
Should we do a bad show?
Absolutely, yeah. Let me see. What was a bad show here? I didn't. Yeah, let's go Salute Your Shorts, which is interesting show.
Early 90s cheese right here.
Yeah, early 90s cheese. I am just because otherwise I would give it an F tier, but I will give it a D just for the cheese. Just for the absolute cheese the show had. Because I hadn't watched this before, Dave had come to me about, hey, you want to do this tier list? I'm like, yeah. So I watched it. I was like, interesting. Not the good kind of interesting. I definitely felt like I wasn't missing anything from not watching the show. Because granted, I had only seen bits and pieces, of shows I hadn't watched before. And I don't know if any of the bits and pieces I saw of this show was any good. I doubt it, but there's nothing really stuck out to me besides the cheese.
All right, I'm okay. I have to be, I have to give it the benefit of the doubt, being like one of the earlier Nickelodeon shows. That being said, it is still a C. The intro to this show is horrible. Like, I'm just gonna say that right now. I know they were a bunch of kids at the time, but they're grown as adults now, so I can be like, yeah, no, your singing sucks. So, also, I do feel like it's kind of a mean-spirited show at times, where you got your camp counselor who's kind of a dick, and because this is based off of like a camp thing or whatever, and I don't know. The reason why I don't put it lower than C is because of how unintentionally funny this show can be. That's why I really like. That's why this show is at C. It's like Saliva, like the new metal band, if you remember that. Like where they're just so bad, but they're amazing. It's that for me.
Oh God, this really is Nickelodeon's version of Saliva, isn't it?
Except it came out before, but whatever. We're not doing semantics.
Yeah. Well, you get what I mean. Anywho, I'm gonna pick another bad show here. Fanboy.
Did you just summon Nurgle?
Chum Chum. Nurgle wants to take me away from this.
It's a Warhammer reference for those who don't get it. F.
Yeah, easy F.
Absolutely disgusting show, but not in a good way. Like, the gross out humor with this is just does not work. And also the animation, once again, 2009. Really fucking bad. And also, if the rumor is true that Nickelodeon turned down like Adventure Time for this, Nickelodeon, you're fucking stupid. Granted, I'm not even the biggest fan of Adventure Time, but it's way better than this. Oh my god.
You gotta be shitting me.
I'm not joking. That was a rumor at some point where Nickelodeon was presented with 3 or 4 shows, and 2 of them were Adventure Time and Fanboy and Chum Chum respectively. And they chose Fanboy and Chum Chum. We don't know what the other 2 shows were, but apparently that was a thing.
Yeah. Ooh. Well, I mean, lately, there's, instances of these shows, these networks picking not that great shows, or just dissing, good shows.
Mm-hmm.
Not giving them the limelight they deserve. Infinity Train. But, yeah, sorry, I had to sneeze there. Bless me.
Wait, you're upset with that show now?
I mean, I'm not upset with it. I'm just upset that it's not getting, it's
Oh, that's
next
fair.
season.
Okay.
Yeah. Because it's a decent show, but of course that's a different company, different show. But yeah, Fanboy Chum Chum. I want to move on now.
Yeah, move on
makes me sad.
to either a mediocre show or a good show, please.
Well, I'm gonna move on to a show that I genuinely like. God, where are you? I just saw you. There you are. So I'm gonna go with the Casagrandes. Which for
Casa Grandes.
those of you, I mean, you might be able to tell by the picture too.
Yeah, I know.
Made by the same people who made The Loud House. Actually, it's from, the main character is Lincoln's best friend. And, her household. So, of course, kind of the same concept. But again, it's charming enough that I'd say it's the same amount of charm as Loud House from what I've seen. Because I'm more familiar with Loud House than I am Casagrandes. Fuck, I can't.
It's Casa Grandes. Trust me, I took Spanish.
Casagrandes. Okay.
Grandes.
Grandes.
Alright, so... Wait, are you finished? Or...
Yeah, I was just gonna put it same tier, a little bit of S tier as Loud House, just because I think it has the same amount of charm.
Okay, so obviously, yes, it's made by the same people who made Loud House. Obviously, by the designs. At first, I was hesitant because it looked like it was going to be a carbon copy, because they did have, in the intro, they had, a huge family, and even the title cards play exactly the same way as Loud House. But thankfully, it is actually not a complete, it's not a complete knockoff. It actually is a little bit more original. They do keep down the number of family members, so it's not, overbearing. And also, even, I don't know. I will admit, I've only watched one episode for this, and it was the very first one. And honestly, it was kind of an endearing, episode. It was basically where, was it her father or uncle or whatever, was a huge skateboarder back in his old days.
Yeah.
And that's kind of enduring. And I will admit, that kind of touched me, because it's I kind of wish, I don't want to get too personal, but pretty much just it's kind of relatable in the sense of being able to try to connect with relatives or whatever. So
Yeah.
in that respect, I'll give it an A. That being said, I barely saw the show to really properly give it, but from what I've saw, it's fine enough. As a matter of fact, pretty positive. So
Well, and like I said, really the only thing I could think of that really does share major resemblance with is just the amount of charm it has. Because that's the thing that really gets me with these shows. It's just the charm. Like I said so many times, tricky game. Don't do that. You'll end up in the hospital if you drink every time I say this show is charming. But now
you
is
like
it your
charm.
turn, or is it
You like to
my
charm
last
people. It's your last
one?
show.
My last show. Okay. So for my last show, I'm going to pick one that I thought was in the middle. I wasn't, too big, but I definitely did not hate it by any means. Naked Brothers Band. I'm indifferent on this show. I mean, it had its good moments for sure.
It's a really weird show. Honestly,
Yeah.
like... are you going to say anything else, or...
Nah, I'm just gonna put it as C tier. Like, I didn't really feel anything for it, honestly.
Okay,
Like, I feel like it tried too hard to be Big Time Rush.
It came out before.
Oh,
This came out in 2007.
are you fucking serious? Wait. Oh, okay. Sorry, I just saw Big Time Rush before I saw this. So.
Okay, this one's really weird. So, for those who don't know, this is basically a mockumentary series that pretty much follows this like group known as the Naked Brothers Band, which was their first attempt to like basically be their Jonas Brothers. Obviously, no one remembers them, which they're not. In terms of their music, they're not because they've actually made music. They're not.
Yeah.
It's a very, very. It's definitely for a younger audience. And I get that. That being said, it's really difficult to really rate this because of just the way that they do the mockumentary. A part of me okay, you know what? Fine, I'll put it at a C, mainly just because I do feel like it probably put more negative pressure on the kids themselves than it should have. Because here's the thing as well about the show. It's from 2007. What was popular in 2007?
Well, the live action shows, wasn't it?
Well, the mockumentary. So,
Yeah.
because there were, or documentaries in general, like, because there was also Surf's Up, there was also Paranormal Activity that came out, obviously this show, and it was just trying to capitalize on that trend. It's not, I don't know, it's just, I don't know, I'm just going to say that it's really weird, and I don't think I should recommend it because it might have negatively impacted the kids that are in the show.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say. So, yeah.
That was my last show for this round.
All right. You want to talk about a show that they were on absolute drugs for?
Oh, absolutely.
So, apparently, I was actually able to find the original Ren and Stimpy. So, what?
Ooh,
So,
you found the original.
okay, so I need to address another elephant in the room. Just like with My Life's Teenage Robot, there was an adult parody that came out for Ren and Stimpy that pretty much was abysmal in every single way. That being said, thankfully Paramount Plus has the original show, and I'm just going to say this right now. They were on all the drugs. They were on acid. They were on meth, cocaine, Jack Daniels. They were on all of the stuff for this show. That's why it's a very high A for me. Because, oh my god, it was amazing. Like, Ren by himself, yes, he has like really like weird and demented moments, but that's what makes the show kind of like funny in some way. And oh my, I don't know, it's just there's just no words to describe just how amazing this show is. Like,
Yeah.
that's all I gotta say. The only reason why it's not in S tier is because I still need to watch a few more episodes. Excuse me, oh my god. But generally speaking, though, highly recommend it. Just off of that factor alone. So,
Well, I put it B tier for the same reasons, honestly, because not saying that's not exactly my cup of tea, but oh boy, this wizard brew of drugs, like this witch's brew of every single drug known to man. It's a show, that's for sure.
shut up,
when you talk
Dylan.
about
It's
that-
better than freaking Cow and Chicken, which was just an absolute ripoff.
Yeah, I would make Cow and Chicken was a ripoff.
Yeah, that show sucked. This show's actually really good because it's actually smart with its humor. And that's why I like smart humor. Which, speaking of smart humor, let's talk about Pinky and the Brain.
Oh heck yeah!
So, yes, this actually did air on Nickelodeon. Pretty much I think it was the last 2 or 3 seasons aired on Nickelodeon in the late 90s. And I will admit, it is not my favorite show. I do feel like sometimes it does get a little bit boring. That being said, it's still a high B. I do think, obviously, the characters, Pinky and the Brain themselves, really sell the show with their whole smart, dumb dynamic. Especially whenever it comes to them trying to take over the world or whatever, you know? Because that's pretty much their shtick. They're like lab mouse or whatever. Wait, are you going to say something?
Oh no, I was just gonna say, hey Bray, what are we gonna do? The same thing we do every day, Pinky. Try to take over the world.
Yeah, that's a gimmick, but it's a good gimmick. And funny enough, this was actually worked with Steven Spielberg, I'm pretty sure. So he did contribute to the show, and obviously his magic does touch in the show. It's not a perfect show, because I do feel like there are some parts, like I said, that are a little bit dated, but the animation still holds up because it's a really deeply detailed show, I guess.
Yeah.
And I can still appreciate that aspect. So that's all I'm going to say. I would check it out, personally.
Well, now that we got done with that
All right.
wonderful acid trip, what's your next show?
Did you not comment? You didn't comment on the show.
I did, yeah. I did right before you went on that last rant. I gave it the B tier, and I explained that it's a wild fucking wizard brews of drugs that somehow works.
I was talking about Pinky and the Brain, not Ren and Snippy.
Oh, yeah. God damn, sorry, I fucking blanked that. I mean, I heard you talking about...
Okay, Izzy.
Okay. Now listen here. Alright, I put it at an A tier. Now, of course, as you can tell by the quote, I have watched the show. I'm very familiar with the show. I absolutely adore the show. It's one of my favorite, smart and dumb tropes. Like, that trope. The characters do it so well, is the thing that gets me. Like, because, you can... It's like, having a good concept but terrible script. You can have one, but if you don't have the other, not going to do as well, possibly.
Mhm.
This one, takes both the trope and the characters and actually mixes it well. Because I've seen dumb and smart tropes that don't end up working at all. It becomes redundant and absolutely unfunny after a while. This one, I never thought became unfunny with the trope. So easy A tier for me on that one.
I came prepared this time.
Very nice, very nice.
All right. I barely have anything in F. Should I continue that trend? Or should I or should I add more?
What? Oh, surprise me.
You're going to disagree with me on this one.
I think I already know.
Rocket Arena. Or Rocket Power, I mean. That game fucking sucks too. But Rocket
I was
Power,
gonna say, Rocket Arena, the fuck?
dude, because of that game, I get confused with both names, but either really this show Okay, you gotta explain first, then.
I mean, I put it at a low B.
Dear Lord, Austin.
I didn't give it an A or an S. Granted, after I watched it a little bit, I still don't mind it.
Have you watched it recently?
I have recently, yeah. Still liked it a little bit. I mean, granted, before then I would have probably put it in an A or S, but afterwards it's like, nah, I'll put it at a B. But I don't know. I just like. I mean, I've always been a fan of skateboarding. I just can't skateboard to save my life. And the extreme sports sort of stuff. And this show, hits it for me with those. I actually do like the little art style they got going on for it. Like, I can definitely get that extreme, like, sports 90s, 2000s sort of vibe from the art style. But yeah, I will admit, it's not as good as I remembered it being.
Oh,
I will admit to that.
God. Okay. I think the people who have nostalgia for this show are the people who haven't watched this show in 15 years. Because, in my opinion, this show is just wretched, like, and really, really dated, but in a bad way. Because this show tried to appeal to the graffiti punk crowd, which I've already mentioned. I mentioned this before. Basically, graffiti punk being like, the punks, like the punk style kids who really like skateboarding and all that stuff. People like Tony Hawk and all of that.
Yeah.
Who were really big in the late 90s to the mid 2000s, and the reason why I call them graffiti punk is because they were associated with like graffiti art style.
Yeah.
And that's where like bands like Linkin Park and Limp Bizkit get involved with, like those sort of like punk and nu metal bands.
Yeah.
They're associated with that scene. It was trying to capitalize on that market in the late 90s and the early 2000s, and it really just... The characters are, in my opinion, insufferable. Like, the one guy with the not the nerd kid, but like the guy with like the spiky hair with like the glasses, he's such a dipshit. Like, I absolutely hate him. Also, his other friend... not the nerdy kid. The nerdy kid's okay, but like the other two guys, insufferable for me. And also it mostly just stems to the fact that they use a lot of really dated lingo, and they use it like every 2 fucking seconds, and it's insufferable. And I fucking hate it. Really? A really decent art style. This show looks fucking drab. It's so fucking drab. Like, and it's made by the same people who made Rugrats. Which, yes, Rugrats is a bit drab too, but like they didn't use like really ugly dark greens and browns for the show. Because that's like 70% of the color palette with this show. It looks disgusting. So...
I do see where you're coming from on that.
Okay, whatever. I'm not gonna drag this on. Long story short, this show is heavily overrated. In my opinion. Like, it does not deserve the recognition that it gets at all. Because, like I said, it's mostly by people who probably haven't seen this show in over a decade. And I can guarantee you that. It's really bad. I'm sorry. Just even looking at it objectively speaking, it just doesn't hold up compared to other Nicktoons. Even by Calypso! The people who made this shit, like... So, whatever. That's all I'm gonna say.
Okay.
Oh, shoot. One more. God damn it.
Yeah, you got one more.
God.
But no, the criticisms were definitely bad. Like, I definitely see where you're coming from on that one. For sure.
Yeah, it's my same criticism with a lot of like stuff like Mad or Bakugan or Bowling for Stoop. It's just they were capitalizing on a trend from the 90s and early 2000s. So, all right. Let's talk. I gotta address another terrible show. Henry Danger.
I was wondering when you were gonna pull this one.
Oh God. Okay. Dan Schneider, what were you doing with this? Where's your magic? Yeah, this is made by the Dan Schneider of All That, Drake and Josh, Kenan and Kel, The Amanich Show, iCarly, and Victorious. And he made this piece of shit. Like, it's okay. It's not bad enough to be an F, but it's not good enough to be like above a D. Like, it's in that stupid, like, it's in that weird limbo of just being so bland and just uninspired. Because the whole premise is like, oh, there's like a, you know, superhero that goes out of like a dump store or whatever. And it's like, come on, man. You can do better than that. And not only that, but also the constant laugh track. This is the show that made me hate laugh tracks, by the way. Because they do it every fucking second. And I'm not even exaggerating. Like, even if a joke isn't said, they pull up a laugh track. And it's so annoying. So, whatever. The only reason why it's not an F is because, you know what? Fuck it. Never mind. It is an F. I'm convincing myself that it's absolute shit. Because, like, really, Captain Man and Henry Danger? Really?
Yeah.
Really? That's like saying, Captain Man. That's like saying Mistress Woman. Like, what the fuck is that name? Whatever. What's your opinion on this?
Well, my opinion. First off, I was looking at chat. I would say hello, Frogan.
Hey, Frog and Toad 25. Welcome to the stream. We're totally not unprofessional.
Yeah, no, we totally know what we're doing here. But anywho, my opinions on this. For one, the fact that it is trash, just like Dan Schneider. But that's another story for another time. About him being a creep. But anywho, I watched a little bit of Henry Danger because it's one of those ones that you brought up that I hadn't watched before. However, it wasn't that good. I just didn't like it at all. For one, why do these fuckers look like they just came out of Lazy Town? And not good characters from Lazy Town either.
Yeah.
Like, the costumes already remind me of like a hero villain based terrible Robbie Rotten costume. And that is not number one in my book. But no, I really couldn't get. Also, yeah, fuck you. This show.
Captain Man.
The man. No, I'm putting an F tier. If I talk about this show anymore, I'm gonna probably lose some brain cells.
What is your shows now?
My shows. Well, I'm gonna start off with a good live action show. iCarly.
All right.
Now I am gonna give iCarly the B tier. Now I grew up a lot with iCarly, but it's not. I'm not putting it in B tier for nostalgia reasons. Nostalgia reasons aside, even now I still think it's a good show. I enjoy the comedy that it is. It's one of Miranda Cosgrove's better roles, in my opinion, compared to being Megan in Drake and Josh. And of course, where does SpongeBob land on the list? We put it at
C because of the newer
earlier.
seasons. Newer seasons are trash.
Yeah, just mainly because of newer season stuff. Otherwise, we'd put it higher. But no,
There it is right there.
great characters. Spencer.
Yes!
Jerry
He
Trainer is
steals
Spencer.
the show. He absolutely steals the show. Also, thank you for following me. Welcome to the Sly Army. Definitely do appreciate that. He steals the show.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, B tier for me on iCarly, easily.
Yeah, I'm gonna put it at a B as well. I think compared to like a bunch of the other live action shows that we've mentioned, I do think that it just holds. It does have some flaws. I do feel like, especially later seasons. Like I don't know. It's just around the time whenever the show was starting to end, I do feel like that it started to lose its touch. That being said, the premise is okay. Basically, being a live action, well, let me rephrase that. Being like more about, social media and stuff. It was one of the first shows to really exemplify that. And honestly, they probably did the best. Because every
Yeah.
other show that did that has been it's been bad. So thankfully they were able to treat it fine. Miranda Cosgrove I think is way better in the show than even Drake and Josh, and that's saying a lot because I love Drake and Josh. But
Yeah.
you know, I do feel like my God, I can't even remember their names. Who's the blonde girl again? Sam.
And Freddy's the guy.
Freddy's okay. Sam, I don't know. She's just. I feel like her like passive aggressive attitude got really annoying after a while, and since she's like one of the main characters, it did kind of drag on. So I don't know. Generally speaking, the original show of iCarly, it's okay. It wasn't never my favorite, but I can still recommend it enough. And yes, I've heard about the iCarly reboot, or at least something involving that, and I'm not happy about that. Although, to be fair, Alone in the Dark remake was pretty good, so...
There's always hope. I mean, I'm willing to give it a chance, you know, because again, with like you said, with Alone in the Dark, I've seen, you know, people reboot stuff and it end up being gold, so I'm willing to give it a chance just for that reason. Now, my next show, a show that I didn't mind as much. I mean, it's not my favorite show by any means, but Mighty B.
F.
Honestly, I put it at a C. The thing is, I didn't hate the show, but I wasn't, you know, huge into it either. It's one of those shows where if it was on, I'd watch it. Like if there was nothing else on, I didn't mind it as much, but I didn't care about it enough to be like, oh heck, I want to go watch Mighty B. But at the same time, I didn't hate it enough that I turned the channel if there was nothing else on.
Okay, so,
Easier.
once again, My Life's a Teenage Robot. Probably my favorite Nicktoon ever, right? You know, I think it's, you know, one of the best examples of a female protagonist in any, you know, thing in general, and is the prime example that I use for that. What does Nickelodeon follow up on this legacy? Mighty B. That alone already just shatters me. But it's not even just that, it's also just the premise with this show. Basically, she's kind of a hero, but it's only in her mind that she thinks she's a hero. And it's really weird, and not only that, but it's just... She's really annoying. Like, dude, I couldn't even handle the first, 5 minutes of, the first episode. It was that bad. Because she couldn't shut the fuck up. Because I hate characters who just either talk way too much or just yell way too much. She's pretty much one of those characters, and she's annoying as fuck, and I hated her as a result. It was that bad. Easily, in my opinion, one of the worst that they've ever shown. Just off of that alone. Probably even the top 5. She's that bad. Once again, if you like the show, that's fine, but oh my god. I could not handle it.
Yeah. And like I said, it wasn't my favorite by any means, but because I do see where you're coming from with the annoyance parts. But for me, it's just if there's nothing on, I'm just gonna flip it on, just turn it on.
Oh, I would change the channel immediately.
Yeah. Now, my next show, we're gonna talk about All Grown Up.
Ooh, really?
I actually liked this show. Honestly, I actually liked All Grown Up.
What are you smoking?
Nothing yet. But anywho, A tier for me because
Dear Lord Austin! No!
What? Would you rather watch this or Mr. Meaty?
They're
or
both
Rabbits?
really bad.
I loved All Grown Up. I thought it was a cool concept, seeing the Rugrats kids.
Okay,
all
I will
grown
give you
up.
this because it's a decent concept. I'll put it at a D, but whatever. You talk.
Honestly, it was not neat seeing, the kids growing up, right after the Rugrats adventures, years later. And I thought, it still fit with, how the characters are, grown up wise. Because, of course, some people change. There's some changes to their characters, but,
Some
I feel
changes.
but I feel like, it made sense, them being teenagers instead of babies now. They still kept, some of their core, characteristics from the Rugrats show. So even if they, didn't make changes, I didn't think it was enough to really change the cores of the characters from when, originally in Rugrats.
I can make it.
At least. Okay, I'm gonna let you talk, because that's all I had. But
Okay, so
speak your piece.
I will admit the concept is interesting. Why? Because, like, what would they grow up into after the the Rugrats babies become not babies? That's interesting, but my main problem with this show is, okay, I'm not even against them changing the characters, because that's understandable why they would change, because they're fucking teenagers by this point. But the way that they did it was just awful, especially with Angelica and Chucky. Chucky's a dick in this show, and not in a good way. Because he's willing to, basically screw anyone up just because he thinks it's funny. And that's just something that I personally, from personal experience, not that I did any of this stuff, but unfortunately I've dealt with so many dipshits who did that. I fucking hate that. So, that alone already puts it at below a B. So, and not only that, but also, I don't know what is up with this art style. It looks way too clean. It's actually the reverse problem that I have with Rocket Power, is the fact that the show looks way too clean from Klapsko, I don't know. It's just, it kind of loses the charm of the studio itself. Obviously, I don't want it looking drab or anything, but I don't want it to look way too clean.
Yeah.
Which, to be fair, a lot of 2000s shows kind of went into that transition, admittedly, but I feel like with All Grown Ups, it was way too apparent. And honestly, even when it comes to some of the other newer characters, I just didn't care. So yeah, that being said, it's not the worst show in the world, despite my initial reaction, but it is not good. It's still better than Rocket Power, though, I'll give you that. But
oh yeah, I would choose All Grown Up over Rocket Power any day. Now, speaking on terms of Rugrats, why don't we talk about the OG, the Rugrats show?
there you go.
One of the top. See, I had a reason for that, for choosing All Grown Up first. Because now we get to talk about the OG S tier Rugrats film. Well, I guess they did have films too. Now, of course, easily again one of the legendary greats of Nickelodeon. Rugrats. It's early season SpongeBob. It's one of the top tier.
Actually, speaking of, it was bigger than SpongeBob at one point.
Mm-hmm.
So I don't think people remember that, but it was fucking huge.
Yeah. I consider it, a Nickelodeon titan, along with, early SpongeBob but even Last Airbender and a bunch of those other shows. But of course, the characters, I'm sure, there's been shows or movies probably done like Rugrats, kind of, but not exactly like it.
The Boss
If
Baby.
you know what I mean. Yeah.
Oh, God.
And let's not forget that opening scene in the movie where
Which movie?
I think the very first one.
Oh, okay. Sure.
Where Dill gets introduced. The fucking piss fountain. Anywho, yeah, S tier. There's really not much else to say besides being, a literal titan of Nickelodeon.
You know what? It's kind of funny that you mentioned the SpongeBob analogy, because it's funny because Rugrats almost went down that path. Funny enough, because I will admit, like, some of the later seasons aren't really that great. Thankfully, they're not as abysmal as late SpongeBob. But I've always found the later seasons to be weaker, which is fair enough because they did change their like animation style by then.
Yeah.
But even then, their early seasons are pretty decent. Now, I will admit, I never watched this show religiously, because as you can see, like, I don't know if you can tell, like, whenever the show first came out, that was like right before our time. So
Yeah.
we didn't grow up with the early seasons. That being said, I did rewatch them through reruns and all that, and I thought it was pretty decent. So I'm gonna put it like a high B, low A, because I do think that it is a solid show. It's not a show that I would go out to see all the time personally, but I can definitely see the appeal for it. Because I'm more about that action, as you can see. But
action. Now, I'm gonna put another, for me, S tier.
wait, it's
And
my
I'm gonna
turn.
go with... Oh wait, is it your turn?
Yeah, you did iCarly, Mighty B, All Grown Up, and the original Rugrats. It's my turn.
Oh wait, yeah, okay.
Why you guys steal my turn? Why you gotta be
Y'all-
so rude?
Well, don't you
Why did
know
I
if you-
summon that song out of my mouth? Wow, gross. Slanesh, please don't steal me. You know what? I'm gonna talk about 16 because surprisingly, this was on Nickelodeon 3 years before Cartoon Network. So I'm not gonna really talk about this show too much. All I'm gonna say is that it's still a C. I think I've officially said that I'm gonna put this at a C because I thought the show was boring after a while. It had some really good episodes, and you know there were some good jokes. But generally speaking, it just didn't really appeal to me after it already aired on Cartoon Network. So that's all I'm gonna say.
Yeah. I mean, I'm still gonna leave it, like, because I know we did this on the Cartoon Network tier list as well. Because yeah, it really was on Nickelodeon. Can confirm. But I'm still gonna keep it at B, but I'm gonna put it at a low B, almost to the high C. Because I rewatched it a little bit, and I still liked it a lot, but it's just like, I mean, they're definitely a good show in my opinion, but there are still better shows out there. But I still like it enough to keep it in that B range.
Should we talk about another really, really bad show?
Absolutely.
Super Ninjas.
D.
Is that all you're gonna say?
Oh, wait, I thought you were going to talk about it a little bit. Listen, all right, we're professional streamers, as you can tell.
Okay,
We
know what?
know what we're doing.
I'm gonna put this show in F, and you might be shocked because, like I said, I'm someone who really, like, generally speaking, likes to take their media a little bit more seriously, with exceptions like Sly Cooper, My Life as a Teenage Robot, maybe give or take Minecraft. I will admit a lot of the media that I watch or play takes itself seriously. Star Wars, Avatar, Halo, Metal Gear Solid. I do like it whenever a show takes itself seriously, but this show fucking sucks. Like, the acting is horrible, the choreography is really bad, and also the fact that they brought in The Big Show, George Takei, and Kid from Kid and Play, basically playing as caricatures of themselves, essentially. Kind of an insult to their acting chops, because they were pretty obviously The Big Show being a pro wrestler, I can't necessarily talk about that, but George Takei is actually a pretty decent actor, and he's been reduced to shit in this show. And unfortunately, the main characters, they're kind of insufferable. As a matter of fact, they're really insufferable. So do not watch this show. If you're a fan of action, avoid this show at all costs. Easily one of the worst Nickelodeon shows. Excuse me.
Good. But yeah, low D for me, just because again, yet another show that I would. I mean, I've heard of it, but I've never really watched it before. Then, of course, I watched a little bit.
Mhm.
I wasn't thoroughly impressed. I mean, the reason I put it a D, it's just because it's more of a you tried sort of ranking for
You didn't
it.
even try, though.
You tried. You failed miserably, like down the damn drain, on fire. But you tried. Bravo, participation sticker. But no, I wasn't thoroughly impressed by it at all when I watched it. So low D, almost high F.
You know what? I'm surprised we haven't got to this yet. Let's talk about the first Nicktoon, or at least the one that got aired first. Because we already talked about Ren and Snippy, we already talked about Rugrats. Let's talk about the original Doug. So, obviously, we have to address the elephant in the room. Yes, Disney eventually bought Doug at some point, and they pretty much did the late 90s episodes. We're talking about the early to mid 90s here. So, the first 4 seasons. It exists. Like, I'm going to put it as C. It's not... I don't hate this show by any means. As a matter of fact, I can see why back in the early 90s this was, appealing. Because it was more about, being involved in, like, a more realistic life scenario. With some, more, magical elements that are, like, more sprinkled around.
Yeah.
But generally speaking, though, like, it's Doug. Who the fuck cares nowadays?
Yeah.
That's all I'm gonna say. Although I will mention this, the Christmas special for this was really fucked up. Like, which we might have to do a tier list for that, but that's a whole discussion for another day. But point being, like, it's Doug. It's an average show. Whatever.
The thing is, C tier. It's not a good show. It's not a bad show. It's just, like you said, it exists. Like,
It exists to
Doug.
be the first Nicktoon. There you go.
Yeah. Doug, the damn Chad that he is, being the first Nicktoon. Yeah. Really, that's all I have to say because I really don't feel anything for the show, honestly.
Mhm.
Like, again, it just exists. That's all. It's just in between that plane. Okay, that's all I have to say on Doug.
Alrighty then. One more show, and I kind of want to fill up the D slot again so that I can have perfect harmony and symmetry. I need to actually zoom in because it's getting a little bit hard to tell. Thankfully, these are easier to see.
Yeah.
Thankfully. Bunsen is a beast. Once again, D tier. Once again, Butch Hartman show. He can go fuck himself because he's a piece of shit. This was also the first show that I think he actually was, heavily involved by himself. And it shows. Because this is just a really unimaginative and uninspired show. Like, as in, Flash animation in 2017! In 2017! Like, why, dude? Like, obviously, I will admit, there are some good shows that use Flash animations that were pretty good in the 2000s. That being said, there was also a lot that were pretty bad. And it pretty much put a huge stain on, using Flash as an actual art form. Why the fuck would you think it's a good idea to try to revive the art style 10 years after it died out? And not only that, but also unfunny characters, bland visuals, below average to pretty bad script, all being led by an uber Christian dumbass who thinks he can't take criticism. So, because there was a huge scandal involving like this show as well as a bunch of other shows that he did outside Nickelodeon that unfortunately he did not have kind words to say about the people who were criticizing it. Because, yeah, he's also one of those people. Sorry,
Yeah.
I don't like Butch Hartman, if you can tell.
Yeah. Who does?
So,
To be fair.
that's all I'm going to say. Show's dumb. Once again, fuck Butch Hartman. I need to express that. You can continue.
Really, I was just gonna put it at F. If it wasn't for Butch Hartman, I'd put it at D because it didn't impress me at all. But because Butch Hartman is a piece of shit, and this is tagged with him all over it, I'm comfortable enough giving it the F tier. Honestly, you're not missing. I'm just gonna tell you, you're not missing anything.
You're really not.
Yeah, because I watched a little bit of it, like clip wise, on YouTube. I was like, okay, that's all I need to know. Like, I think I watched 2 clips and I was done. I was just like, nah, I ain't doing it. No thanks. Moving on to the next show.
Yeah, you get to choose again.
Yeah. Oh wait, yeah, it is my turn now. Sweet. So what I'm gonna go for? Ooh, which one should? I'm gonna go for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, not the more 2D one. Because there's a 2D one and there's the 3D.
Wait,
one.
which did you say 2D or 3D?
The 2D.
Yes.
I'm gonna say it. I'm putting that shit on S tier already. Now, of course, I'm gonna let myself be a little biased on this one because I did grow up with this, but it was one of the better shows on Nickelodeon, in my opinion. Like, granted, as you can tell, Nickelodeon did have, its gold mine of good shows. But I thought this was one of the better ones. I thought, for one, the character designs, art style, fucking, I just loved it. It fits very well for Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles as well. Of course, so I know it's not on the list, I don't think, but Fast Forward, the sequel to it, I didn't mind it as a sequel. But of course, we're not talking about that. We're talking about the OG series of the 2D.
Wait, OG series?
Like the 2D version that I'm talking about right now. Because there's that and there's Fast Forward, where they get sent to the future.
That's not on the list.
It's not. No, that's what I'm saying.
I'm talking about the 2D one is the most recent one, Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That never aired on Nickelodeon.
Well, let me share Can I share my screen with you? Then I'll show you what I'm talking about.
Okay, which Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles are you talking about now?
Because there's 2 on the list.
Yes.
There's the one that's the more 3D, blocky animation.
Yes.
And then there's the other one. I'm talking about the other one.
That's called Rise of the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles. That didn't end. Or at least not that I know of.
Oh, it's that one. Okay, I'm sorry.
There you go.
So I thought it was a different series I was talking about. I mean, I'm still willing to put this at an A tier at least.
Just puts it in A tier anyways.
Yeah, I was gonna put the last one in S tier, but because this one I did watch, I didn't mind it that much. I was a little more impressed with it than I thought I'd be. Thought they were gonna absolutely 100%, 1,000,000% fuck it up, and they didn't. They exceeded my expectations.
Honestly,
I know a lot of people had some
what
trifles with the art style, like the design. I didn't mind the design that much. I thought as just like the other Ninja Turtles I was talking about, that I thought I was talking about with this one.
Yeah, pay attention.
I feel like it's a very fitting art style for the Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtle characters and everything overall. So I put an A tier just for the art style. And some of the animation I've seen did look pretty damn clean. So
yeah, honestly, okay, I'm just gonna say this right now. I'm not the big. I already mentioned this earlier. Not the biggest fan of like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles or any of those things like Power Rangers or whatever. That being said, I was actually surprised with this because it's an A tier, by the way. Because yes, it's past my time. It's pretty obvious, but I think that the way I know this show got a lot of flack when it came out because they were like, "Oh, you're changing like the names of the like turtles or whatever," or like the animation styles. Bleh. It's like, dude, as someone who doesn't really like Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles, this got me fucking hooked. Because the thing about this is, they actually added personality, like, or at least a better personality traits for the main turtles themselves. The choreography is actually really damn good. Like, the episode that I saw it on, like the pilot episode, the choreography was actually really damn good.
Yeah, I know. Yeah.
And even like the villain, like the setup for like the villain that they have is so interesting, because he literally thinks that he is like, or at least from what I can tell, he thinks he's trying to help humanity by like pretty much turning them into a different species. Or at least from what I can tell. And if that's how the series ends up going, that's fucking cool. And it adds a lot of dynamic to the villains, especially considering, you know, a lot of, you know, Ninja Turtle villains are just kind of, you know, black and white in terms of like, I'm evil and whatnot. At least they added in a little bit more depth with this. So I'm going to put this at A. You can fight me on that one. Yes, and like I said, I know it's past my time, but I don't care. It's whatever.
Yeah. Now, I will talk about the other Ninja Turtles now.
Oh,
so that way both
God.
of those are out of the way. This one, I mean, I'm not, you know, I wasn't super huge on the blocky animation style, but I didn't necessarily hate the blocky animation style this one used.
Oh, you're talking about the new...
Took a little getting used to, admittedly. I'm putting it in a B tier, by the way. Again, it's another Teenage Mutant Ninja Turtles that exceeds...
Oh, you're now talking about the
B tier.
other one. Okay.
No, I'm not talking about the other one, yeah. The 3D one. It exceeded my expectations. That's why I'm giving it the B tier. Because otherwise, you know, because I set the bar pretty decent amount high. Because, you know, I grew up with Ninja Turtles, so I'm like, okay, I hope, you know, you can do this right. Like, you know, not something, you know, I go out of my way to watch, you know, every single day. But just for the exceeded expectations alone, I'm willing to give it the low B. Because otherwise it'd be a high C.
Low C. Honestly, I'm glad that they rebooted the series like after this, because this, I don't hate this, but like, to me it's a similar problem that I have with Star Wars Rebels, where it just, the animation just looks so flat compared to what I was expecting. And also, I'm not a big fan of just the turtles and their personalities in this. Like, they're kind of annoying. Oh, shoot. But, I mean, I guess it's more or less just, you know, a personal preference, and honestly, I just don't really care.
Yeah.
Especially since, to me, this looks like the 2007 movie, which I thought was awful. So, there you go.
Alright, and then next up, we have... I'm going to throw an absolute S tier banner up there. So, I'm sure you're familiar with this dude named Arnold from the show Hey Arnold.
Fuck yes. Give me
We throw an
Arnold
S tier up
up
there.
to fucking S tier. Oh my god, yes.
Yet another colossal titan on of Nickelodeon, but right up there with, you know, SpongeBob, Avatar, Rugrats, all that shit. There's something about the animation style that gives it, you know, looking back at it now, it's, you know, sort of a classic tone of animation style. I feel like it grew, it aged well enough, like it aged like fine wine, to where, you know, it looks like a instant classic already. As if it just already came out. But anywho, easy S tier, you know, great characters, great animation. Okay, I need to watch more. I need to binge watch Hey Arnold sometime soon, because after watching some more a little bit, really got me going.
Dude, I'm just gonna say this right now. Like, this was my fucking shit. Whenever, like, this, like, yeah, obviously, you know, I watched this, like, near the end of whenever this, like, finally ended in, like, the mid-2000s. And, oh my god, dude, like, it's so damn good. And here's the thing, like, just the dynamic with like, Arnold, because here's something that people don't really think about when it comes to the show. Like, I've noticed, like, subtly that Arnold, he actually looks more depressed in the show than people remember him to be. Like, if you really take a time to watch this show, I feel like he, like, suffers with, like, chronic depression, which obviously is, like, really sad. It makes me, like, feel bad for him, like personally, because of, like, you know, living in, like, the slums and whatnot. Or, well, like, in the suburbs and the slums, like, that probably put, like, a, you know, obviously in the character sense, it probably put a toll in that. And that's just, I don't know, this is just really interesting in that Nickelodeon like, not directly all the time, but just sort of tackle, like, a character like that, you know, in their show. And they nailed it with him. Because, like I said, if you actually watch the show, he actually looks like he's, like, sad, like, half the time. Like, and that's shocking because, like, a lot of the promotional stuff makes him look more upbeat. So, I think that's really interesting. And also, Gerald, he's a pretty good best friend. Let's just be real here. Yes, he's got that kid and play hair, but, you know, it is what it is. You know, it was the 90s, so what do you expect?
Get you a friend like Gerald.
Yeah, I know, Gerald is pretty cool. And then even Grandpa and even Helga, which obviously, you know, that's an interesting idea of being like, oh, your greatest enemy actually loves you. It's like, what? But in a good way, you know?
Yeah.
So, generally speaking, go watch this show. Like, there are certain episodes that just really, really, like, you know, resonate with me, especially now. Like, after being, you know, in a teenager or whatever. So, go check it out. That's all I gotta say. Like, yes, I'm biased because this was one of my favorites, but
yeah,
still.
Fucking Helga was the original tsundere.
She was the original simp.
Yeah. God. That's my queen right there. As a fellow simp myself.
You just summoned Slanesh.
Oh no! I mean, fuck, you were calling me one earlier. But anywho, my last show for this
We're gonna be making Warhammer references all day.
I know. I'm gonna go for a show that I felt really indifferent about, and that is Salmon Cat.
Really?
For me, it's like Doug. It just exists. Like, I didn't think it was good. I didn't think it was bad. I felt absolutely nothing for the show. It's just like, yeah, it's there. I mean, that's all there is to say about it. It's just there.
You know what's sad? I feel like they were just playing caricatures of, like, their characters in this. And that's something that I've already mentioned this earlier. I really get annoyed by that. Because I think it was, like, either me and it was me and you. We were talking about, like, with Pirates of the Caribbean, like, you know, Johnny Depp betraying himself as Jack Sparrow has become more of a parody of himself now.
Yeah.
That's kind of how I feel when it comes to watching this show, is where they were just playing as a parody. Like, Ariana Grande was playing it as a parody of Cat, and it got really annoying really fast. So, don't watch it. I know we're going to get a lot of shit for it, because apparently this is popular. Apparently. Don't hate us for that, please. I will also block you. So.
I just want to say, I fucking love Dylan's comment of football head, real father of Dora.
Nah, fam. You can't roast my man Arnold. He's better than that.
Yeah, how dare you roast him? No wonder he looks so depressed all the time. Alright. It's your turn now. I picked my 4.
Oh, yeah. You know what? I want to talk about a show that you probably never heard of, but I think is fucking amazing. You might have heard of it before, but Kappa Micah, or Mikey.
Wait, what's the name of it?
Kappa Mikey.
Kappa Mikey. I'm not. That's one I didn't get to.
Oh my god, dude, this is becoming one of my favorite shows. It's like high A, almost S tier. So, okay, the premise of this show, for those who don't know, is it's based off of like anime. So basically, what's going on in Japan? There is a studio company that is about to get bankrupt because they're running out of ideas, and so what they do is that they take a Western animated character from like America and bring him into Japan. But the thing is that he looks like, a stereotypical Flash animated character surrounded by, an anime looking city. And not only is that like really cool in concept, but also it's really funny. Like just the way that they, parody a lot of like anime tropes, because keep in mind this was like after the anime boom of the late 90s and early 2000s, but right before the late 2000s anime boom. And so it was kind of made in that awkward period of like that, because this was made but in the same year as Death Note, and so it was made in that sort of like mid 2000s limbo time where no one really cared for anime all that much. But they fucking nailed it, in my opinion. Just like the way that they emulated, a lot of the anime tropes, and the way that they tie into the fact that a literal Western animated drawn characters in like an anime world. I think it's pretty cool, and also just the way that they do the jokes are just amazing. Like. So
okay.
I highly recommend.
Now I remember the show though.
Yeah, it only had like 1 or 2 seasons though. Like, and it sucks because it's like, once again, a show got really screwed over by Nickelodeon. Why?
Yeah.
Because this deserves way more views.
When I saw it, I thought the main character looked like he either came from Word Girl or Tim and Moby.
You just summoned all the chaos gods now.
Yeah.
With Tim and Moby. Wow.
Do you think that's Tim's heroic alter ego?
I mean, maybe.
He just dyed his hair ginger. He got whiter eyes.
Also,
anywho,
I will say this. This show also has a really good theme song. So, I highly recommend looking it up. But yeah.
Right, nice. Now, what's your next show here?
Are you not going to say anything else? Or are you not going to say anything else?
I mean, like I said, I'm not familiar enough with the show to really say anything.
Fair enough.
Because I think it's one of the ones that slipped through. I think there's like 1 or 2 counting this.
All right, let's talk about Cat Dog. Honestly, I think this show is slightly overrated. I mean, it's not bad. As a matter of fact, I'm going to put it in a B tier, but I don't think it's really that funny. Like, I mean, some jokes work, and I do like it whenever, cat and dog, being cat dog, like they like trying to be able to like work with each other. I find that interesting. And the show admittedly does more good than bad, but I don't know. I never really thought it was all that great to begin with. Or at least, for me personally.
Yeah.
That's all I'm going to say, though. There's really nothing else that I can add. So.
I mean, Cat Dog, I put it at a B tier as well. Because, I mean, I like Cat Dog. I mean, yeah, I get what you mean by overrated. Like, it wasn't my absolute favorite. Like, oh, man, this show is so great. I mean, I still liked it. Don't get me wrong. Still have plenty of funny moments. And there's a specific meme I love that spawned from it. But
you know what I just realized though?
What?
Cat Dog is basically just a tamed down version of Ren and Stimpy.
Kind of is, yeah. Like it's if you want to more like if you like Ren and Stimpy but want something more tame, Cat Dog is perfect for you.
Well, it's quite literally because they're both cats and dogs. So there you go. I cracked the code.
Yeah. God, you did it, you crazy son of a bitch! You did it. But yeah, B tier. Good show, but I definitely hear you on the overrated part.
What's a bad show that we can talk about?
Ooh, man. Well, what's this Martian one here?
Oh my god, literally, you read my fucking mind. You did it with Silverstein, then you did it with that one show, now you do it with this? Do you have... It's either me or you that has, like, mind-reading powers. Anyways, the show was F tier. No excuse by this point. Once again, I gave an excuse for reboot, because yes, it looks bad now, but it's from the late 90s, it's whatever, right? This shit's from 2001, a year before Jimmy Neutron, and absolutely disgusting. Not even just the name itself, but just boring premise, bland looking environments, and just not really likable characters. That's all I gotta say. What are you gonna add?
Yeah.
Because I want to move on from this.
Yeah, I just want to see some pictures. Oh God, I remember this show.
Yeah.
Yeah, no, F tier, F tier. Fuck this show. I don't want nothing to do with it. Kill it with fire. Fuck it. It's nothing of an S tier. I take fucking Angela Anaconda over this shit.
That's a hard
Like,
pick, though.
Yeah, no. Now that I remember the show, no. Can we move on, please? Can my sanity be preserved? Or at least
Shit,
what's
fuck,
left?
shit, fuck. I don't know what to pick. Oh no. You know what? I want to summon the Men in Black to take these guys out, so let's talk about the Men in Black show.
Okay.
Because, yes, they had their own TV show back in the late 90s, early 2000s after the first movie. Which, by the way, pretty good. The show itself, though, I would have originally put this one at A, mainly just because, well, the premise itself, but also just the fact that, like, you know, compared to a lot of other TV tie-in shows, or TV tie-in shows based off of, like, you know, big movies, this one's better. That being said, the animation's really flat, and because of that, I'm gonna put this one at a B. So it is what it is.
Yeah. Because I think I had heard that it had a show, and I had watched it like a couple times in the past. I mean, of course, I don't think it was on the list when you sent the original, but I do remember enough of it that, I mean, I didn't think it was bad by any means. Not by any means, but I'm willing to put it at least at a high C, just because I don't remember it that well.
That's fair.
But I do remember it enough to know that it wasn't a bad show at all. I mean, I'm sure, you know, it had its flaws, possibly. I mean, like, again, any show or anything can have its flaws. But, yeah, high C for me.
Your picks!
My picks. Well, I'm going to pick Tough Puppy to start off with. God. Yeah, we're going on the fuck Butch Hartman train here. I'm going to put Tough Puppy at a D. Just good. I would put it a little higher, but again, just that whole thing brings it down for me a little bit. Because it's kind of, I mean, don't get me wrong, I'm someone, you know, who I really want to separate from show, but when you're that much of a piece of shit, it's kind of hard. It's definitely kind of hard. Because otherwise, I would have put it at C tier, otherwise, but I'm going to have to leave it at the D tier. Because, you know, it was okay show. I mean, it's another one of those shows that if it was on, I would watch it, you know, if there was nothing else on. Because, I mean, I didn't super care for it, but at the same time, I didn't hate it either. I just hate the creator, so D tier for me.
I'm going to be slightly more kind and put it at C, because this was, thankfully, this wasn't just Butch Hartman's creation, because, you know, obviously there was a full-on writing team who did this, and I will admit, I can see the appeal, especially since they got Jerry Trainer on here, you know, the voice, like, the actor of Spencer. Also, the person who voices, I don't even know her name. Like the cat person, which, by the way, I didn't realize this, but that's the same person who voices Azula from Avatar. And also,
Really?
apparently, the voice of Carmelita with the more recent Sly Cooper game. So
You're fucking kidding me.
I'm not kidding you.
Azula
So,
and Carmit. Oh my.
and I'm pretty sure they voiced a character in Teenage Robot, so it all comes full circle.
Yeah.
They own my ass again. Anyways, once again, it's compared to Danny Phantom and even like older Fairly Odd Parents, it just doesn't stack up. Especially since it's weird because this show looks like it's from that era, but it's not. It's from 2010. And to me, just mentally thinking that, it's just weird. So, once again, it's not awful. I don't hate the show, but like it's still a low C, mainly just because there's a lot of like, humor that I just doesn't work.
Yeah.
But whatever. It is what it is.
Yeah.
So yeah, I'm trying to look up the freaking voice actor, but Wikipedia keeps glitching out for some
Not
reason.
working for you. No, my next show is going to be an S tier one. For me, at least. It's going to be Invader Zim.
Ooh.
Now, Invader Zim, I'm just going to say this, on record. One of my favorite show, top 5 for character design. I absolutely felt that's the first reason I fell in love with Invader Zim was just seeing the character design. Second reason, voice acting. I thought, it had some pretty stellar voice acting. Of course, Zim's voice actor, I think one of the iconic voices out there, one of the most iconic voices out there, because he's one of those voices, you hear him, you know who he is.
Yeah, I already mentioned him earlier.
Yeah, because he was also on Angry Beavers.
Yeah, Richard Steven Horvitz.
So, and of course the animation, art style, character voice acting, the characters themselves too. Fucking God, I can't remember the scientist's name. I'm trying to remember for save my life.
Dib and Professor Membrane.
Professor Membrane.
Yes, he's great.
There's no one more excited than I am. I am not scientifically possible. Look at little Professor Membrane. But yeah, easy S tier for me. Yeah, a lot I love about the show.
Okay, funny enough, I'm gonna put this one at A tier. I do. Okay. My main issue with Zim is mostly season 3, because I just felt like it was just weaker writing all around, compared to the first 2 seasons. It's also a really fucked up show, which makes sense because Jonas Vasquez, he's more known for doing like more creepy and horror style stuff. So obviously the fact that he was given his own show to scare the little kids, which I think is funny, that he was able to do that. I think it's interesting, which also this show was actually kind of groundbreaking for 2001, because before this show there weren't that many like shows out there that had the a grandiose looking art style that this show has. Where it has like a lot of the computer animated or computer generated okay, not CGI. God, what is it whenever like computer drawn or whatever it's called, like pretty much where it's like all the animations done through a computer.
Yeah.
Because of that, the show looked beautiful in certain aspects. And I have to give credit where credit is due. Like, not only that, for revolutionizing, animation to that level to lead up to shows like the Didier Vardakovsky's Clone Wars and a couple of other shows that would appear in the past 15 years. Like Gravity Falls and all that. But also having a pretty interesting premise with Zim and Dib and Gaz and Gur and all those characters, and Professor Membrane is pretty cool. Also, hey, thank you for following me. I can't remember your name now. No, welcome to Sly Army. It was like Moo something.
Oh, I can check that for you. Give me just a quick sec, yeah.
Marshall Moo. There you go. Oh wait,
Marshall
there we go. Masheroom TV. Thank you for following me. Welcome to Sly Army. There you go.
I think, again, we're professionals. Just trust us.
But okay, anyways, wrap what I was trying to say up. Invader Zim A tier. Not my favorite show, because I know it has a huge cult following. But it's still good.
Yeah. Now my next show here. Ooh. What would be a good show to pick? You know what? I'm gonna go ahead and go for the Kung Fu Panda show. And for me, I'm gonna put it a low B. Granted, I thought it's one of the better, from movie to TV adaptations. Like, don't give. I only put it at B instead of a low B instead of higher because while I did enjoy it, I didn't super care for it. Like, I enjoyed it enough to not put it in the C. But that's really all I have to say on that. Because, again, one of the better movie to TV adaptations, which usually is hard to do, apparently. So that's all I gotta say on that one.
Legends of Awesomeness. It exists. It's like Doug for me. It just exists. Yeah. I mean, I don't know. I guess my main thing is just like the villain of the week trope. I just think gets really exemplified with this, but kind of not in a good way. And also the animation for some of the characters. That being said, I'm still gonna put it at a high C. Mainly just because, high C. Mainly just because it's not too offensive. So
yeah,
there you go.
Lord Marshall Paul. Apparently, it's someone doing those, and
apparently too.
Marshall.
All right.
Who's Marshall?
Well,
and he also followed me. Oh well, thank you.
It all comes full circle.
Yeah, it all comes full circle. Thank you so much for that. I promise I'll stream eventually on my channel.
Okay, what's your last show?
My last show is going to be. I'm gonna go for my D one. Monsters vs. Aliens.
F. Oh my god.
Again, for me, it's like Super Ninjas. They tried.
They didn't even try with this one. This one's horrible.
Like I didn't mind it enough to put it above an F for me, but I'm definitely not putting it no higher than a low D. Ain't no way in hell.
Oh my god. Okay, so I want to bring up. Okay, I think I should probably preface this right now. So, me and Izzy already decided that at some point later on in the year, we're going to be doing a DreamWorks movies tier list. Mainly just because, during like the spring break, we watched a couple of DreamWorks movies, some good, some bad. This was bad. It's funny because I remember watching the movie itself in theaters, like whenever it first came out, and I instantly forgot about everything in this movie, until demons were resummoned, and that made me upset. Dude, it's also just fucking stupid that they decided to make a fucking show out of this movie. Like, really? Monster vs. Aliens? One of the worst DreamWorks movies? Like, really? You had to go with this and not like a Prince of Egypt reboot series? Or El Dorado? Which are way better movies, in my opinion.
Oh, yeah. Oh, El Dorado is my shit.
It's underrated. Obviously, that's a discussion for another day. But generally speaking, unfortunately, that same blandness follows into the show itself. And the animation is just unfinished. Like, the main character, like the female character, she barely has a texture. It's that bad. And this came out, guess what year this came out?
What year did it come out?
2013.
Huh?
Yeah. 2013. Does that change your mind now?
I might be shifting a little lower.
Yeah, no, this is unacceptable in any standard. So don't watch this show. This show is horrible. God, okay. Actually, before we continue, I looked up the voice actor for that one lady. Greta Lisley, the same voice actor as Tommy from Rugrats, Blossom from Powerpuff Girls, Vicky and Wanda from, or not Wanda, just Vicky from Fairly Odd Parents, the High Priestess from Samurai Jack, Mandy from Grim Adventures of Veiling Mandy Evil or whatever. She played a character in What Happens to Robot Jones. She's played Daphne from Scooby-Doo, from everything from What's New Scooby-Doo onwards. She's played the Exoskin from My Life as a Teenage Robot. She's played Kimiko from Shaolin Showdown. Asajj Ventress from The Clone Wars, both versions. Sam from Danny Phantom. Frankie Foster from Foster's, which, by the way, I didn't mean to say Frankie from last time. That was a completely different character. Don't worry. I had to preface that right now. Yumi from Hi Hi Puffy Yama Yumi. I'm just listing this because I don't care. Azula from Avatar. Frida Suarez from El Tigre.
Oh shit. Pretty much in everything. It'd be easier to ask what she's not been in.
She's apparently was an Uncle Grandpa. Why? Kitty Caswell from Tough Puffy. That's who we were talking about. She was Chitara from the 2011 Thundercats. Several people from Gravity Falls. Ew, she's in Sanji and Craig? No, that's on this tier list. No. Olive, Wander Over Yonder, Queen Butterfly from Star vs. Forces of Evil. Half the Loud family from the Loud House. Characters from the Owl House. And like I said, she also played Carmelita from Sly 4.
By Cooper.
So there you go.
She's pretty much been in everything from the sounds of it.
It all comes together. Unfortunately, I had to weigh out the inevitable because guess what we're going to be talking about?
Oh boy. Hit me.
School of Rock. Absolute F tier. So, I have actually a bit of a story to show you guys because I don't usually pull up videos. You know me. You know, sometimes I just get concerned about that stuff, but it has to be seen to believe because I'm insulted that these two men got involved with this show. So, guess who were people that were on this show? Without looking at my screen.
Without looking at your screen?
You have 3 guesses.
Not Butch Hartman. I really don't know who it could be.
Fine, I'll show you.
Hey, dude.
Oh, Pete. Is that
Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy.
I really was about to say Pete Wentz too. I'm like, nah.
You can hear it, right?
Yeah, I can.
Finally.
Hey, Dewey.
So yeah. Usually I don't like you sharing stuff, but this has to be seen.
Pete Wentz from Fallout Boy?
Where?
You!
No, I'm Colton Stubner from the band The Dewey Finn Experience.
Pete Wentz from Fall Out Boy. Why you done what you done? Why have you appeared on this show with Mr. Knockoff Jack Black over here. Why you done what you done? Why? Dude, this is the same guy who did this video, by the way.
You. Buy your girlfriend flowers for Valentine's Day. Don't. Leave the price tag from the Ralphs or the Jewel on the flowers for Valentine's Day. She knows they're cheap. 2. Capture every moment of your Valentine's Day, every moment of your relationship. Don't. Send pictures of you or your girlfriend on the internet naked. Trust me from personal experience.
Pete Wentz, why you done what you done? You went on this terrible show. No, and not only him. Guess who else got on this show?
Oh boy, who? Was it Patrick?
No.
Kinda scared to see who.
Hey, isn't it time for your...
Kendall Schmidt.
Kendall.
Why you done what you done now? Why you done what you done with this show? You can't make this shit up. And watch. It's undescribable with how bad this show is. And keep in mind, it's like this throughout the entire series, and I've checked.
Here's a Betty Bye story for you. You're gonna lose. The end.
Why you done what you done?
Like,
You're the one who's going to lose because we've got a killer song.
And we're gonna rock it because we practice all the time.
Someone give me a boost.
That's my reaction to this show. So yeah, no. And keep in mind, they are regular guests, by the way. They did not only appear on this episode. And it's like this the entire series. So yeah, point being, this show sucks and is actually an insult to not only one of the best comedies of the 2000s, which is School of Rock, but also just an insult to, rock music in general, in my opinion. Because it treats it as, like, and here's the thing, obviously those younger kids, they are younger, but at the same time, just the way that they were acting, it's just not genuine, Like, this, and even the dialogue is like, you're gonna lose. The end. Like, and that's why I don't like, just generally speaking, just modern Nickelodeon. It's just the writing is just so weak, Like, it feels more, I don't know. I don't want to say hippie, like trendy or whatever, but just more like, fitting to a mass audience, I guess. And obviously, you want to make sure that you have people pretty much watch your shows or whatever. I get it. It's a business. But at the same time, okay, sorry, I'm just trying to fix this.
You're right.
But at the same time, you should still at least respect the intelligence of your audience,
Oh, for sure.
So,
Like,
hold on. All right, you can continue.
okay. Because of course, I was putting it here. For me, the biggest problem I have with this show, because it's based on the movie,
Mhm.
School of Rock. I thought that was a great movie,
Yeah.
Again,
One of Jack Black's best movies.
My charm speech. This show just lacks the charm of the movie by a severe degree, a severe amount. It makes me sad too, because if they had that same kind of charm, Lord knows that could have been a great show. But it just doesn't at all, and that's what makes me sad.
Why'd they bring in Pete Wentz though? In Kendall Schmidt? Like, I already mentioned this. Like, Fall Out Boy, they were great. If you've seen the last tier list that we did, I've expressed they were one of my favorite bands. And this kind of ties into like why a lot of people don't care about their newest stuff. It's because it does look like they sold out, and that sucks. But I'm not getting into that discussion because that's for a different day. But point being, though, like, the show is just terrible. And like I said, an insult to rock music, especially considering that, like, I feel what.
Sorry, I accidentally clicked on Twitter, clicked on a video, and it's loud as fuck.
Oh, okay. Well, point being, I don't know. Point being, don't support this show. Support other music shows that actually take itself, not, I wouldn't say seriously, but at least promotes it in a good light. And not in some, like, you know, whoa, quirky sort of way, similar to a bunch of crap from the past 5 to 10 years.
Yeah.
So,
like, honestly, watch the movie. Like, the movie
yes,
is a very
go
good
watch the
movie.
movie. It's way better in every single way. So yeah, and yeah, you can definitely see this is probably my like least favorite live action one, like show, just because of what it represents. So yeah, sorry I dragged that one on, but I had to show that because
No, you're good.
God, it made me mad. Anyways, that was my first one. Wow, that was my first one. Actually, speaking of rock music, my dad's a rock star. So, I should probably put another elephant in the room out of here. This show was made by a man you may or may not have heard. His name is Gene Simmons. He can go fuck himself. That being said, I will admit, low B, high A. Because I think the premise is pretty decent enough. The characters aren't too offensive, and, you know, there's just the dynamic of, like, you know, wanting to live a normal life compared to the celebrity life is relatable in some ways. Because some people just don't want that celebrity status. They just want to live a normal life. And that's respectable. So, that's all I gotta say.
I mean, I'll put it, you know, in mid C or mid to high C. Yeah, pretty much same reasons, you know, pretty interesting premise, you know, for a show. I thought it was, you know, as a kid and even now, kind of whack. I'm not gonna lie.
Well, like I said, it was made by Gene Simmons. What do you expect?
Yeah. So if you get Gene Simmons stuff, you're gonna have whack. So it's good.
He's also kind of a piece of shit, but whatever.
All
right.
Like
What?
It was again just a whack show that. I mean, I didn't mind it as much, but just to see.
All right. Okay, let's talk about a show that just came out this month. Camp Coral. Surprisingly, the first SpongeBob spinoff.
We're finally reaching that spin-off status.
Yeah, this is literally the first actual spinoff. And low D. Oh my god. Like, the character models are really, really, really uncanny. And I couldn't get past the first episode. And that's so sad because, dude, Nickelodeon's been killing it recently. You know, with Are You Afraid of the Dark? Rise of TMNT, Casagrandes, Loud House. Like, they were kicking ass. Then they come out with this. Like, cause it's as bad as the trailers make it out to be, by the way. Like, the animation does look unfinished. So, the only reason why it's not an F is because I have to be fair and have it, like, you know, get out a few more episodes. But I know what's going to be at the end. It's just going to be modern SpongeBob, because that's basically what the show is. And I'm not excited about the other spin-offs that are coming out, by the way. So, and also, why are you doing CG for SpongeBob? It doesn't work. Like, the reason why a lot of people, you know, like SpongeBob is because of how cartoony he looks. And taking that away removes the aspect that people like. Because 3D animation is way more restrictive than 2D animation. And it just looks stupid at the end of the day. So, whatever. That's all I gotta say. Have you seen this yet or no?
I've seen the trailers.
Then you've seen the show.
Yeah. If the trailers are the show, then yeah, obviously. I mean, there's not much out, so again, to be fair. but I was the farthest from impressed. Honestly, like I felt like I was missing absolutely nothing. So yeah, easy D tier.
What?
God, made that show end quickly.
It needs to end, honestly. You know what shouldn't have ended? Oh, okay, well, yeah, you know what shouldn't have ended? Cat Scratch.
Cat Scratch.
Honestly, this is a pretty underrated show. I'll give it an A tier. Like, because, okay, at first, whenever, like, you know, I was, like, trying to watch it, at first I was like, maybe it's one of those shows that, like, I was just nostalgic for, and critically, it just probably didn't age well. But no, it actually aged really well. Like, surprisingly enough.
Yeah.
And, you know, the jokes that they try to put off, they're pretty good. The animation style itself, being a bit more flowy, I think works to its advantage. And, yes, the premise is dumb, but whatever. Like, it's still interesting enough. Where cats literally own an entire house by themselves because of a dead owner, which is kind of fucked up when you think about it. But it's still a great one. But yeah, no, generally speaking, pretty good. Recommend.
Yeah. Also, I wish more people knew about the show.
Although I will admit, I hate the opening song. It's actually pretty bad.
But other than that, the show itself is actually really great. I mean, A tier for me. Because, I mean, it's a severely underrated show. I mean, you're not missing much of the opening, again, but if you haven't watched it, go watch it, please. It's actually a really good show.
It's your turn.
But I just want to say, real quick, I don't forgot to say, the animation style and the art style. Chef's kiss right there. Anywho, my turn now. Alright. So, I'm going to go with my first, an F tier live action here. I'm going to go with Fred the Show.
You just summoned Cthulhu.
Yeah. It's either an F tier or G tier for me. Here's the thing.
F tier. It's not even a question.
Like, this is one of those shows I felt was more of a trying to milk the cash cow than anything. Because, of course, Fred was the big YouTube trend at the time.
No, this is after he was already popular. They just wanted to, like, bring him onto a show for whatever reason. Oh, yeah.
Money. Oh, wait, yeah. But still, either way, milking the cash cow. You know, trying to bring that relevance. It's one of those shows that didn't need to happen. I feel like... Because, I mean, I'm sure they offered Lucas, you know, some really good pay for the show. However, I really felt Fred should have ended where it started, which is on YouTube. Instead of, you know, having that cow be milked dry. But alas, unfortunately, that's the case. So F tier. It's just a show that didn't need to exist, in my opinion.
Yeah, the show is F tier, and oh my god, like, the YouTube, like, I remember watching this when it came out. No. I probably lost a brain cell or two after that. It really is that bad, though. Like, people who say that this show sucks, they're not exaggerating. It is absolutely bottom of the barrel garbage. Like, I think, like I said, I think, in my opinion, like, School of Rock is still probably, like, in my opinion, just the absolute, like, worst. But Fred, I think, objectively speaking, is probably the worst show that Nickelodeon has ever produced. And that's saying a lot. If not easily top 3.
Yeah.
Like, it's not even a contest. This show's wretchedly bad. Like, wretchedly bad.
100%.
So, don't watch it. And all I'm gonna say is like, dude, I will admit, I was one of those people back in the day whenever Fred became popular on YouTube. I used to watch those videos a lot. I wouldn't say they were my favorite at the time. But at least I can see why it was appealing, because it was the annoying, like, kid stereotype, but, like, in a more quirky sort of way. But they just made him into an annoying fuck with this show.
Yeah. Like, if you're gonna watch Fred content, I'd just watch the YouTube stuff. Don't watch a show. If you're gonna
And
watch
even
Fred
then,
content.
just be cautious. You will lose. Like, you will probably cry if you watch this show or the movies. So, don't watch it.
Yeah. Now, my next show I'm gonna go for. I'm gonna go Fairly Odd Parents. Now, well, I think
I
there's
think
plenty
we
good
have to
moments in it.
exemplify this again. Butch Hartman is a piece of shit.
But I put it at a mid to low C. For one, the Butch Hartman stuff. Two, I mean, I liked the show, but at the same time, I actually didn't care for it as much as everyone else did. This was one of the shows I kind of fell out of. I mean, earlier stuff, I felt like it lost its touch after a while. Is the thing. Again, another sad case of milking the cash cow. Because as far as I know, it's still going. As far as I know,
It's not. It finally got canceled 2 years ago.
Oh shit! Okay, shows you how much I've been paying attention to it.
Yeah. Okay. So, once again, another Butch Hartman show. Thankfully, the last one for tonight. Thankfully. That being said, I will admit, right before the introduction of Poof in 2008, it was fine. I will admit, it wasn't the best show, although I will say this, here comes the Crimson Chin. Like, that was a good meme. Like, the meme was good when it lasted. But then after they introduced Poof with, like, the special, just like with SpongeBob, massive nosedive. And that's when we started seeing the creep in of modern day Butch Hartman. And saw the piece of shit that he really was. And, I mean, once again, I don't hate the show itself, because once again, it was mostly the writers of the show that are responsible for making the show work. And there are still, enjoyable episodes that, from those earlier seasons that were pretty good. But after the introduction of Poof and introducing a bunch of other gimmicky stuff, it just became wretchedly bad. But thankfully, they finally ended the show in 2019. Thankfully.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, to be fair, I think they probably saw that it wasn't going to go as well as they thought it would, so they ended up shelving it.
Right about that one.
And do I have one more or two?
I think you have two more. Yeah, you have two more.
Two more. Alright, so my next show, I'm going to go with The Wild Thornberrys.
Uh-oh.
This wild-ass show, let me tell you.
They were on drugs.
Nigel Thornberry, absolute sex icon, Nigel Thornberry.
Oh my god.
But I put it at a B. I genuinely enjoyed the show. Heck, I enjoyed it more than I enjoyed Rocket Power. If that makes you have some faith in me.
I mean, that does make me have faith in you, but, like, here's my problem with Wild Thornberrys. It's boring. Really boring. Which, I feel bad once again because I get the premise of the show. Just like Captain Planet, it's about, positive messages in environmentalism and stuff. And it sucks because, I don't really feel like a lot of people take that stuff seriously, especially with global warming going on right now. Obviously, that's something that is for another discussion. But, like, I don't know, man. Like, I just don't care for this show. And not only that, but also this was the first show where Klapsky was not really doing good with, in my opinion. Because Rugrats, All Real Monsters, and As Told by Ginger, I thought they were fine. But then you get rocket power and all grown up. And then this show, which started that trend of not really producing anything stand outish. Granted, I'll give it this. I'm pretty sure this was the first show from Nickelodeon, like in terms of the animated world, where they were pushing a female lead. I have to give credit where credit is due, but unfortunately not a really good start. Yeah. Especially with what's his face that was pretty much like the wild man.
I can't remember his name. I just remember the sounds.
Yeah, no, honestly, nah, fam.
Like, you're talking about her little brother, right?
That's not her brother. That's the one that they just randomly found.
Well, they adopt him, pretty much.
He got really annoying really fast. That's my point. Whatever. It's a high D, admittedly, only because I get the messaging, but man, I'm not a big fan of this show.
Now, speaking of Real Monsters, though, let's talk about Real Monsters. One of my A-tier shows. Listen, alright, I love this show. I thought, the character designs are super fucking wacky, but wacky in the good way.
Mm-hmm.
Like, zany humor. Honestly, the voice acting, fits the characters, They're supposed to be wacky, zany characters. And the voice acting, of course, matches the wacky, zany characters. And it's just a wacky, zany show all around.
Mm-hmm.
And fucking, listen, when you do wacky and zany right, I absolutely love it. So, gotta give it that A tier, just for that. I bow.
This one's really difficult for me because I would give it an A tier because, like, I do like the show, like in concept. Which, by the way, Monsters Inc. you stole from this show, because it's quite literally a similar concept to that, except except they're not scaring people to collect energy. It's mostly for like a class. So
yeah.
Wait, no, Disney still ripped that. Yeah, Pixar still ripped that off with Monsters University. How dare you, Disney? How dare you? That being said, I do feel like some episodes just aren't that great. I do like the pilot, like the first episode, but then the second episode, I just didn't care for as much. So the show is hit or miss, but generally speaking, I do think that they do better, like more good than bad, and so I am gonna put it at like a mid to high B.
Yeah.
So. Also, that's where we got the infamous sound from. So you're welcome with telling you where that sound comes from.
I forgot that's where the sound came from.
Yeah, it's from the intro from that. You tire me out.
Alright, that was my last show.
That was your last show. Wow. Oh shoot, I forgot to mention this.
What?
About Sam and Cat. I just realized it's kind of a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off of a spin-off.
Oh god.
And you know what that means?
Spin-offception?
It's all that.
God.
See what I did there?
What tier?
I'm gonna put all that in A tier. So, the reason why I mentioned that is because, well, all these shows, this was Dan Schneider's first show, and pretty much all of his shows were built off of, kids that were on the shows that he worked on before. So, obviously, you got all that, which is the original show, which is more of a variety programming of, like, skits and whatnot. I'm just explaining why I mentioned that with Sam and Cat. Because you get Keenan and Kel and the Amanda Show spawn off from this show, which the Amanda Show, which we'll get into later, spawned in Drake and Josh, which that spawned in iCarly and Victoria, and that spawned in Victorious, and that spawned in Sam and Cat. So in technicality, all those shows that we talked about so far are spin-offs of this show. In technicality.
Oh
that being said, the original show, I think it's pretty cool. Obviously, this show is known for having, a variety of different skits. Really good skits, by the way, such as Repair Man.
Fucking repair man.
Yeah. Basically, half of Kel Mitchell's stuff that he does on here is pretty great. Obviously, repair man. Yeah, I have to say it. I don't care. Obviously, the Good Burger skits and Coach Cretin, those are pretty good. Also, Kenan Thompson as Super Dude and oh no, you're tired. I had to go fast.
Oh no, you're gonna have to stretch.
Oh, and then obviously, what's his face? The guy who played Detective Dan. Basically, the skits are really funny. For the most part, there are some that don't hit as much. Some people really hate Violent Information. I don't hate it, but Lori Beth Denberg's roles don't usually hit all that much. But generally speaking, I think that it's a pretty decent show. Even outside of the 90s stuff, the 2000s stuff I thought did pretty good. I've not seen the other reboot that came out in a couple years ago. I'll have to watch that. But generally speaking, from what I can tell though, easy A. So
I pretty much put it in the B tier. Because it's great. The skits. Look, who could forget repair man? He's like the live action bo. Like he's just that fucking obscene of a character. I fucking love him. Now, of course, again, I can see what you mean by it spawned all the other shows like the Amanda Show, Sam and Cat, iCarly. So pretty much everything I would have to say you've already pretty much stated.
Why'd you put it at B instead of A though?
Just because I'm not too big on Dan Schneider.
Do you want to address that now? Because we might as well.
Yeah. So, pretty much to put it in simple terms. So, because I know someone in Twitch chat also mentioned the iCarly spinoff. Well, Miranda, or not Miranda Cosgrove, the girl who played Sam is not being in it for a reason. I mean, she's done with acting, but it's because Dan Schneider is a creep that starts with a P. Essentially.
We've said it before, pedo.
Yeah.
Or he's an alleged pedo. I don't know if it's been confirmed yet because I've already.
I don't know if it's confirmed. I think it's at least confirmed. He's definitely a little bit on the creepy side for sure. But even looks, seeing stuff with the guy, rubbed me off the wrong way anyway.
But yeah, no, if he actually is one, then yeah, no, fuck him. Which, by the way, why are there a lot of pieces of shit in the animation or the television industry now? Or at least, well, to be fair, it's probably been like that all the time. But still, though, man. All right, actually, speaking of, we might as well finish off the other Dan Schneider shows. So, Amanda show. Which, by the way, should I address the elephant in the room with this one?
Go ahead.
So, okay, obviously, during the late 90s and early 2000s, obviously, Amanda Bynes was a really big star. This was pretty much her show. Then she pretty much found meth and cocaine in the early 2010s and hasn't been in the public eye until a couple years ago. Mm-hmm. So there you go. You're welcome for ruining your childhood. So that being said, in terms of a spin-off, because this is literally a spin-off of all that, they even reused a lot of the same sets. They reused the same classroom and school sets for their skits in this. And I will admit the show doesn't hit quite as well as all that in terms of overall quality. There are some really funny skits out there, for example the nurse skits as well as Judge Trudy. So I will admit those are pretty cool. And you have to at least give credit where credit is due because this is where Drake and Josh actually started. Yeah, Drake Bell and Josh Pecker. This was their first show. So, gotta give credit there. I am still going to put it at a B, though, because it's mostly hit or miss, but there's more good than bad.
Yeah.
So
I'm willing for this one to separate creator from show a little bit.
And Crack Girl.
I'm going to put it a low B. But, because I mean, it wasn't a bad show. I thought it had some good skits. Because it's one of those shows I had to rewatch just to get a refresher on. But honestly, not a terrible show by any means at all. Like, it's one that if I saw it on, I definitely would see myself watching it.
you know what is a pretty bad show though?
Hmm.
A spin-off of Henry Danger, Kid Danger.
Oh, I was wondering what we were going to talk about.
Very, very low D. This show is just uninspired. Like, the same problems that I have with Henry Danger apply to Kid Danger. Granted, the only reason why it's slightly better is the fact that Nickelodeon realized their mistake and completely just removed it after, 8 episodes. I'm not even joking. So, thankfully, it didn't last too long. But why, dude? No one gave a shit about the original Henry Danger. Dude, it's like Bible Man with how they treated this. You know what I mean, right?
This is the first time I'm hearing a Bible Man.
You've never heard of this motherfucker?
I'm glad I have it.
I'll have to tell you off stream, but long story short, there was originally a live action version of the show. Then they stopped that. Then they made a 3D animated show. Both were awful. Don't watch that. It's the same treatment that Nickelodeon was trying to do with the Danger franchise, which is like, dude, who the fuck cares?
Yeah.
Like, at this point, no thank you. What's your opinion on this?
Me, I put it a D, just mainly because, yeah, they pulled the plug before it could get, spread out too much. Before the toxic acid could spread too far into the sea, they cleaned that shit up. And I respect Nickelodeon for doing that, because, yeah, the Henry Danger stuff, again, I wasn't impressed at all.
Mm-hmm.
I only give it a D because, like I said, they pulled the plug. They knew, wait, no, this is garbage. No one's watching this. So they didn't try to continuously push it out there.
It's a whole bag of nothing.
To
quote myself from last stream.
Yeah, you did say that last stream.
Unfortunately, there is one show that they didn't pull the plug early, and I'm very pissed that they did, because this is one of the worst animated shows I've ever seen in my life. Breadwinners. F tier. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
F tier.
I mean, I also put it in F tier. I mean, that didn't really impress me too much at all, by any means. Again, just like every other show on the F tier or D tier. Like, the art style is, very vibrant and poppy.
Way too vibrant.
Yeah, but the show itself, I was just like, I've seen better. Like, way, 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 way better. So yeah, F tier for me on that one.
Absolute dog shit show.
I'm going to pick. Let's go with the X's.
Really? You going with Emma Esurance over here?
Emma Esurance. You know what? Freaking low C on the X's. It's one of those shows I didn't hate, I didn't love. Again, if it's on, I'm just gonna watch it if there's nothing else. I don't really give too much of a shit about the show as much. That's all. That's it.
You know what actually made me really mad? I was
What?
trying to look up reviews for this show, like because I already watched this show and I was like, I mean, it's not the worst thing I've ever seen, but it's not great. And then I came across a review comparing this show to this show, and that's an insult to this show because this show is 10 trillion times better than this. Like, it's not even close. Granted, that review was from 2005, and it was probably some dipshit who doesn't like action shows. But come on, man. I mean, once again, I don't hate this show either. I mean, it's just an average show. Below average even in some areas, but there's just better shows. I mean, once again, it literally looked like an insurance commercial. Like, and that's what people were saying about the show at the time, which is reasonable, and also saying that it was basically an Incredibles knockoff, which I can definitely see, especially since they brought Patrick Warburton to voice the dad. So, which, don't get me wrong, I like Patrick Warburton, although I will admit, he kind of plays the same character over and over and over again, and it's kind of shown here. That's all I gotta say.
Yeah.
Patrick Warburton being Krunk from Emperor's New Groove, by the way. Wow, we referenced that movie twice.
Yeah. Hey, you, CC. Oh, good.
That's for later.
I know. But, my next show, there's two shows that I think are kind of bizarrely whack. Now, I'm going to get the least wacky one out of the way and go with Alvin. The Alvin and the Chipmunk show.
D.
I'm going to give it a D. Just get. It wasn't, you know. I see what they were going for. I really do.
What?
It was just no.
3D CGI Alvin, just like the stupid movies.
I would rather have the realistic CGI album than whatever. This looks like it's made out of Play-Doh on the screen. Like the characters are literally made out of polished Play-Doh or something. But no, like I see where we're going for. They just executed it. Not good. Not that good. So another participation trophy, D, for me.
Okay, so I will just say this right now. Like, I don't know if I've ever really cared for anything involving Alvin and the Chipmunks. Yes, there was the show from, like, the 60s. Then there was the show from the 80s. And then, obviously, the infamous movies. And then this. This one, I feel like, is more or less just based off the movies. Which, I'm just going to say this right now. Like, I didn't entirely hate the first one. Yes, it wasn't good, but like, I don't know, it was definitely better than the sequels. That's all I can say. And it's like, bruh, what? Just why?
Like, the squeakquel, like the second movie, I thought, you know, if they were going to make the movies, that's as far as they should have went.
But no.
No.
And then they made a TV show based off the movie, which is based off of a franchise that, honestly, I'm just going to be honest, never really was that great to begin with. At least in my opinion. It's kind of like George of the Jungle, where it's like, nothing's good has come out of that. I mean, except for maybe the 80s show, which I know some people have nostalgia for. But guess what? I don't give a shit about the 80s. I think it's pretty obvious. 90s and 2000s. There you go. But
there you go, you fuckers.
But generally speaking, though, like, it's just another example of a lazy 3D CGI show that just doesn't, you know, do anything about it. And it's just there just to be CG. So don't waste your time.
Now, the more wacky side of the show. This show was interesting. The Back in the Barnyard.
Ooh.
This show was an experience.
Yep, they were. I feel like Nickelodeon executives were just on all the drugs and just came up with kids shows for them.
Yeah. I mean, I know this is based on the movie, which
the movie wasn't bad, but just the visuals really people didn't like.
I thought the movie had its distinct charms to itself that made the movie, I thought, not that bad at all. This, it has something. I don't know what it is. I don't know if it's charms. I don't know if it's drugs. I don't know if it's a mix of both. I mean, I'm going to put it at a low B just because of the experience alone. It was something. I will say that.
I'm going to put it in like low C because the visuals alone do not help this show.
Oh, no, they don't, but the show's so fucking whack. I'm willing to give it the...
Okay, I will admit there are some funny moments with the show itself. I'll give it that.
Yeah. No, I didn't say the show is necessarily good. I just said it's an experience.
And why'd you did you put it like a B or a D?
I put it a C.
Oh, okay. Well, there you go.
Because I was thinking about putting it at a B just for the experience alone. I'm like, nah.
Yeah, it's not a B. It's not a B. It just isn't.
Like,
especially animation, which, I mean, okay, considering that it was 2007 and this was right before the Clone Wars came out, I have to be slightly more forgiving, especially compared to fucking Martians. I mean, in comparison, this show, like Back in the Barnyard, is way more tolerable. It's not really that great though. So
yeah. Now, what my last show here for this round? I'm gonna go with Winx.
Wait,
the OG Winx.
Oh, it's pretty much all the Winx.
Oh, it is all the Winx.
Yeah.
I mean, I just show myself. It wasn't my forte per se. That rhymes. But I felt, for the people that did watch it, that on their end, I'm sure, it wasn't a bad show by any means.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I'm willing to put it in the C tier just because,
Yeah.
I think it's good for their audience. I think it, for their target audience, who they were going for, like to the people who love the show. Yeah, I can see definitely the appeal to it. And I can respect that. It just, wasn't my thing. But I don't hate it either. So.
Mm-hmm. Yeah, I'm in the same boat. It's just, I get the demographic, and it's fine for that demographic. As a matter of fact, like, if you really like this show, that's fine. Because I know some people who actually really love this show.
Mm-hmm.
It's just not my personal thing. So, because for me, whenever it comes to, like, female protagonists, once again, so, I don't know, it's just not for me personally. That's all.
Yeah.
So.
And then
my turn.
Pick, I believe.
Yeah, it's my turn. All right, let's go with a. Save the obvious S tier for last, because I want to end on a positive note. But
yeah.
Let's go for. Let's go back to the 90s. Clarissa Explains It All.
Wait, which one?
Clarissa Explains It All.
Clarissa Explains It All. Alright.
I'm gonna put this one in like a low A. I think, in terms of like the early '90s shows, I think the production and the quality of this show, was pretty good. And the premise is interesting, having, Clarissa literally explaining it all to the audience, being more of a, yes, people are loud here, it's dumb, but...
Oh, I wasn't even paying attention to that.
You literally did that whenever someone was running across the halls.
Did I?
Yes.
It's not intentional, I promise.
Okay, anyways, pretty, the production quality cool. I think the premise is actually kind of funny in hindsight, because Clarissa literally explained it all to like the audience, or like just monologuing stuff, and I think that's pretty funny. And just kind of her way of thinking, being like the smart brat, but like a cool smart brat. I think that the dynamic is pretty funny. So I can see why people really liked this show back in the early 90s. And yes, I've complained about it before, but I think the use of the laugh track was actually good in this show, because I'm pretty sure the first live action show to use that. So thankfully it was used sparingly and pretty good. So
I'll put it at a B tier because again, the laugh tracks, they weren't over excessive. They actually timed it right. It's an interesting concept for Clarissa to literally explain everything. So the show gave me what it told me it was going to give me. That's for sure. But I thought it was kind of a funny show. I had a few laughs at it when I checked it out. So yeah, B tier easily for me on that one.
What's a B tier for me? The Secret World of Alex Mack.
Good old Alex Mack.
So, this show is basically... Danny Phantom ripped this show off. So, because for those who don't know the premise, basically Alex Mack is your typical teenager who unfortunately got burnt with chemicals and was able to get superpowers out of it. Sounds familiar?
Oh boy. I remember that episode of Jimmy Neutron.
God. Alright, okay, but point being, I'll give it a B. It's one of the earliest shows to really exemplify CGI, like alongside, typical whatever. And yes, it does slightly look dated, but there are some effects that still somewhat hold up today. And also, having that, be like, pretty much your epidemic of trying to make sure that your powers are kept secret from everyone else, it can be appealing. Granted, I still prefer Danny Phantom in terms of that, even with the man aside, but, for being an early experiment, like, with that idea, it could have been worse. It could have been like the Troop.
Yeah, that's why I put that at B. Alex Mack at a B tier, because unlike the Troop, they actually did execute what they were going for. I mean, granted, I wouldn't call it an A tier show. I mean, I thought it was a good show, but the fact that they were, but yeah, I could see the Danny Phantom ripping it off thing that you're talking about.
Yeah.
I got some Danny Phantom vibes from it when I was watching some stuff here and there on it.
Alright, let's talk about Victoria's. So, honestly, I will just say this right now. I used to hate this show. Like, when it first came out or whatever, I just did not vibe with it at all. That being said, surprisingly enough, this show has grown on me, and I'm gonna put it at a B tier. I feel like obviously Victoria herself, pretty cool. Also, the cast is pretty great. I don't remember their names though. I do apologize. Once again, I'm relatively new to being like, hey, this show's actually cool. But I feel like this was probably like the last I don't know, it was just a decent vibe, I guess. Like, I don't know how to really describe it other than it was just a decent vibe. So, actually, promoting, music and theater in a good way, unlike School of Rock.
Yeah.
There you go.
Yeah, that's Victoria's is a B tier for me for those reasons. Plus, there's another one of those shows where I watch, if nothing else was on, but the only difference is I thoroughly 100% enjoyed the the show, where the other shows were like 80%, maybe 75. So I thought it was a really great show, honestly. Very. I underestimated the show, honestly, when I first watched it. I was like, I was like, I'm sure it's okay. Of course, watching it, I was like, oh, damn, okay, this is actually really good. Good enough to, of course, be the B tier on this tier list of mine here.
All right, last show for me. Have you ever heard of a show called Martin Mystery?
Martin Mystery. I know, I'm trying to...
It's the one with the caveman and like the anime light looking people.
Oh my god.
What?
Fucking Martin Mystery, dude. This brings back memories.
Okay, yeah, I'm gonna put this at one out of 8 here. So, for those who don't know, these are made by the same people who made Totally Spies. So, which, funny enough, they actually had a crossover episode that never aired in the United States because Totally Spies was on Cartoon Network and Martin Mystery was on Nickelodeon. So, therefore, they were not allowed to do it, which is fucking stupid, but whatever.
Yeah.
I'm gonna put this one in, I already said 8 tier. It's weird because it's kind of like if Totally Spies meets Gravity Falls meets Doctor Who. Like, I think it's a pretty cool like combination of like those different ideas, and exploring different like mythological creatures way better than the Troop, because the Troop ripped this off. But yeah, I don't know. Generally speaking, it's just a fun time. Like, and once again, I am slightly biased because I actually did like Totally Spies. And seeing that this show had a near same quality as that show, especially with like that anime light influence. I think it's pretty cool. And yes, because of that, it is a French show, by the way. Which the French actually make some pretty decent shows. People are sleeping on French animation.
Yeah, like this, Code Lyoko, Totally Spies, goddamn. Of course, I also put mine in A tier because I thought this was on Cartoon Network for some reason. I don't know why.
Yeah, it's because it looks like Totally Spies because
Yeah.
it's made by the same people.
Because no, when you said Martin Mystery, I'm like, wait, I recognize that name, and I saw the cover, I'm like, oh boy, this one. But yeah, easy A tier for me. Honestly, again, they handled the monsters a lot better than fucking the Troop did. That's for damn sure. And one of the better animations, honestly. Again,
And
like
no
you said,
one knows about this show either. Like,
yeah, that's what really makes me sad. That not a lot of people know this show. Just like, come on, y'all are missing out on some good shit. No. Do you have another turn or?
wait, hold on, let me check. One. No, it's your turn.
Okay. By the way, in Discord, can you send me the name of the show that you don't want to speak of till the end? I have a feeling I know what it is, but there's a couple different ones it could be. I just want to make sure I don't accidentally say it. Okay, yeah. So, now that I know that, I'm going to go for the show you just sent me, Zoe 101. That's totally what you sent me in the chat. Zoe 101, another one of those shows that 75 or 85% enjoyed, but again, just if nothing's on. That's just a lot. Like that's a lot of what my C tier stuff is. It's just, either I didn't care for it that much, or I cared enough that I'd watch it if I saw it.
So is it a
But
B
I
or
thought
C?
Victorious is a lot better than Zoe 101.
So is it a B or C?
It's a C.
All right, I'll put this one at a B, but like a low to mid B. I don't know. I feel like it's a deeply flawed show, in like a lot of ways. That being said, I feel like what this show really is like strength at is the people that are surrounding Zoe, because Zoe herself is whatever. She's like just the basic, she's just kind of like whatever, right? But it's mostly like the people that surround her that really sell the show. So, and I do remember one episode where where this one guy was pretty much trying to like overcome his fear of roller coasters, and it was pretty great.
Yeah.
I don't remember the name of the episode, but I do distinctly remember watching that as a kid. And I thought that was pretty funny. Mostly because I will admit I don't like heights, but whatever. It was relatable. It's more of like one of those shows where you kind of have to relate to the scenarios that they're getting involved with.
Yeah.
So.
My next choice. Oh. Real Body Monster. I remember the show.
F.
Give it a low D, almost a high F. It wasn't good. That's all I can say. No.
That's the least that you can say about this show.
It wasn't the. I mean, to be fair, I don't know what the fuck this show is. I mean, even watching it, it's just like, what the hell is this?
Dude, okay.
But I'm lenient enough that I didn't think it was as terrible to be an F tier, but it definitely left me questioning why.
Okay, honestly, at first, I thought that this was a show for Nick Jr. because it kind of looks like one of those shows. But it's not. It was made for regular Nickelodeon. It was a regular Nicktoon. What? Like, seriously, the character designs are just so sloppy and just lazy, you know? And the characters just aren't really that interesting. And I don't know, like, it's also just a very forgettable show. You know, like, I'm literally just trying to remember exactly the episode that I saw, but I literally cannot remember it. And I saw it yesterday! I'm not even exaggerating. I saw it, like, freaking yesterday, like, right after class. So, if I can't even remember your show, you made a bad show. It's like 1,000-Foot Crutch.
Yeah.
Wow, that's the 5th or 6th music reference I made. Wow.
Yeah. Take a shot every time he makes a music reference. Actually, please don't. Please know we're joking. I'm joking when I say that.
You said it, not me.
Now, but next show.
Alright, we should speed it up because it's getting, like, late.
Yeah, I'm trying to. I'm gonna go with Just Jordan next.
Ooh.
I'm willing to give it a B. I didn't mind this one as much. For me, it was just like, victorious, where it's one of those, watch if it's on, the only thing on, but I actually, full on love it. Because, I mean, I just checked it out, recently when you sent me the list of some of the shows that were going to be on here. And I was impressed. I was thoroughly impressed with how it was. I mean, I wouldn't give it an A tier. And, I mean, I wouldn't put it a C tier either. It'd just be one of those shows that I have to watch a little more that piqued my interest for me to be able to put it, in a specific spot. But B tier so far for me.
Fine, I'll put it a B tier. It exists, but I think it's harmless, I feel like this show also got a lot of crap when it came out. In hindsight, it's not that bad, but
yeah,
it's not something that I would go out and seek. So that's my thing, is that it doesn't stand out way too much, but at the same time, it's competently, like, written and competently shot. My only major complaint is the fact that they use a laugh track in the way that they, like, I don't know, like, the way that they, like, shoot the cameras is very similar to a show like, Phil the Future. where they kind of have like more of a close up, and then they combine a laugh track with that, and that's just, to me, that's just really weird. So that's my only major complaint.
Yeah.
It exists.
Now, a show that I didn't realize existed until recently. Rugrats Preschool Days.
F. No.
To be fair, before this list, I had no idea this show existed.
Yeah, it only had 4 episodes. So, and no, it doesn't count as a mini series because it was meant to be a full-on series.
Yeah, it's meant to be full on.
So
When I saw, I was
that's
like,
why it counts on the list, by the way.
Yeah. Like, I'm throwing that on the F because I definitely was not really impressed. Here's the thing with why I put this on the F, because they pulled the plug early on it before it could get too bad. Here's why I ranked this
it was
the F.
literally way too bad. Like,
Yeah.
the animation is so creepy. It looks like a creepypasta.
It kind of does. But no, the reason I put this on F and leave Kid Danger on D is because Kid Danger is based on Henry Danger, so I was expecting disappointment. At least. This, it's something to do with Rugrats. And as someone who loves Rugrats and actually loves All Grown Up, I was like, okay, I'll check this. I get to check this out. My very disappointed with how this turned out. Because it's based on a good show, where Kid Danger is based on a horrid show. So that's why it gets the F, because I was expecting a lot better from it being a Rugrats thing.
Just look up Rugrats Preschool Days. That's all you need to know.
Yeah.
It's really creepy, but not in a good way.
Yeah.
Like, we're going into, back into that salad finger territory, but, more uncanny looking. And I already mentioned, I do like the concept of stuff, in that sort of art style, like making things, salad
I like
fingers,
this kind of
Fran
art
Bow,
style,
the Used third album. I can't even remember that album name. What the hell is that album name?
What, the Used third album?
Yes.
I don't know.
Lies for the Liars.
Hmm.
It's kind of in that, dark, twisted style. I like that style, but it's kind of done in a squeaky clean way for this, and it looks really creepy and weird, which I don't think is the vibe that they were going for. So, nah, fam. Avoid this show like the plague.
Yeah, absolutely. You're not missing anything with this one. You can feel free to skip if you're a Rugrats fan. Don't bother with it. Now, is that my last one? Do I have one more?
You have one more.
Alright, so the next one I'm going to choose here is I'm going to choose As Told by Ginger.
B.
Yeah, definitely a B. Because some reason I had not seen this until recently.
Mm-hmm.
I don't know how. I mean, then again, like I said before, I was more of a Disney or Cartoon Network kid than a Nick kid. But I thought it was a pleasant show. I quite thoroughly enjoyed it. And plus, as you can tell by art style wise, made by same people who made the Wild Thornberries. Yeah, I will say.
And Rugrats and Rocket Power.
Yeah. Mm-hmm.
Klipsky.
So, a familiar animation in the Nickelodeon universe, and one of the better shows too. Because I will rank this above Wild Thornberries and Rocket Power on the B tier. That's all I gotta say on it.
Yeah, I put this one at a B. I'm surprised because at first I thought I was going to want to put it at C, but then I learned how different this show was because at first I thought it was going to be more about just, someone's perspective like as a girl, similar to like a Clarissa Explains It All or like a Unfabulous, but it actually goes more in depth for like, you know, pretty much every one side inside of a school or whatever, and it's more about trust, and I can dig the message, and I think the designs are fine, you know. So my only major complaint though is I wouldn't say boring or like drag on. I feel like like some episodes do kind of take some time for them to like really get going. But generally speaking, you know, if you want a more like laid down show with some, you know, heavy emphasis, like with some, you know, elements of like, you know, drama, give it a go.
Yeah.
All right,
So now,
my turn. Actually, speaking of Unfabulous, it's right next to Drew Jackson VP.
Yeah.
I'm not gonna lie, I didn't care for this all that much. I'm gonna put this in like a C. I swear, this might just be like my perspective, but like I feel like the kids who play, like who are like the characters, like the people, like the kids in the show, they look way too young to be like in middle school. That kind of made me a little bit uncomfortable, just a little bit. Also, the main lead character, which I can't, or the main lead girl, I can't remember her name, did not care for. Once again, this is more of a show where like I feel like the main people that surround the main character definitely steal the show. Because there's two African American kids in the show that I think are pretty cool. I don't remember their names, but generally speaking, they're pretty rad, bro. But I don't know. It's just not my thing.
Yeah, I mean, I'll put this. I mean, it's one of those shows. Just like I didn't mind it, but again, I'm not gonna go out of my way just to watch it religiously. But I'm willing to give it at least put it in the C with all the other ones. But yeah, it's not a bad show by any means.
You want to? Let's go back to some early '90s cheese with
Oh boy,
The Adventures of Pete and Pete.
Oh, I was wondering when you're gonna pull this one up as well.
Honestly, okay. I feel like some of the jokes of this show kind of age, but funny enough, the parts that aren't meant to be funny, they are hilarious to me. So I'm gonna put this one at like a low A because of that. Like Open Face by himself, who's like the main, you know, bully character. Like he's probably one of my personal favorite bully characters because he's one of those people who's he's kind of a goofy bully where he's like I want to like, you know, like beat you up, bro, yo. So I think it's, I don't know, just him by himself is pretty funny. Also, just the narration with Pete is just so funny to me. I don't know why. It just is. Granted, I know this show is like before our time, so maybe we're just not like watching it right, but like
yeah,
I
mean,
can't stop laughing about some of the stuff.
Super fucking cheese show. Like you said,
That's the thing about the early 90s Nickelodeon shows, though, or at least the live action ones, is that most of them just, I feel like some of it was just unintentionally funny. Although it's a part of me deep down inside feels like they intentionally did it. Why does it look like I'm worried? I'm not worried. I'm just...
Yeah. You're worried about how much cheese you're consuming with these shows. But, I mean, cheese sounds pretty good right now, not gonna lie. But, yeah, I mean, A tier just because for the fucking 90s cheese. Like, this is the show that perfectly captures the 90s cheese, in my opinion. So, easy A tier just for that alone. Plus, I actually did have a good time watching it when I saw everything on it. So, yeah.
All right. Kablam. This is more of a gimmicky show, I feel like. Because I get what they were going for with this show. Basically just trying to showcase different styles of animation into like different skits. Basically an animated version of all that, except with like, different styles of animation as opposed to different styles of like comedy.
Yeah.
I get that, but I felt like it just was weak in so many ways to the point where I just got really annoyed by it, and therefore it's going to be like a mid-C. I just don't feel like, I felt like it was just a waste of resources, and apparently Nickelodeon was on my back because they canned the show after like 2 seasons because I think it was costing too much. Because it was more of a show-off show, like I said. Basically showcasing, hey, we can do claymation, we can do CGI, we can do like one of those, paper flip animation styles. And it's like, dude, just stick with one thing. Like, you're predating Mad 2011 here. That's not a good thing.
Yeah.
Like, bruh.
I mean, I gave it a C as well. I mean, from what I saw, I actually didn't mind it that much, actually. I mean, I thought, it's kind of an interesting concept. Like, I could see. I mean, I could definitely see it not reaching past 2 seasons with all I was seeing. But I see where they're going with it concept-wise. I thought, kind of interesting. But I just wouldn't see myself, going back to watch the show over and over again. Like, while it interested me a little bit, it didn't really capture me enough to pull in. So, C tier.
You know what show captured me, though? And it's surprising. It surprises me because it is a competition show. I don't usually like competition shows. Legends of the Hidden Temple.
Oh, now you're fucking talking.
Very, very high A. Honestly, though, like, yes, I mean, they've stopped making episodes. They haven't done any episodes since '96. But they did a lot of like reruns throughout like the late '90s and throughout the 2000s, and that's pretty much how we watched that. And honestly, it's just kind of an interesting concept because it's a fitness-based competition show that also involves itself with historical trivia. And if you watched me for a while, hell, if you've even watched the last stream, I like history, and so seeing a show, like try to, have people like teach something about that, pretty cool. I do feel like the very last room within the temple was way too cheap though, where they had like they had to find all the pieces and build the statue.
Yeah.
That was kind of cheap because not many people were able to make it out, and it's like, dude, make it easier, especially to like, kids who, yes, they probably were teens, like, middle schoolers, early high schoolers by that point, but like, dude, they're just not going to be able to get out of that.
Yeah.
That's my only complaint, but it's still a pretty cool show. And Olmec makes the show. That's the giant statue, by the way.
Yeah.
Or the giant head.
Now, I do have to put it at the A tier because for a live action, competition show, Nick did it better than Cartoon Network did. I just want to say that.
By 1,000 million miles.
Mm-hmm.
1,000 million miles. That's 1 billion miles.
Yeah, like Legend of the Hidden Temple, like, no, Cartoon Network couldn't be able to top that. They tried. And this is coming from a guy who, like I've said before, has watched a lot of the Cartoon Network stuff. So for seeing Nick, top them on this, I was just like, hell yeah, good for you guys. So A tier again for me. No beating it.
Your turn.
All right. Well, I shall pick
Haunted Hathaways.
I felt indifferent about it. I mean, it wasn't a good show. It wasn't a bad show. It was a decent show. It exists. I know we've said that how many times in this stream.
I've barely said it. I've only said it like 3 times.
Yeah. Well, I'm glad I ran that timer up for you. That counter up for you. Anywho, yeah. I mean, maybe if I watched it a little bit more, I'd probably be able to be like, okay, maybe this higher tier or a lower tier. But to be honest, like what I watched from it when I was trying to do my research was okay.
I have one question though.
Yeah.
Why does the African American family have to be the dead ones? That's racist.
I ain't going anywhere near that. I ain't.
Nickelodeon, why you gotta be so racist, Benson? Okay. Okay, in all seriousness though, it's okay. Surprisingly enough, better than a lot of the other live action sitcoms. Although I don't like the mother. Because she's the type of like, overly trying to embarrass the kid type. And that really rubs me the wrong way. That being said, it's okay. It's like a low B, high C. So I'll give it the benefit of the doubt in that.
Yeah. Now, my next show I'm going to choose. I'm going to choose Awesomeness TV.
D. Almost an F.
Yeah, listen. If you're going to name your show Awesomeness TV, please make sure it's awesome.
Exactly.
This show was just a no. Like, this is the exact opposite of awesome. So, like, I'm going to give it a low D. Actually, you know what? I'm going to give it a high F. This fucking show doesn't deserve a participation trophy. Because if you tried, I couldn't tell. So, yeah. High F.
So, funny enough, this show is also based off of a web series on YouTube. So, I did not know this. I did the research. Yeah, it's based off of a web series. Nah, fam. Or at least not the show. Dude, watching this show does not make me want to watch the web series. It's that bad. The only reason why it's not an F is I actually did watch the web series. It's okay. But like, really?
Yeah.
Like, actually, yeah, yeah, fuck it. I'm putting it in F.
Yeah, because this ain't the web series, technically.
So, yeah. No.
But let me see the next show here. Ooh, what's a good potential one? I think I see something here. So what I'm gonna go for is House of Anubis.
D. No, dude. The show was boring and stupid, and tried to cash in on like the Twilight stuff that was going on at the time, or at least in terms of like the look.
Yeah.
Good.
Like when I saw this, my big complaint, there's two less I love you Edward, I love you Bellis. There's not enough for the Twilight fans, and I'm disappointed now. In all seriousness though.
Don't bring back the Twilight fandom. That deserves to die.
Yeah. Stays buried. But anywho. Yeah, D, I didn't really enjoy it. I mean, I put it at a high D, almost a low C. But that was nothing special.
The show's just bad. I mean, it's not as bad as
really
Super Ninjas, but
about.
like, it's just not good. It was just capitalizing on like a style that was really popular at the time.
Yeah.
And
Isn't that when Cartoon Network was starting to do their live action as well?
it was right after. So don't waste your time. Like,
yeah.
do you see a common pattern here? Like, are you seeing a common pattern with like action and drama live action shows with this?
Yeah.
They suck.
Oh, yeah.
Most of them, by the way, not all of them.
Yeah, there are some good ones, as you know, you can tell by the list. But speaking of live action ones, True Jackson VP.
True Jackson VP. Big part of the head corporation. I don't even remember the fuck what she says.
Yeah. Honestly, I'm willing to put this at a high C. I'm willing to. Again, it was a show that, for me, just existed. But I did genuinely enjoy it. Somewhat, actually. Kind of became a little bit of a guilty pleasure growing up, I would say. So I just don't rank it at a B because I didn't care for it that much.
Mm-hmm.
But definitely a high C.
Yeah, that's the same boat that I'm at. Is that I didn't really care for it all that much. Especially since the premise is really fucking stupid. Because long story short, someone gets hired to a fashion company just because they were selling stuff like pretty good, and they become the vice president of that company.
Mm.
I know they're stupid premises, but like you have to make them at least realistic enough.
What are you talking about? That totally happens every single day.
Dude, that would not happen in a modern capitalist society, unfortunately.
Look, man,
I wish it did, but no. But whatever. Point being, it's more of a specific taste show. So I'll just put it at that.
Yeah.
If you're interested in more fashion-oriented sitcoms, there you go. It's just not my style, personally.
Yeah. Then, do I have another choice?
You have one more. After this, though, I'm gonna choose the rest.
Yeah, that's what I was going to plan on for you. I'm going to go with Kitty, I hope I said that right.
Wait, what?
The one with the fucking bison and the...
It's Yakety Yak.
Yakety Yak. Okay, look, the K looks like an H to me. I was like, I know I've seen the show, I just don't remember the name of it.
Yeah, I will say this. For being one of the earlier Flash shows, it's okay. Because this came out in 2002, which was right before a lot of shows relied on Flash. It's not anywhere as good as like some other shows like Foster's or Hi Hi Puffy Ami Yumi from Cartoon Network. But I'll put it at a low B. For at least innovating in the sense of perspective, because Flash has existed since the mid 90s thanks to Blue's Clues, which I don't know if you knew that.
I did not, actually.
Yeah, that actually was one of the first, if not the first, shows to use Flash.
Huh.
So, little fun fact for you. But I don't know, it was just okay.
Yeah. The more you know.
Dun dun dun. The more you know. Dun. All right. Should I choose now?
Yeah.
All right.
Let's wrap this bad boy up.
Okay. So, welcome to Wayne. B tier. Very Gravity Falls-esque. Has a similar art style to I don't want to say OKKO, but like I don't know. It's a weird mix between like OKKO, regular show, and Rick and Morty in terms of the art style. Like it's kind of weird, but generally speaking, it's a pretty decent show with like spooky, ghosty monster elements. So if you're into that sort of stuff, you might like it. Once again, past my time, but I don't care.
Yeah. What I saw so far, I mean, I put it at a B for now. I mean, I could definitely see, the Gravity Falls sort of style-ish. Like, possibly a little bit of the OKKO animation you're talking about.
Mm-hmm.
I mean, I was thoroughly impressed enough that I was like, hey, this is something I probably would have watched back then. Hell, probably would check out now for like a little bit.
Mm-hmm.
But I would have to watch more for sure, honestly. The show actually did it. The show captivated me and captured me enough to want to watch more. So B, easily.
Pig, goat, banana, cricket. I know this show gets a lot of hate. I don't think it's as bad as people make it out to be, but I'm not putting it above a C. So I'm going to put it like a low to mid C, because they're trying to recapture the magic, quote unquote, of Ren and Stimpy, which I can respect, and I will admit some of the jokes do, like, work, but the difference between Ren and Stimpy and this is that they didn't rely so much on, like, major gross out humor. So,
yeah.
Whatever. I'm probably the most forgiving person when it comes to this show, because I know people tore this show to shreds, but compared to Breadwinners, I'd rather take this.
Yeah.
So,
I mean, it wasn't too bad of a show when I checked out the clips on YouTube. Again, another one I could potentially see myself, not as much, checking it out fully, but at least, probably giving a little more glances at it just to see what it's all about. Because I want to say I have seen the show before, 100%, but I'm not too sure on this one. Because, like, the art style of the characters look familiar enough.
Mm-hmm.
But I am going to give it a C for right now.
Yeah, we're probably the kindest people with this show, by the way. So, all right. Brain Surge. B. It's okay. It's another show. It's another competition show. Similar in vein to, I guess, Are You Smarter Than a Fifth Grader?
Yeah.
So, because it brings in, like, celebrity casts from, like, a lot of the live action shows. So, it's a low B for me.
A low D or a low B?
Low B.
A low B. I'd put it at a C for right now. I mean, I hadn't seen anything to make me hate it, but at the same time, I hadn't seen anything to make me say, oh my gosh. Like, it's just there for right now.
You know something that makes me really have hate, though?
Oh boy, what?
Sanjay and Craig is an F tier. It's literally the same show as Breadwinners. I'm not making it up. That's all you need to know.
I know exactly what the show is.
It's literally the same show. Literally the same show.
Yeah.
You can't convince me otherwise.
It really is one of the same, literally exactly to a T. Just different designs. And, like, the color palette's a little different. Other than that, there's really... I said a little different, by the way. But other than that, no, there's not really any difference between the two.
Alright, Romeo. The show about a rap rock new metal band.
God, Romeo. Where the hell are you?
It's the one with, like, the red...
Oh, I see it. The red text?
Yep.
Okay, I see it. Based on what I've seen so far, I mean, this one I barely got into and saw, so before I had to. So far, high D or a low C, just to give them a participation trophy. Because, in fact, just because I wasn't able to get to this as much as the other ones that I had to look out for, I am willing to give it the low C for right now. Just to be fair, I will be fair. But it's an interesting concept.
Mm-hmm.
Interesting, I feel is the right word.
It's better than the Naked Brothers band, I'll give it that. Although that being said, once again, shot very similarly to a show like Phil of the Future, but has a laugh track. I don't like that's so weird to me. So because of that, I'm gonna have to put it at a C. So, nah, fam, or at least not for that.
Yeah.
Marvin, very, very, very low D. This show is trash. Granted, it's not as abysmal as Fred. That's not really saying too much, though, because this show is just bland and uninspired. Like, it's basically a show that I'm going to talk about in a little bit, except more of a comedy and really fucking stupid. And casted by Lucas Fred. And it's just absolutely awful.
Yeah.
The only benefit that this show has is not being as bad as Fred. That's the only reason why it's not an F.
Yeah. I mean, I'd put it the D as well. I mean, again, it's not like they're actually cashing in on Fred. It's actually trying more to be its own thing, a little bit more. From what I gathered, watching it. Which I can respect that. I can definitely respect that. They went that different route. Which, did it work for them? I'm sure probably not.
It didn't.
But they at least tried. Like, they actually tried to go for something different that's not a cash in on Fred exactly. So, it's more of its own original thing. I did like that. But not good enough for me to place it higher than a D.
Alright, The Journey of Alan Strange. It's quite literally the same concept as Marvin, except it's actually tolerable and came out 15 years prior. So, and also is more of a drama series and probably Nickelodeon's best. So I'll just put it at a B.
And which one was that again?
The Journey of Alan Strange. Came out in the late 90s.
Yeah. I remember seeing, growing up, I saw reruns, of course, of this. I mean, very vividly. Of course, I've seen, clips on YouTube as well.
I had to go on Daily Motion, of all places, to watch an episode.
Oh, God, yeah. I mean, you can probably find anything on Daily Motion, to be fair. But Alan Strange, I put it at a B. Definitely caught my attention for sure.
That CGI is so dated, though.
What?
The CGI alien stuff is so dated, though.
Yeah.
Look at that picture.
Yeah, I'm looking here.
It's the one with the blue face.
Yeah. Oh, I see. But yeah, I'll put it at a B for that. It's caught my interest at least. That's all I'll give it. But yeah, that alien. Tear into my soul.
Alright, Yu-Gi-Oh! Arc 5. Or Arc V. Funny enough, I'm not gonna lie, at first, whenever I saw this, character, I thought that they were a girl, but they're not. Which, it would have been fun if they were cross-dressing, but they're not. They're not. So yeah. Honestly, it's funny, because I kind of went around into a circle from how I feel about the Yu-Gi-Oh! Shows. So I gave the original Yu-Gi-Oh! A C, mainly just because of how they're just so bad that it's good. It is. And then I just didn't like GX, so I gave that one a D. And then 5Ds I gave in low A, mainly just because I just thought it was just objectively the best one. And then Zexal I gave a B. This one I'm going to give a C. So it comes full circle.
Yeah.
So
I mean, I'm gonna put it as C for now because it's the one Yu-Gi-Oh series I'm the least familiar with. I know of it. Yeah, I've seen a tiny bit, but not enough to give a super valid opinion on it. So because beforehand I didn't know this existed.
Well, it introduced the pendulum rules.
Oh shit, is this what introduced Beverly?
Yep.
Oh fuck.
You're welcome
But-
for that useless knowledge.
Thank you.
All right.
But I put it as C. Just
Oh,
it's the one I'm least familiar with.
okay. Every Which Way. D. This was just not fun to watch. Like, everyone, no. It's competently shot and made. It's just the acting and the writing is just garbage with this show. And that's my main issue. So, and it's pretty much the stereotypical 2010s Nickelodeon sitcom. That's pretty much what this is.
Yeah, that's the vibe I was getting from it.
So, I don't recommend.
Yeah. For me, I put it at D as well. I mean, you're not missing much.
You're really
if you don't
not.
watch the show.
Welcome Freshmen.
Oh boy, this show, one of the classics.
Low A, only just because, just like with Pete and Pete, dated, but that's why I love it. Granted, this one's a lot harder to find on YouTube. There are episodes on there, but like they're really grainy. That being said, I think it's unintentionally funny at times. So that's all I've got to say.
Yeah, I mean, same here. I'm giving it the low A just for the fucking 90s cheese alone. When I watched that, I saw some of that. I'm like, oh, fuck yes. Hell yes. That's exactly what I wanted. Give me that grilled 90s cheese. Not literally, though. It's probably not good for your health.
Speaking of the 90s, Brother Skeeter. This one's a really difficult for me because I don't know how I feel about it. Because the whole stick with this one is obviously you've got like a puppet character in the show who's actually trying to be like a living thing.
Yeah.
And unlike Crash and Bernstein from Disney Channel, which just completely just was annoying as hell with its puppet concept, this one tried to tackle somewhat more serious topics, but the thing is that, ironically, it's the puppet character, like Skeeter himself, who just ruins that emotion. So, screw it. I'm going to put it at... I'll put it at C. Okay. So, because it's just... I don't know if it's really worth your time.
Yeah, I mean, I put it at C as well. I mean, I felt indifferent about it. I mean, I'm sure there are people who I'm sure there are probably people who love the show, possibly, and of course, as well as people who hate the show, of course. But hey, I was indifferent on it for right now. It's one of those shows I think I'd have to watch a little more to get more clarity on it, but I have enough to know that I just don't really feel anything about it, honestly.
That's fair. Do you feel something about Bucket and Skeeter's or Bucket and Skinner's Epic Adventures?
Oh, this show. I mean, God, when did this come out?
2011.
So, like, it was literally when I was pretty much stop watching Nick for a while. Like, this was towards the end of my Nick, the Nickelodeon era for me. I mean, I didn't mind it. I mean, then again, with it being later on, I didn't watch a lot of Nick around that time, especially. So, it's one of those shows that, well, I know what it is. I have seen it. I'm not super familiar with it like other people probably would, just because, it was around the time I was stopping to watch Nick.
All right, so Surfer Bill and Ted over here deserve the fucking D slot because that's literally what they're trying to be. They're trying to like, you know, be the next Bill and Ted or the next, you know, Wayne's World sort of thing. Because they're trying to be like the next, you know, comedy like duo thing or whatever.
Yeah.
Nah, fam. No, dude. Like, if you've seen the Teen Beach movie by Disney Channel and then combine that with fucking Pair of Kings and then add on top of all of that just all the typical Nickelodeon crap that you can think of from like the past decade, that basically sums up this show. It is so much of a drag and just not all that enjoyable to watch. Don't bother.
Yeah.
Unfortunately, it's better than Game Shakers, which goes in the F tier alongside School of Rock. Because, like how School of Rock pretty much insults rock artists, this pretty much insults gamers with, you know, the stereotypes of gamers and pretty much puts them in a very bad light. And it's pretty insulting, if you ask me. So, all my complaints about School of Rock apply to this show. Just don't bother with it. It's absolute garbage.
Yeah, I mean, I put it at a low D because I wasn't too impressed with it. I mean, granted, you know, my bigger problem with School of Rock was just, you know, having seen the movie and seeing the show afterwards.
Yeah.
I had a fresh start.
And
you know,
Pete
with this being the show
Wentz,
itself.
bro. No, dude.
Excuse me, what?
What?
Were you saying Pete Wentz?
With School of Rock.
Yeah. Well, that's what I was trying to say. Yeah, D tier for me on this one. School of Rock's still gonna be F tier for me.
Yeah, it's bad. Thundermans, another Incredibles knockoff. Which I guess, to be fair, Disney stole Real Monsters, so you might as well pay them back. That being said, low C. Nah, fam.
I put it at a high. This show, I remember this show. I don't know if that's a good thing or a bad thing.
It's not a good thing.
It's a thing. But, yeah, definitely an Incredibles knockoff. I didn't really care for it, honestly. I felt like, you know, there's way better shows out there.
Mm-hmm.
Like, fuck, if I want a superhero movie, live action wise, like this, I'll just watch Sky High.
Why?
That's where I go. That's where I'd go with that.
No, dude, that movie sucks.
Oh, I know, but
okay, well, we got one more F tier show. Yeah, we only got one more F tier show, which I actually have a funny story about. So, Brothers Flub, absolute F tier. Trying to rip off a lot, basically try to rip off the art style of I almost said Harold. God, I can't think of the Arthur. Yeah, try to rip off that art style and really stupid characters. But I actually have a funny story about this. So, long story short, I will admit, yes, I had a DeviantArt account. I had a DeviantArt account. I know. I'm sorry. That was a phase of mine. But anyway,
blasphemous.
I actually did a Nickelodeon. I actually did another like Nickelodeon ranking meme on there. And someone mentioned this show called The Brothers Flub and was pretty much attacking people, being like, "Oh, this is the best show ever. Like, you're stupid. Like you didn't know this show." It's like, and then they kept like berating me, and I didn't even know this show existed until they mentioned it to me. And they were basically just attacking a bunch of basically just attacking people for not knowing what the show is. And yeah, the comments are deleted now. I reported them because they were being obtrusive to my content, because yes, say what you want about freedom of speech. Freedom of speech doesn't apply to the internet. That's all I'm gonna say. But anyways, point being, this show sucks. And if you're that deranged weirdo, no. just watch better shows. Do you know about this show?
I mean, vividly, I watched it once.
Yeah, it was barely on in the late 90s and early 2000s, so I wouldn't be too surprised if people don't remember it.
Yeah, I watched it, like I said, once, and once was enough. I didn't really need to watch anything else.
Mm-hmm.
So, F tier for me.
All right.
I immediately saw it. I was like, no.
Yeah. All right. Now that we got pretty much all the objectively bad shows out of the way, let's pretty much talk about these shows.
Yeah.
Nick Guts. I'll put this at a B, mainly just because it's not my cup of tea, because this one's the true sports show. That being said, it's okay.
Yeah. I mean, I put it at low A. I mean, I enjoyed watching the show. I mean, granted, I would never fucking do it, because I mean, I'm not fit enough to do that shit. But anywho, yeah, I mean, as a show, I thought it was entertaining back then when I watched it. So, because I can't remember, it was newer episodes or it was reruns, because I can't remember what year it came out.
It came out in 93, I'm pretty sure.
Okay, yeah, so it was reruns.
Mm-hmm. All right, Harvey Beaks. It's made by the same people who made Chowder.
Mm-hmm.
Honestly, A, because this is just this one's a lighthearted, more of a lighthearted show, but more of in a good way, as opposed to Talia in the Kitchen, whereas this one was more about just the power of friendship. So, and
a power of friendship fairy tale.
I was referencing Gumball.
Sorry, I hear power of friendship, I think of fairy tale immediately. There's a reason people make.
Wow, you're such a weeb.
Listen, all right.
Okay, I'm joking.
But yeah, I am a weeb.
Okay, point being though, I don't know. It's just a lighthearted, show that I can recommend to a bunch of people, because, it's not obviously, whenever they tackle serious moments, they do take it very seriously, and it's actually not too indifferent from Hey Arnold in a lot of ways. It really isn't when you think about it. So, I don't know. It's just, I don't know. I still think Hey Arnold is just better in my opinion, but
yeah.
I mean,
there's a reason I said Hey Arnold's a titan of Nickelodeon.
Yeah, but if you want a show like that, but it kind of has a similar art style with Chowder, check it out.
Honestly, I'm not sure. When I watched it, because I remember you mentioned this was made by the same people who made Chowder, when you showed me the list. I watched a little bit of it, because, of course, I wanted to try to get as much knowledge about all the shows as I could.
Mm-hmm.
I thoroughly loved it, enough to give it the A tier. Of course, this character, design, the color palettes, definitely very Chowder reminiscent. And I could get I could see where you got the Hey Arnold vibe from with it. So it's definitely a show I'm gonna have to check out completely.
Mm-hmm.
But it's goddamn it, it's caught my heart. So A tier easily for me.
All right. We got two more left. So let's start off with The Legend of Korra. So I will admit this. I did not watch Korra when it first came out. Why? Because I was one of those people who was in my head thinking that no matter what, it would not live up to Avatar. And while yes, I will admit it does not live up to Avatar. Wait, are you still there?
I'm still here, yeah.
That you legit look frozen.
Yeah.
Dude, it looked like you were just a still image, which was funny. Oh my god, stop.
Okay.
Okay. But anyways, so yeah, I will admit, I did not watch it because I was like, I wouldn't say an Avatar purist, but just more like, this is just not going to be that great. But I will admit, from what I saw with the first couple of episodes, A tier. I do feel like, I don't know, I just need to watch a few more episodes until like I can definitively say that this is an S tier show. Because once again, I never watched it when it came out. So because like that was also around the time whenever I stopped watching Nickelodeon. So it came out in 2012. So, but you know, it definitely has like that same like vibe. Well, obviously because it's the same fucking universe. I guess my main issue for me, and this is just a personal preference, I will admit, I don't know if I really like the urban style in a fantasy setting. Because for me, I love high fantasy. You know, things like Lord of the Rings, Warhammer, Elder Scrolls, fucking Final Fantasy, like Avatar. So to me, it's just kind of uncanny for me to really watch a lot of urbanized stuff within that sort of universe. So, and I can blame Harry Potter for that. That's discussion for another day. But point being, it's still a good show for the most part, just objectively speaking.
Yeah, like I put it in S tier. I mean, granted, I still think Last Airbender is the better show because I mean, there's never going to be anything like Last Airbender. But I think Korra does a good job for following up personally. Like I know there's a lot of people that are like, oh, this show sucks, blah, blah, blah. Like some of those criticisms, are valid, from talking to those people, some of those people. But there have been instances where it's just, people were just not giving it the chance at all. It's just like, dude, shut the fuck up.
I will admit this though. At least it wasn't as annoying as the transition from Star Wars: The Clone Wars to Star Wars Rebels. Because that was a tragedy and a half.
Oh god, yeah.
So, actually, before we move on to the last show, I do want to. I forgot to mention this when we were talking about Avatar. I have a Zuko shirt. I would have worn this, but I would have worn this shirt, but the problem is that like there are spots on here that are starting to chip away, and that made me mad because I just bought this last year. So, and that made me annoyed. Also, I want to wear the red striped shirt for the next tier list. So
yeah. Well, plus you gotta rep your main show.
I mean, yes, I wore this in the first tier list, but I don't care. It's my show. Yeah. So
yeah.
But anyways,
you make the rules.
Last show, Rocko's Modern Life.
Another Nickelodeon titan.
And because of that, it's also going into the S tier. Because this show, they were able to get away with a lot of shit with this show, and they do it in a really funny way that can appeal to both young and like older viewers. And yeah, this was like one of those shows to help revolutionize in that. Obviously, Ren and Stimpy existed first, but like it was this show that somewhat popularized modern, no pun intended, like the modern style of humor that we would see in a lot of shows today.
Yeah.
And you have to give credit where credit is due with that, but also just pushing the boundaries of just children's television, because they literally said shit, like, or they had like the word shit spelled SCHIGH or SCHIT or whatever, like the long thing. They were able to get away with stuff like that on like children's television, and that is just amazing. So
yeah, I mean, technically they're not spelling the bad word version of it. They're using a different spelling of it.
So yeah, no, like that's the type of humor that we're dealing with here, and it's amazing. So, highly recommend this show. So
this is the one thing I like about these Nickelodeon Titans is that there's plenty of them that got away with so much shit.
Mm-hmm.
It's just like props to Nick on that one.
So yeah, no, I'm also pretty sure this was made by the same people who made SpongeBob and Camp Lazlo. So there you go.
Yeah.
But yeah, no, we completed the Nickelodeon tier list. It took us way too long to get to this.
Yeah, it only took 5.5 hours.
It took like 5.5 months to get to this point.
Yeah.
So
it's only fair.
But yeah, no, like, generally speaking, though, you can see why I'm more of a Nickelodeon fan. Yes, I just like with Cartoon Network, there's more shows that are like in the lower tiers, but that's only because, let's just be real here, there's probably more bad than good, but, you know, the good heavily outweighs the bad, you know. Obviously, Avatar, My Life as a Teenage Robot, Drake and Josh, Ned's Declassified, Hey Arnold, pretty much all these like S tier shows are just the fucking bomb for me. And even like a lot of the A tier shows. And also, I just proved that Nickelodeon has been heading to the right direction again. You know? Yeah. Thankfully for the newer Are You Afraid of the Dark, as well as the Casa Grande Days, Loud House, the Rise of the TMNT, they have proven that they are willing to, you know, go back as being the ultimate Titans that they were back in the 90s and the 2000s. And I am definitely rooting for them to go back to that. So.
Oh, 100%. Jesus, my phone. I'm not picking that up. I'm going to leave my phone be.
So, oh yeah, that's right. Do you want to like share your side? I need to make sure that that's a thing.
I'm going.
Okay. Yes. Okay. Yes. Yes. Oh my god, I was looking at S tier. Sure. Yes. Okay, whatever. We mostly have the same.
Mostly.
Except All Grown Up is mediocre at best.
Yeah, that's true.
Thank you, Dylan, for agreeing with that one. That one's just, nah.
Hey, guys, Stream, you want to know how to make them go wild? No, I don't have it in me to do that.
It's not even the worst Nickelodeon show.
Well, I was about to say, if you put that in S tier...
Nah, fam. No. That is not okay.
Henry Danger's kind of mediocre.
It's bad. Anyways, that's going to be it for tonight. If you guys somehow enjoyed this, make sure that follow button down below and turn on the bell icon so that you'll be notified exactly when I'll be streaming. Check out the links down below as well, specifically the Discord and SoundCloud. Make sure to check out Psy13's channel, or Austin, or whatever he calls himself now, as well as Dylan, Zombie Slayer 2948.
Yes, sir.
Links are over in the chat box, so make sure to check them out so that they can reach their 100 subscriber and 1,000 subscriber goal respectively. That would help them out a lot. So
yeah.
And I'm on the
Give me 100 subscribers, you cowards.
Oh,
I probably shouldn't be insulting the audience, huh?
Shout out to Mashru TV for following Sly.
Yeah, no,
and Austin.
Yeah, thank you.
Yeah, shout out to them as well as
Frog and Toad as well.
Yeah, I was about to say, don't interrupt me. Don't be like you've been like an Izzy today. Love you, Izzy.
I hate my life.
Okay. Yeah, I'm going to end it here. Thank you guys for watching. And the next tier list, probably going to be in May. It's probably going to be about music. Thankfully not about Pete Wentz being in an awful show, but whatever. So yeah, no. I don't know how else to end this. Do you guys have anything else to say?
Not really. I have one thing to say, actually. I do apologize for interrupting your stream.
You're fine.
You're right. I mean, you were originally part of it anyway, so.
Yeah, true.
But I do have to say, I do have content coming. I promise. I promise. It's on the way.
Yep, same here. I haven't uploaded in a month, but I've just been busy.
Yeah. Yeah, keep an eye out for things that I'm hoping go through. So, crossing fingers that things go through like I planned, but...
And hopefully I can edit your fucking videos in time.
You got one of them at least.
Yeah, I forgot I need to edit the rest.
So I guess the lesson that we've all learned today is you are not allowed to criticize these two shows. And yeah, I'll see you guys later. Bye.
Bye. Peace out.
Bye.